All right, welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the TopDeck Expo CEDH 8K, biggest paper CEDH tournament that I think has ever happened.
In the U.S.
Yeah, it's almost 200 players. I mean, this is a massive event. You probably can't hear all the people behind us. There's a ton of noise, ton of excitement, and I'm excited to see some magic today. And we got a pretty spicy pod to kick things off.
Yeah.
A lot of decks I haven't seen in a while. But
cooking with Shorokai C1.
Yeah, what?
Awesome.
What year is it? That was a deck that I remember Ashani freaking out about. He was so
don't curse the guy like
that. Look, he's moved on to bigger, better things. Italian. Look, okay. Control Winter, whatever keywords you want to use. It's not great out here, but Shorokai's out here representing, doing the Lord's work, and all of these players still in contention for the top 16 cut.
Yep.
A lot of Magic left to be played today. 2 rounds, a lot can shift, a lot can happen because of the point distribution with CEDH. A little bit different. Winning matters a lot more than it does in normal events, just like in normal tournaments that you've seen 1v1. So a lot on the line still for all these players. Points, of course, the first qualification to the TopDeck Invitational.
Yep.
Ton on the line, and with that,
first platinum event too.
True, yeah, first platinum event, and ton of points on the line, ton of money on the line. Let's get down to the match and see where these players are at. Bam. See these players still shuffling up here a little bit, looking at hands, resolving mulligans, something that we're going to stress on a lot, I think, as this weekend progresses a little bit. Mulliganing matters a ton in CEDH, so some of actually the longest Magic you'll see play. I mean, I know we had a match in turn 2 yesterday.
Yeah.
Some of the Magic that takes the longest with CEDH is actually just resolving your mulligans.
Yep.
And it's really important. There's a lot of stress in your opening hand. Some of the games, once again, can be really, really short, and so there's a lot more pressure on your opening hand. Do have cards that matter right away, and the existence of that free mulligan. Remember, multiplayer formats, you get 1 free mull to 7. These players definitely going to be leveraging that, given their position and what's on the line. And you're going to see a lot of mulliganing, a lot of that going on. If you're in this seat, you're any of these players, who are you most excited to be? If you could be any of these players in this pod, who do you like? What are the odds? What are we doing?
I don't know. I'm a little partial to Shorokai. That deck really capitalizes on breaking parity on stacks pieces.
Sure.
So deafening silences. You're playing rule of law effects, things of that nature. If you can deploy those turn 1, really slow down the game plan of the other decks. I mean, Anala can't win through a rule of law.
Right.
And that's just one less player to deal with. I really think Shorokai is favored if they have a 7 that can immediately put pressure on stopping their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this a little bit, at least I have certainly in other broadcasts, talking about stacks decks. They, more so than other decks, really need to get on the table quickly, and being first seed here, Shorokai, I think is always going to be a good bet when you're talking about CEDH. Seed order does matter. We've seen some data about that thrown around here and there. Overall, I think it's not as bad as some people make it out to be, but being on the play in Magic matters, and especially if you're a stacks deck, being able to play like whatever, turn 1 Deafening Silence, turn 1 Rule of Law, those kinds of effects, does so much to stymie the development of all of these decks. Now, a deck I want to highlight here that, the commander may not look super clear to you, but certainly haven't seen in a while, Edric. Deck I personally have not seen or played against in at least 4 or 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of coming with a new look. You said, we've seen this deck kind of getting a little bit of resurgence, did well at the Moxmasters Invitational, and it's kind of eschewed the old look. It used to look like a kind of extra turns effects deck where it would support a whole bunch of extra turns effects. You're basically just playing a bunch of mopey flying men, draw cards, take extra turns. You get the joke. This deck looks very different. It's kind of like just a mixture of all of the good Simic commanders, and it only has like 2 extra turn effects that I can see in the deck list that was presented. It's just like the good 5-mana ones, whatever. Not a ton, not going hard on that. Just kind of playing good Simic stuff? What are the draw to this over just actually putting Ken in your command zone?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be hard-pressed to put Edric. I think, I need to be sponsored. Find me on Patreon. I'll play this deck, but...
Sure, represent for the Discord.
Oh, yeah. I hate giving my opponents resources. So having my game plan be built around a commander that has the potential to really have my opponents gain resources in the form of card draw really would make me itchy in the command zone.
Sure.
Which is now a band name that I've come up with, itchy in the command zone.
Itchy in the command zone. No, I love it. I think we should coin that.
Yeah, roll tide.
That's nice. Roll tide or whatever. I feel like I'm being patronized here.
Yeah, a little bit.
So an important thing too with this Edric deck that I think might be important to highlight when we're talking about being the first player, being a stacks deck, getting these stacks effects, these rule of laws, these cards that you mentioned on the board early. I kind of don't hate Edric's position. If we're talking about getting creatures in play is something that Simic often wants to do. Leveraging cards like Thrasios, like Kennen, like these secret Simic commanders, all creature-based, and all things that operate very well underneath the rule of law. Ironically, a deck that I have the most Simic experience with is actually Tatiova. Embarrassing deck. Embarrassing, but whatever. Tatiova players, don't come for me. Look, we're not doing this. It's too early in the day. Do not come for me. But a deck that I was actually startled by how impressive it is against these bogged down stacks board states. A lot of what you're doing just doesn't care about these stacks. Rule laws don't care. Here's my extra turn effect or whatever. All my mana. Like, what are you going to do about it?
That's my one spell. Let's
go.
That's
my one spell. Oh, no. Guess what? I get another turn for another spell. That kind of stuff was really impressive to me. And Edric, even though, whatever, we're memeing a little bit about what year it is. I mean, this is certainly a lot of these decks are blasts from the past, from the last couple of years, which I really love to see. I actually think Edric might secretly be a sleeper in this pod. Going second, almost as good as going first. And if this does turn into a stacked out board state, there's no humility in this Shorokai deck to shut off all of the creature stuff that Edric has going on. And so if it's just rule of laws, I mean, Edric's got to be thrilled with that.
Oh, there is no Edric. I'm sorry, there is no humility.
There's no humility in Shorokai, which is my understanding was that was one of the biggest draws to the deck. Well, once again, this is all Ashani propaganda. He's somebody that introduced me a lot to the CEDH control strategies. Very vocal on Twitter. Is our friendly neighborhood Jamaican dude.
For better or for worse.
Look, Twitter is just generically a for worse application. So I think that, people like him certainly doing a lot better. And here we go, starting things off with a strong start. Looks like a Mana Crypt into an Arcane Signet into an Esper Sentinel, no land from Shorokai. Impressive start nonetheless. 3 mana plus an Esper Sentinel. Take that all day. 2 cards left in hand.
You're keeping that? I guess on a 4.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, get out of here. I'd keep that on 7. Get out of here. Who needs land drops when you got an Esper Sentinel? Just please no collector oops, thanks.
Oh, geez.
Here is Mox Diamond, Mercurial Spell Dancer. Okay. Making some waves in Legacy. Now showing up here on turn 1, thanks to, looks like a Flooded Strand that was sacrificed.
Yep. Do you like Dreadhorde Arcanist? Well, here's it in blue.
Sure, yeah. With some extra steps. He's certainly, gonna look good here. Not, once again, good understacks pieces. Going to attack well if that's what this game becomes about. And with Esper Sentinel in play, not the same impact that we see from cards like Mystic Remora and the like, but going to do some amount to, give the Shorokai deck resources to interact with the board.
Right, and you're only drawing 1 card per turn typically. People are a lot more likely to feed into an Esper Sentinel as compared to a Mystic Remora or a Rhystic Study, which you're going to draw a lot of cards very quickly.
Right, and that's my next question, right? We see Luis immediately fed Esper Sentinel card, right? Because this Mox Diamond was not paid for casting the Spell Dancer. And here we see the Thras Vial player leading on a Misty Rainforest. And that's what I'm saying. If you're these are 2 players, the Anala player and the Thras Vial player, you're just feeding into this, right? You have no choice,
you
really.
Have to.
Yeah.
I do think it's interesting that something that we didn't, we neglected to mention. Anala is also a throwback deck.
Right. Yeah. All the Grixis Renaissance we're seeing. Ton of Rockside throughout the tournament. We even had like 4 Rockside. Whatever.
What's Rockside?
Yeah, who knows? Never heard of it. But Anala, a deck that, good friend Mikey championed for a long time, kind of coming back. Although on a 4-card hand going forth, not in the best position here. But a deck that can win on really low resources. It's one that draws the deck. Certainly not going to count them out.
If that's Land Crypt, Spellseeker.
Yeah, is there a turn 1? Is that what it is? Land Crypt Seeker, is that what does it?
Yeah.
There you go. That's
maybe the Lotus Petal to cast the ritual off the...
All done.
Yeah.
Rolled up.
Easy.
Good game.
Yeah.
As Mana Vault going to be the play off of the Tropical Island found from Misty Rainforest, making mana with it immediately.
Okay. I like the early board development.
Can't get a great look. Looks like Arcane Signet, 1 mana floating, and it's gonna be a Dockside on turn 1. Bailey might not even get a turn.
Holy
We're talking about the turn 1 from Bailey. Might not even get a turn because when Dockside comes down,
counts 4.
4? Yeah, I see 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the math I got.
Wow.
That's +2. Turn 1 +2. That is one player hasn't even gotten a turn.
Right.
That is an impressive Dockside.
Do you hold that Dockside and hope that Bailey? I hope that Bailey develops with rocks.
It depends. What are we going for here? What's our follow-up? Because that's always the question you're asking with Dockside. Once we see these treasures coming down, once Dockside's in play, made for treasures, we see that happen, can't crack any artifacts. What is the follow-up? And yeah, we see Maxwell immediately reaching 4 mana. Is that a Birds of Paradise?
That is the new Birds of Paradise.
And
that's
past
the Lord of the
turn,
Rings one.
3 mana up. Okay.
In a Bowmaster's world, I'm scared to do something like that.
Sure, and Bowmaster's going to look pretty good from any of the players that can cast it, which I think is just the bottom 2 players here, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah.
Simic and Azorius not able to play black. Although, of course, Bowmaster's going to be impactful on this board. If you're talking about what Shorakai does, we're talking about what Edric does. Bowmaster's going to have a big impact on this game for either of the players that can play it.
Meat's back on the menu.
Correct. But yeah, just passing the turn.
What's up, Tad?
Tap land on turn 1 from Bailey. That is not land crypt.
That is not. That is almost as good.
Seeker. No, it's not. City of Brass looks to be the land for turn. And
Imposter
it's
Mac!
Oh, no.
AKA Roboto Dockside.
This is exactly the punish that you see when you talk about playing Dockside for value. When you're talking about holding mana up, trying to present an interaction, just accelerating your mana, cashing in on it now before things get worse. This is the punish. These clone effects, we talk about Phantasmal Image, talk about Imposter Mech. Now this Imposter Mech, you're stuck. What do? You crack your treasures to reduce the count? Then your Dockside was, not as good.
You
not
lost the mana to cast the 2/2.
And Brandon's still getting mana.
1/2.
The count, if you crack all the treasures, still 3.
Yeah.
Still positive mana here, which is going to do plenty to help cast Shorakai. So now what? Do you just not crack your treasures?
And yeah, Max is in a position now where if he doesn't crack the treasures, it's the difference between 3 and 6 mana, which is game-changing.
Correct. We'll see. It looks like the players are going to do a little bit of discussion here, but that's the big question here that you're forced to ask when it comes to Dockside on Dockside action. And this is really, Imposter Mech, in my opinion, card a little bit slept on, looking very impressive here from the deck that is not allowed to play Dockside.
Max not cracking the treasure either.
No crack, which means Shorakai with 2 mana up is the follow-up, and 3 if you count the City of Brass down there.
That might come back to bite him.
Yeah, immediately cashing in thanks to the floating mana from Mana Crypt. So yeah, everything coming up, Brandon here, and this is your favorite pre-game. Certainly looking impressive here, despite having a single land in play.
Incredible.
CEDH not about the lands in play here.
No, and especially on a mold of 4, that's a potent mold of 4. I'm wondering if he kept that Imposter Mech in the opener, hoping that someone dropped the Dockside.
Yeah, and what is it? One of the decks, the deck that's going next to you, the second place deck, doesn't even play Dockside. So a little bit of a gamble, and Anala, a deck known for speed, going to be trying to kill you as soon as Dockside comes down.
We got a Gitaxian Probe, looks like targeting Max. I want to shout out, that's a chippy signed Gitaxian Probe. Incredibly hard to find.
Hard to find. I've been trying to find Summoners packs. Signed by Chippy. Very hard to find.
Good luck.
Yeah, very, very difficult.
I have a singular signed Chippy card, and it's like a prize gem of my signed card collection. It's a crappy card, but I have a Chippy card.
Proud. I finally found one. I need 4. I have 1, and it's not in English, so that's why. The English ones are impossible to find.
Right.
Looks like Probe's Resolve chose not to reveal to the table. You see that happen sometimes, but
I will say with the current multiplayer rule set that we have, they can't flip. I have to step away for a moment. I will be right back.
No problem, Lauren. That's okay. I think we got it from here. As the follow-up is Rhystic Study, that is about as punishing as it can possibly be for not cracking these treasures. And now the table's really forced. If there's interaction here, I have to imagine it's going to come down, and it sure is. Mind Break Trap from Maxwell. That's going to immediately go after the Rhystic Study. Going to take care of that. No fight from Brandon, which, it'd be impressive if he had more backed up onto that. Esper Sentinel still going to work, though. And over to Luis we go from an explosive turn from Brandon. We'll see if Luis can have a good follow-up. This Spell Dancer has a lot of work to do. We'll see Luis taking a look at the hand. Looks like Breeding Pool untapped 2 life. Going to be paid for that. Can't get a good look at that one. I think that's Cloud of Fairies. It sure is. Going to untap the 2 lands, make 3. Here's Edric. All right, so Edric already getting busy. Cloud of Fairies going to be worth an extra attacker with Edric. So looking pretty impressive there. And Spell Dancer going after Maxwell. Going to trigger the Spell Dancer and draw a card thanks to Edric. All right, so we got Edric set up. Less explosive than Brandon's turn for sure.
Is that a Cloud of Fairies?
Yeah, Cloud of Fairies. How's that for an Edric attacker?
Oh, baby.
Looks good to me. Damage from Mana Vault on draw step. And now, after this pretty tough Dockside punish, we'll see what the follow-up here is for Maxwell.
Attacking for 1 to Anala. Okay.
All right, we dealt a point. Get a card thanks to Edric.
Oh, everyone has a Tymna.
Yeah, everyone's got Tymnas. And this is probably bad news for the Anala player, as if going 4th on a Bolt of 4 already wasn't bad news. Not a lot of blockers, especially good blockers in the Anala deck.
If I'm having to... You just kind of threw that Adnaz too.
Yeah, it's it ain't getting better. And I love this Adnaz here, because it's not getting better.
It's not.
You just had to interact with a Rhystic Study. There's an Esper Sentinel in play, all the mana in the world for Brandon. Just go ahead, put him under the gun now. Do you have it? Any interaction? Bailey's tapped out on a low mulligan. The Edric player tapped out to get the Edric engine going. This Adnaz could be it if it resolves. A lot of pressure on Brandon to have something here. Doesn't have to be much, but something.
If there's a deck, though, that I feel confident that can win on a mold of 4, it's Anala.
Well, not if this Adnaz resolves, I'll tell you
Not
that
if
much.
this Adnaz resolves.
And it looks like it is going to resolve.
Wow.
Well, that's 4 damage right off the bat there.
Okay.
Demonic Tube is big. Fierce Guardianship doesn't add much to the mix. With the One Ring, that's a big bonk. Not
This
Great
is
Clips
a
Fire
brutal-
Covenant.
This
Wow,
is a sad
these
Naz. Oh,
There's some
brutal.
mana. It's mana.
We have 2 mana available.
Okay, 0.
Still 0.
Worldly Tutor.
We have the Arcane Signet. Multiple
Opal's a
unlocks
great
us a
hit.
lot. You can even do tricks where if you cast a Mox Amber, you can offer You Can't Refuse yourself to Ritual for the
Right.
2 treasure.
Especially if it doesn't work or whatever. Force of Will for a little bit of backup. Not actually irrelevant,
Going
although a huge
deeper.
hit.
Oh,
I mean, we're at 10.
I think you
Comfy.
still go.
Yeah, you gotta go.
You have the
It's
Force of
time.
Will already, too.
It's still not getting better. We're gonna
Yeah.
try to. I think you're going to make a win attempt here, or you're dying.
Yes.
That's it. We're all in on this Adnaz. I love this play, and this is really the make them have it mentality that you see people talk about
Yep.
when it comes to playing not just CEDH but combo decks in general. A lot of times, I mean, things look bad. Things look bad. A lot of blue decks at the table. You are the only player that has played a piece of interaction. So who knows what the interaction suite looks like at the table. Jammed the Adnaz anyway, getting rewarded here. A little bit of rough flips, but we're still at 8. We can still hit 0 mana artifacts.
I think
Not out of it.
I think you're dead to the power that's on board anyway. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 power.
Oh, okay. So we're thinking about potentially stopping.
I think you have to keep going. You're dead anyway.
Yeah, you're dead. This is like even if you get to pass or whatever, like
Talisman.
there's gonna be so much more interaction.
That's
Talisman
not
is
what
6.
unlocks you. Soul Ring.
Soul Ring's a big
That's
hit.
huge.
That's plus mana.
Okay. You didn't take the life yet from the Soul Ring.
Might be thinking
There
about
we
if
go.
he's just stopping here because that might be the mana threshold. I don't really see. I mean, it depends what this Demonic Tutor gets. We've already been through Dockside, so we can't get another burst of mana with that.
Stopping at 5.
Okay, the Soul Ring was enough.
Because that unlocks the Talisman, so he probably wants to keep some life available in case he has to make colored mana.
Sure. I mean, in worst case, maybe we can just make enough mana to like Demonic Tutor Final Fortune. I haven't had a chance to really peruse the deck list that closely to
Right.
see if that's available. But we see that now in like the modern days. All these Rogside decks, all this kind of stuff, really loaded heavy on these extra turn effects. If Thrasvile here is supporting that, we might just have that line available to us as well. And we just want to be able to take the damage from Mana Vault and stuff like that.
Interesting to lead with the Mopal that doesn't work in case you need it.
Yeah, that one's strange. I mean, the next artifact you play turns it on. This might not matter because Esper Sentinel's already triggered. The only real consideration is Mindbreak Trap. We played around that by just jamming it as your first spell.
Pump out Ring and hopefully win next turn. No, Memo. I think Max is going to try to go for it this turn. Or if they do play the Ring, I think they're playing an extra turn spell to really
Right.
leverage that. But I'd also be concerned, too, if you lean too into the Ring, if you have too much of the Talisman mana, you're at 5 life. Especially if you have to use the Force of Will.
Right.
Oh, so
Oh,
it
the
looks like-
trick you called
Yeah.
out. There's 2 treasures thanks to the offer you can't refuse on your own spell. Build your own Rite of Flame.
Oh, yeah. With better Rite of Flame.
Much better Rite of Flame, except it costs 2 cards, which is way worse.
True.
Rite of Flame.
And I do want to note, too, Max does have Force backup on this.
Right.
So they really are going to have to play through. I don't know if Bailey's sandbagging or truly doesn't have anything on that mold of 4. Brandon and Luis have seen a lot of cards, too. I don't know.
Well, there's nothing for the Adnaz. So really, I think the only consideration here is Mindbreak Trap, and we have a force for that. So it has to be like multiple We're in like
Right.
multiple Mindbreak Traps, really weird scenario, and that's what Max is kind of pausing here for. He's not completely out of the woods as far as interaction at the table. It could just be weird stuff too, like SWAT. Like if you go for like, for instance, like a snap line. If you go for snap alongside your Dockside to try to like get a little bit of mana that direction, and you get swatted, you feel a little goofy. Not only deck could have that as Bailey, but that's the kind of things that you need to be thinking about.
Yep.
Right? Mindbreak Trap, the most commonly played by a lot. But there's still stuff that works that would not have countered the Ad Nauseam.
Yep.
That's really the important bit to think about as you're watching Max going, we stopped, we have a plan. why aren't we just going? Why aren't we just throwing our cards all over the place?
Yeah.
There's still things to think about, still things to consider.
I think you exile Simeon for the Soul Ring as well to really just make as much mana as possible. You're fighting for the colored mana right now, though.
Yeah, you're fighting a little bit for colored mana. The offer helps a lot with that.
Yep.
You might just be fighting for mana density. We had Gamble in hand. That was not revealed off of Ad Nauseam. That was just in hand. Great one to pair up post Ad Nauseam because you have all these cards.
And it looks like they used the Simeon to cast it because I didn't see any mana be tapped.
Right.
What do you get? Maybe you're just gambling for the Demonic Consultation. That seems like the less safe option, though.
Yeah, you just saw Force backup, I think. I don't remember if we flipped another blue card.
My concern is you're putting yourself in the position when you can generate the mana that you have,
right.
And you're gambling. There's a known Demonic Tutor in hand. I think he has enough mana where he could Demonic Tutor to find the other piece of the AB combo because we know he has a Thorkel.
Right.
Doing the gamble, it's a little bit more mana efficient, but you're now running the percentage chance of discarding one of your two cards that you need and putting yourself back.
So here's the question. Is there a single card that you can get off gamble that works if you discard the Demonic Tutor, but maybe you wouldn't have mana for if you cast the Demonic Tutor for it?
With the rocks he has in hand, I don't think so, but there's probably something I'm not seeing.
I mean, because that's the thing, right? It's like a lot of people are going to be like, well, Demonic Tutor's safer, right? Because, like, it just always works, but it is more mana intensive. So if there is something that is more mana intensive that matters, maybe you have... I mean, there was cards in here we still don't know. Gamble was one of them. There were cards in here we didn't know pre-Ad Nauseam, so it's not
We just discarded the gamble target.
That was Demonic Consultation. So yeah, it was the Thoracle Consult. How about that? And that would have been 3 mana. That would have done it this turn, right?
But he went for the gamble, and we know he has the Soul Ring in hand. He can turn that into a talisman.
We see clapping from Bailey. A lot of excitement here. You don't see people discard the gamble target often, and certainly not post Ad Nauseam.
I think the gamble is going to come back to haunt Max later on. Granted, he has the pieces now because he can DT next turn for a breach line. I'm not understanding that gamble play though.
Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at the deck list. If there's no extra turn effects, okay, well right there I'm immediately seeing a Final Fortune. So I was thinking like, if there's no extra turn effects and we just need to do Thoracle Consult now, maybe this makes some sense because that was exactly 3 mana for Thoracle Consult.
Yep.
And here comes that Soul Ring 4 mana now. Demonic Tutor's still in hand. So maybe something like Snap for Dockside is now on the table. Demonic Tutor for Snap Dockside, and then figure it one ring extra. I don't know.
Memo did have a good point. Oh, I'm sorry. Instead of using the 1 red for the gamble, they could have used that for the DT and still be relatively in the same place mana-wise.
Yeah, well, you're down 1. You needed 3 for Thoracle Consult.
True.
And Soul Ring doesn't really help add to the mix because it's all pips.
Well, you turn the Soul Ring into the talisman of the talisman, right?
Well, you're down 1 again.
Oh, true.
Does that work?
And I don't think they played a land.
Yeah, the land drop might matter. I don't think we played a land. This drop has been there since turn 1. We're counting cards. Are we discarding?
So they may have forgot to play land.
Yeah, we're just not wanting to do it yet because of gamble considerations. That's something I would consider. It's like, I'd rather discard the land than my gamble target.
Yeah, because that is an extra 5% edge.
Sure.
I would say roughly.
This is what I'm talking about. This is the kinds of things we were just talking about. Yeah, okay. A lot of times people talk about Ad Nauseam just being like, okay, it's rolled up, game's over, blah, blah, blah. That's not always the case, especially in these high pressure situations. A lot of things to think about, a lot of things that can go wrong even after everything's gone right for you so far.
Right.
And One Ring is going to be the follow-up, going to give protection, going to allow Maxwell to not take damage from all these creatures in play and potentially survive for another turn if there is another turn.
It at least guarantees it for Max to have that extra turn. Anala, unless you're doing Thoracle Consult, really hard to win. With the Spellseeker lines, you can't deal the combat damage.
Right, can't do the combat damage.
I don't know.
I don't know.
The polymorph lines.
I mean, I guess Slowbreaker or stuff. Whatever. You can put it in a position where nothing you do matters, maybe. There's the Bowmaster's going to discard. That was in hand. Just in hand.
Wow.
I'm surprised now,
missed the land drop.
Having seen Max discard the Bowmasters, I'm surprised that we actually did jam the Ad Nauseam because my assumption was things weren't getting better because it definitely didn't look like they were. Bowmasters does kind of maybe potentially change that. Whatever. Either way,
you can start eating apart that board.
Max got rewarded. Ad Nauseam resolved, and if we don't discard that Demonic Consultation we gambled for, it's just all rolled up no matter what.
Yep.
Now we're in a little bit of a tough spot. The One Ring's still available, and things are still doing okay. But a lot worse than we were looking before as Bailey adds a Watery Grave to the board state.
I keep against Edric and how many extra cards my opponents are going to be drawing. that Bowmasters keeps it in check to such a high degree, I'd be really hard-pressed. And now he's dead. Oh, I suppose he has protection.
Yeah, it's
I
protection.
forgot he had protection.
We're kind of against the creature damage and like targeted stuff. Brain freeze not going to work necessarily, but whatever.
I'm not envious of that position though. Now it's on stream.
Well, I mean, we're going to go back and look, and maybe we can think about, was there a line with Demonic Tutor and stuff like that? Like I said, the thing that I was immediately drawn to was Final Fortune, but maybe there's some problems with that. I don't know. There was information we didn't know, and I do not have the same experience. That's why they're playing, and I'm in here in the booth.
Yeah, they're there and we're here.
Yeah, exactly. You get it. You're going to hear that one a lot from me. But, yeah, so Bailey now adding the second piece of cardboard to the playmat. We will see what we can support. I mean, I'm kind of memeing here a little bit. And now it doesn't take that much resources to actually win. It's part of what the draw to the deck is. A Spellseeker, even from looking like you're just dead and irrelevant, Spellseeker out of nowhere can just randomly win. That's what you were kind of talking about before. And Cabal Ritual certainly signals it's action time. And given how little interaction we saw from the table previously, we know about a Force of Will in Maxwell's hand. Don't know if there's a blue card. I think Thoracle was the only one that I remember seeing.
Yep.
And so if Bailey goes to something here, maybe the Force is just not something that Max can confidently use. And you can maybe just pop something off here.
They'll draw one card from the one ring, but that one card might not make the difference.
And Brandon got a card, of course, as for Sentinel. We saw that draw did happen, and so that's really the only chances for extra interaction that we haven't seen so far to be added to the mix, because with that Nauseam resolving, it's pretty safe to assume table is low on interaction.
Yep.
Now that may not be the case if Brandon and Elise both get untaps. A lot of card advantage engines for them. So I do like the spot of going for something here. No Force of Will came out on Bailey's Demonic Tutor. I don't know what we're grabbing here. Only 2 mana. Can't grab Spellseeker, and we've already played our land. So we'd have to have extra mana like a Spirit Guide or something dialed up.
That's a Fimage.
Fimage! Gonna immediately be cast, not even bothering. Not even moving that one to hand.
No. I do want to say as well, I lost my train of thought. I apologize.
You're fine. That's
the
okay.
caffeine's kicking in. I'm on West Coast time. We're rolling with this.
Hey, welcome to the South.
But I do think it is Bailey's window to try to jam this win. It has been very clear from the table. Seeing your opponent whiff on a resolved Adnaz, I'm going.
It's time. Things are not getting better. It is time. We are in Jam Town.
This is. Oh, I wanted to shout out the tokens. All Trades Media is our token sponsor for this event. There's somebody that we hope to be working with in the future. We see the treasure token on camera now. Those floating mana tokens are also from All Trades Media. If you like those, you can find their Etsy store, All Trades Media LLC. If you use promo code Eminence, you can get 25% off orders of $20 or more. We all use tokens. We need them.
Especially for CEDH. I mean, even just this board state, look at how much nonsense there is. A lot of token usage. Very important to get your tokens, and a great place to do it. Very legible tokens, important to me. I like being able to read board states, and yeah, great stuff.
We have 11 treasures
11
from Manala
treasures, and
passed.
Brandon's untapping.
We passed the turn. I'm going to make sure that they're moving the active player token.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Well, Lauren goes and yells at our feature match players to use the tokens. Make sure you guys are able to see who is the active player a little bit better. All the actions happening, easy to lose track of all the little things you need to track. And that's why tokens are so important. Brandon, either way, untapped, immediately doing a big think. A lot of card advantage engines in play. Both Shorikai and Esper Sentinel able to start to go to work here a little bit. Now that all the mana's unlocked, the cards that Brandon's been drawing and can continue to draw, gonna have an effect on this game after multiple win attempts. Well, one win attempt and one Demonic Tutor that resulted in 11 mana. Resolved can finally play a little bit of catch-up, get a little bit more control of this board state. We'll see where we decide to start. A lot of problems to solve, because even if the game continues for some time, the One Ring actually can start to draw a relevant amount of cards as well. Oh my gosh.
Another
Welcome to
Clone
Town. This is, when people talk about EDH, and CEDH especially, and people talk about bands, they talk about kind of riff-raff, people often point to Dockside, and this is a big part of why. Just look at the impact that just one Dockside has had on the game. It has resulted in something in the order of 30 mana across 3 players, because it's just somebody played it and then it just became Cloneville USA.
It's absolutely insane how in my opinion, format warping Dockside is.
Certainly.
You mold the Dockside, you tutor for Dockside, you clone Dockside, you run crappy clones in case your opponent plays Dockside.
Exactly. I mean, exactly what part of the plan is for the Short Guy deck. Can't play Dockside, but guess what? We're on Dockside number 2.
Yeah.
We've resolved 2 triggers this game.
The blue-white deck has had more Docksides
than any of the red decks.
Yeah.
And both of the red decks have resolved one. Every player that is legally allowed to play Dockside has resolved the trigger.
Incredible.
And the one that hasn't has resolved 2.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at.
Well, yours might be nice. I don't need them in my list because you have them.
Thanks for sharing. I really appreciate that. Well, I actually just don't even want to play the card. I'll choose yours. Thanks. I'll borrow that.
Incredible. Max, I think, whiffed on the blue card. We know they have the Force of Will. They drew from the One Ring in response to the Phyrexia Metamorph.
Yep.
Did not counter it. So
Did
that
not
tells me
counter.
right there, I'm clear.
Yeah, you are in the clear. No interaction, and that's got to be great news for Brandon. It's like I said, these card advantage engines start to go to work. You can start to get control over the game, and now with this burst of mana, you're going to be able to do it.
Bailey did not crack their treasure.
No treasure crack. I love it.
So
we're already in garbage
11,
time.
12, 13,
You do whatever
14,
you
15, 16 treasure, 17 treasure.
I'll tell you this. It's bold for the deck that has all the card advantage engines. It's bold to be in a spot where you're like, you know what? You already have all the cards. Here's all the mana too.
Holy hell. I'd be a little terrified to give my opponent that 11 treasure. Granted, they spent their tutor and their turn playing that spell, but that's a lot of treasure.
2 cards coming from Shork. I didn't get a great look at the discard or the land drop. Land drop looks to be some kind of
Misty
fetch land.
Rainforest.
Misty Rainforest. That one gonna go a Searchin'. No responses from the table. So what are we at? 17, 18. Is that 19? No, those are pilots. Okay, 18 mana.
I mean, do we just rip the... Oh, but there is no humility.
No humility.
So is this a polymorph? Let's look.
I don't know. We can take a look. We got time?
Let's
Let's
take a look
see.
at this list.
Here we go. Let's get... Double check me on the enchantments here. We got Risky Study.
Yeah, we're good there.
No
Counterbalance is
humility.
interesting.
Hullbreaker Horror again. A lot of that card been flying around recently. You want to talk about good clone targets?
Transmute Artifact, Fabricate. I don't see any. We're running Scepter, right? Dramatic Reversal, Isochron Scepter. We have an
We have
Isochron
a
Scepter.
Okay. That must be part of the plan. Really high on counter magic, low on the stacks pieces. We talked about a little bit of like Deafening Silence type stuff, like the Rule of Laws. Really only like Rest in Peace among the mix as far as actual stacks pieces. A lot more reliant on like the creatures and the spells here to get work done.
And we have no polymorph effects to get those based off the pilots. This might be like a win-conless stacks deck that just seeks to...
It's got a Hullbreaker Horror.
It has a Hullbreaker
Not
Horror,
attacks.
yeah. And you can
That's a
lock down the
win-con.
game with a Karn the Great Creator pretty
Sure,
easily.
super fun.
Jeez Louise.
All right. Well, either way, let's see where we're at as we dive back into the game after being in decklist 10. Looks like an offer you can't refuse on the stack, targeting a Force of Will, which is targeting...
The Force of Will.
Teferi Time Raveler.
Teferi Time
They're back
Raveler,
behind
yeah.
with the lands. Yeah, Teferi Time Raveler in a second. Now, Red Blast.
Ooh.
A second piece of interaction.
And it
one we did
resolves.
see. That one's going to resolve. It does require Max to use some of those very valuable treasures if we learned anything from that.
Oh,
trick.
another ring.
The One Ring coming down from Brandon as well. A card that has had a dramatic impact on a lot of 60-card formats, kind of where I'm from. Now looking very impactful in CEDH as well.
I know you don't have to, but I love going, I now have protection from everything.
Sure. I love that it's also just like partly a lie. It's like
Yeah.
you say the words, I have protection from everything. That doesn't stop you from dying.
Right.
You still can just get the Oracle killed. So what's up with that?
Yep.
What's up with that? Such a misnomer.
He said Adnaz in response.
Oh, no.
So Bailey's out of this game. I will say the one out they do have, I think they only have one card now. If they have two,
What is this game? Like, discarding a tutor target to gamble after ad nauseam, just having all those cards, what is the percent on that? Somebody can do that math.
That
and then
sucks.
now we're hitting our consult target
And
off
just
in the top
scooping.
6. And I mean, at least it doesn't matter. The whole deck's in exile.
Yep.
That's what we're doing. We're putting our whole deck in exile. What are the odds of this?
That
What is
sucks.
going on?
I'm trying to think of what the math would be. It's statistically very unlikely,
Yeah, it is.
to
This
say
is
the least.
crazy.
If anyone in chat can do the math, I think there's probably 92 cards left in Bailey's
Yeah,
library.
he's playing like 3 things.
Yeah.
All the cards
On
in
a
the
mold
deck.
of 5.
Just, oh my gosh.
If someone can do that math, Okay, we have a voltaic key.
Is that one good with the One Ring? Can I get an analysis from that? Or
So yeah, being able to untap the One Ring is
Okay.
pretty dang good. Also being able to untap your Shorokai
also
is
really
pretty
strong.
decent.
Okay, I was just I wasn't I'm not used to that card as
Yeah.
much. I don't see that one as much. I really needed the color analysis.
You know Manifold Key though.
No Manifold. There's like another one, right? There's like 3 of these. Are we just on all these
Yeah,
effects? Here we
yeah.
go. Let's do it.
You 60 card boomer.
Look, Voltaic Key, Time Vault. Those are the only 2 I recognize. Everything else is just nonsense. It's lame.
Is it Manifold Key better?
It's way better. Yeah, you like give something unblockable or whatever.
Yeah.
It's broken.
My Ginger Brute, which I can already give unblockable.
Busted.
Yeah.
We can find all this nonsense off Urza's Saga. We're cooking.
So Bailey is blocking. I don't know why you block. I suppose if you somehow think you're in this game.
I mean, it's somewhat free to do. You're still playing.
True.
If you're going to attack me, try to farm Edric cards, like, no.
I suppose if Bailey feels that blocking the Esper Sentinel to kill a draw engine helps them leverage a draw versus a win, that makes sense to try to make your opponents not run away with it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, if nothing else, just like...
We do have a judge call. The Force of Will, they did not lose the 1 life.
That's true as well. Protection does not stop that. In fact, it says on the card, the original one, the prevention effects cannot stop this loss of life. As here comes an attack with 3 creatures at Bailey as well. It looks like Mercurial Spelldancer, Cloud of Fairies, and Edric. Hard to block really any of these. I mean, I guess, yeah, you can... Dockside can block 1. Still 2 cards coming for Luis. A lot of catch-up to play with these card advantage engines, though, as Brandon has really begun to separate himself from the pack here as far as card advantage goes. Really was that key turn for both players to find a win. Didn't. And now, as expected, with this pile of mana, pile of cards, Brandon's really begun to take control of this game. Luis has a lot of work to do with this Edric before we're going to really be able to see them even as a contender as far as the card advantage access goes.
Yep.
Got to take a lot to overwhelm Brandon and his resources.
Max is flirting with death right now, too.
Correct.
With the ring trigger on his upkeep,
Yep.
the vault trigger at his draw step. He's going to is that 2 counters on the 1 ring?
No, it's 1 counter, I believe. We can only tap it once,
Right.
so I don't know how we'd get a second
So he's
counter.
going to 2.
Right. Yeah, thanks to the Mana Vault. If we choose that to tap, we could have tapped it. I don't think that's where we're at, but
Yeah,
we could.
I like the time walk myself.
We're a big time walk fan. Hey, you're only down a mana. It's not a full time walk.
It's a colorless time walk.
Yeah, it's brutal, okay? Well, it's like an anti-time walk.
Yeah.
You know, it's not anyways, whatever.
This is bad beats, though, for Bailey. I still can't get over that.
That's
the
really brutal. You were
statistical.
behind from the jump, put yourself in a position to potentially resolve an ad nauseam and tap 6. And that's really, you talk about CEDH, you talk about, people like to complain that the format's really high variance. I think we've seen that's not the case from very, continually successful players, not just on this circuit, but on others as well. But the games themselves certainly can lend themselves, especially with some of the card dynamics, to that. Because, you're reducing a lot of variance by just the mulligan, all the tutors, all that stuff does a lot to reduce the variance in games. The variance that Demonic Consultation, Gamble, cards like that present, I think make for some really, really interesting games, and we're really seeing that in full effect here, as this game has been a wild one.
Yeah, and I think Max just cast a Worldly Tutor.
On end step, using our last treasure. Okay.
I'm curious what you grab. Maybe a Spell
clone?
Seeker?
I don't know. Is it
clone
more
would be hot.
Dockside
Oh,
time?
baby.
That's the only thing. I mean, that's the best thing by a lot, in my opinion. Phantasmal Image is money. Money
It is
in
money.
the bank.
Yeah. I suppose you can't get there either with just Spell Seeker. I think I'd be looking for a clone if I think, because I did not discard the Demonic Tutor.
Right.
We have the Thorkel in hand.
You know that.
I mean, that's the win.
Sure.
But the missing the land drop, if he's 1 mana short going into his turn, that missing land drop made or break his game.
Correct. I mean, we have 2 more cards we can look at with the winner. Because, it's very likely this is Max's last turn.
Yeah.
I mean, just looking at the board state, looking at the life totals, getting another turn after this upcoming one is a ambitious task.
Yep.
And so, whatever is going to happen, needs to happen now. So we have 2 cards that can come from the One Ring. We have, whatever we can grab off this, and we have 4 cards in the end that need to beat Esper Sentinel and functionally infinite mana from the Shortcut deck. I mean, if Hullbringer Horror is involved, maybe it's not infinite mana, but it's close to functionally infinite.
True.
Brandon's going to be able to play anything that he draws for most of the rest of this game.
Oh, grabbing the Sabertooth.
Sabertooth. Okay, sure. this is a good way to do it. So creature comes into play, can dodge any of the non-creature interaction, things like Fierce Guardianship, like Offer We Can't Refuse, which we've already seen from Brandon. A lot of these negates that get played. Creatures, notably, people like to make the joke they're uncounterable. They're not, but they certainly feel like it sometimes. Not a lot of the counter spells hit creatures, so this is just it's a good bet. Dockside's gonna work. Like if we are able to pick up our Dockside, it's gonna be more than enough mana.
So here's the question I have for you: how do you get past the protection of the One Ring for Shorkai?
I mean, you have infinite mana with Thrasios. You can basically set your deck up however you want. And at that point, I mean, I mentioned how it's ambitious to get another turn. When you have infinite mana to Thrasios, it's not that ambitious anymore.
Hard, though, missing the Born Upon the Wind. Oh, I suppose. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yep.
We just have way more, it takes a lot to overwhelm Brandon's card advantage resources. Draw your entire deck. That'll do it. Plus, there's Final Fortune. So you can just, Final Fortune, you have all your mana untapped too. Although, once again, then you need to find a way around protection. I don't know. That's up to Maxwell to figure out, but I would be shocked if we're not just full garbage time. Here's Snap.
Targeting Dockside.
Something I called out earlier as being a potential now going to come down, and this is huge. Still no second land to untap, but that matters not very much at all with all of these artifacts that are in play. All that matters is another Dockside resolving for Max, and here's Delay. The first of the interaction that we were pretty sure Brandon was going to have. This is actually not that bad for Max, though, because this isn't the Sabertooth, right? This is just the Snap. So maybe this is A, easier to defend, or B, maybe you're just fine getting this countered, and you have enough mana to make the other thing happen. It's going to take a lot of mana, but it's possible.
So he has a colorless mana floating. I think based on how he tapped his mana, he was really banking on this resolving.
I'm inclined to agree as well. But, we got 2 cards coming. It's not that ambitious to try to find an extra, 3 mana or so, especially given Mana Crypt is still in the mix. Or we could fight. We'll see what's going to happen.
Now Max put himself in a position where he's fighting over the Snap using his mana.
Right.
He could have just full sent that Tamir Sabertooth. Granted, we did not know about that.
Yeah, the delay still works against both, so not that much of a punish here.
But I think you're more punished in this position than just playing the Sabertooth.
Right. Maybe. I mean, you have mana left over versus being tapped out.
That's true.
Eldritch Evolution. That one's going to sacrifice the bird. Do we have a clone to go get? If we have a clone to go get, this might just be good enough.
Yep.
And then this Snap actually looks great, because now we can try for 2 things.
Paying for the Rhystic Study.
Wait. What?
Paid for the Rhystic Study with the Eldritch.
I see.
Paid 4 total.
Didn't pay for the Rhystic or the Esper the first go round.
Yep.
Paying for the Rhystic now.
Or paid 1, so it's either the Esper or the Rhystic Study.
Sure. I can't see mana floating necessarily, but...
I am...
All right.
Oh.
And it works. And here's Phantasmal Image. That's going to put a Dockside trigger on the stack right there.
Yep.
Okay. We're cooking.
Okay. That might be it.
I mean, with the Thrasios in your command zone, who knows? Because we talk about not a lot of cards in hand for Max. I mean, this is just so much mana. And now this is where the conversation starts. Because you talk about normally people don't really crack their treasures. We've seen that happen in this game so far. Nobody's cracked any treasures. Bailey is still in this game, but dead.
Yeah, if I'm Bailey, I crack my treasure.
You crack your treasure?
My best out is to deprive my opponents of resources and hope it leads to a draw.
Okay.
So if 10 mana is a lot, especially in a Thrasios deck where you have an outlet for that mana.
Yeah, you have an outlet to spend on that mana.
I'm cracking that treasure faster than that image hits the board. I am not letting my opponent, I'm already losing. They can try to figure out how to win harder.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind that position necessarily. I wonder if there's some kind of gambling point. Can you try to make a pact, even though you're dead or whatever? I'm not cracking if you're not cracking, Brandon, and then see what that buys you. I mean, I don't really know. What Bailey's out here is tough because I mean you're dead to a draw step.
I think if I'm Bailey though, I have no benefit to.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know what Bailey's composition of the deck is, right? Well, I don't actually know. There could be something that keeps Bailey in this game. Maybe there's a Thoracle in hand or whatever.
True.
I don't know.
Well, you would have no opportunity to cast it.
True as well. No, we didn't. We made all the mana passed, and we wouldn't have wanted to play it until post Nas and all that kind of stuff. So not really, but yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
at this point,
behind.
Yeah.
And it looks like Brandon didn't crack all the treasures. I mean, I don't know how many is left. I think it's 2.
Yeah.
All right, so that makes 2, 4. I don't know what kind of conversation was had here, but there certainly had to be a conversation about how many cards from Thrasios can we afford to give Max here.
Yep.
And it looks like the answer is 2.
Well, Max just wins, right? You play the Sabertooth and then...
Maybe. There's a Rhystic still in the mix. Mana up for Luis. Maybe couldn't really counter the Eldritch Evolution knowing there's a Sabertooth in the chamber.
Oh, actually, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I know what Bailey's doing. I saw the one card in Bailey's hand. It's a Brain Freeze.
Oh, we're Sabretooth Brain Freeze everyone?
So I think, yeah, he's going to let the... Oh, Max led with Thrasios.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, get your stuff on the line, represented at least.
So you put the stuff on the stack, and then, bam, hit you with the Brain Freeze.
Okay, that could create a really interesting position where it's like, yeah, we're all dead.
Yeah.
And maybe Max is dead right away. And here's subtlety. You want to talk about Team Sabretooth being hard to counter? Subtlety's going to take care of it.
And then can mill with the Brain Freeze to just not deal with it in response to a Thrasios activation.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Wow, what is happening? I mean, we can like Thrasios activate, but then we don't have the mana to recast it.
Yeah.
Even though we just made 12 mana off Dockside.
And I'll say this because like Max is a friend of mine. We're in similar play groups. I really think that this was very poor sequencing.
Okay,
on Max's
really?
end.
You've not liked Maxwell sequencing all game.
I feel like he's punted the win twice.
Okay.
I truly feel, and like...
Strong stance to take?
Yeah, no,
Sell me.
I feel Max has been in a position where you could do the cool and interesting thing or the safe thing, and both times he opted for the cool and interesting thing and was punished for it.
I like a lot of the sequencing from this turn. I like the snap into Eldritch.
Really?
Because if Eldritch clears, it's very likely your Sabretooth clears.
Yeah.
And, like, you basically get to go for it twice that way.
That's fair.
I don't know, maybe if you get punished if you get the snap Dockside, cast Dockside, then your Dockside gets subtlety. That's where maybe I could see you getting punished, but it didn't happen.
True.
And I actually like being able to go for 2 instead of 1. If he's trying for Sabretooth this turn, delay, bam.
True,
Screwed.
that's true. That's true.
Here, we did put ourselves in a position where this is a winning position. If this Sabretooth happens, the table needed something extra. And that's something we were talking about, and gonna be hard to do with Sabretooth, right? Like, that's a really promising position.
Yeah.
The subtlety is really punishing, though.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, a card we don't see much in CEDH at all, looking incredible here.
Of course, the Edric players playing it too makes so much sense to have that attacker that can do something else.
Right, yeah, flying attacker. I mean,
Yeah.
God, if you can play for 4 mana, you're just cooking on all
Yeah,
cylinders.
it's amazing.
You're just cooking.
Yeah, even flashing that in feels great.
There's still some conversation happening here. Max, I can't imagine there's much left in the tank, but there was some draws that happened off One Ring.
Yep.
There were some draws that happened off of, like, just draw for turn. And the question maybe is, what draws off Thrasios even matter?
Right.
Like, if you hit Fierce, if you hit whatever, do those cards even work?
Right.
Like, does that get you anywhere?
I do want to add Subtlety and a Shawnee Miller staple.
Oh, is it in a Shiny Miller staple?
Shawnee loves that card.
A Jamaican dude
Jamaican
special.
dude special.
Well, Luis putting it to good work here
Yeah.
as well.
Shawnee's there like, yo.
Control Witch, he's got to be absolutely beside himself. The Shurikai is looking very promising on his board, and Subtlety's going to work.
Subtlety resolved.
All right, resolved, evoked. That card hits the bin. And now, it looks like Team Sabretooth on top. And we were just talking about, I'm not optimistic about chances of getting a turn. Here's the Demonic Tutor. Been in hand since the Ad Nauseam. What matters for 3 mana here?
For 3 mana?
I mean, how many more Docksides can we do? We've already done
console.
Tesla.
Yes, Historical in hand. Oh, the console's gone.
The console's gone.
Oh,
Tainted
Breach?
Pact? Underworld. Okay, what would Underworld Breach do? Snaps out in the graveyard that matters here.
Yeah, but you go down to 1 mana?
The gamble is.
Oh, gamble for the LED.
Okay, yeah, that might do it.
Yeah.
But you're still feeding a Ristic this whole time.
That's true.
That's a tough proposition, and there's also a One Ring still active.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, this has been a long turn.
I think a lot of people
It's been a long
did.
turn.
Okay, so we did grab the Breach,
All
and
right.
it looks like he's casting the
Breach
Breach.
has to be the best card by a lot.
He has 1 mana.
1 mana.
Now it's maybe good that Bailey didn't hit him with the Brain Freeze.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if he did the Brain Freeze, I mean, he's Demonic Tutor. You would wait until a draw happens or anything like that. Anyway.
Yeah.
And Brain Freeze might still be good here. Like, there's a chance that, like, a draw happens at some point and you need to freeze him out or whatever.
Yep.
But it is, Bailey's Brain Freeze had the potential to look really incredible underneath Team Sabretooth. Not going to work underneath Underworld Breach.
So it looks like Breach did resolve, or maybe they're discussing it. Max?
Yeah, I think we're talking about what's in the graveyard. It looks like it's resolved, and we are escaping
resolve.
Gamble right away. Triggeristic, Luis on top of that. This game has been insane. How many win attempts from Max this turn?
2 to 3 easy.
Yeah, like easily 2 to 3 after a failed Ad Nauseam. It just shows how much that extra turn matters.
Incredible.
Having all that extra mana.
Oh
my gosh, underneath. With this gamble on this stack, going for the Underworld Breach with Cyclonic Rift, going to tax Max's mana, Luis getting a card for the trouble as well.
Holy hell.
What is this game?
I think that's the really difficult part in like playing against a blue-white deck or a green-blue deck. they have to leverage their lack of colors with more abilities to control the way the game goes, right?
Right.
And this, I think, if this Psych Rift resolves, this locks in. Oh,
Well,
you can't cast that for free.
Yeah, we can't. Wait, I think that might have been from hand.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I think that came from hand.
Okay.
And that's going to work. Here's Guardianship backup this whole time?
Oh, that was hit off the Adnos.
Right. Yeah, that was off
I
Adnos
forgot
all the time
about
ago.
it.
That's why we played the Thrasios, used their mana. Look at that. You were hating on the sequencing.
I know.
Look at this.
I was wrong.
Look at this.
I was very wrong.
And Max going to maybe have a win attempt here as Gamble now going to very likely go find LED. That might be the last choke point.
Yeah.
If we don't have something that like Exiles or Answers Breach or whatever, if we had an answer for Breach, we probably would have gone for it again here. But if we don't have something here right now off this LED, Ristic Study's going to draw a card. That might be the last of the looks we have that matter.
This should lock it in, unless someone can counter the LED. But even if, if it hits the yard, though,
we can just escape it again.
Escape it
so
again.
You need to like exile, something like Mind Break Trap, force a negation.
I'm a little scared though still with the Ristic Study. It's not Max's game 100%, but it's really in his favor.
Right, yeah. I mean, Max, the
Card
thing is,
one
nothing
getting
else
discarded.
matters.
Thorkel
hits the pin.
I don't know how many cards he has left in graveyard.
I don't either, but I mean, this is just LED. I mean, we got to keep LED. So that's just great. We don't have to escape the LED. No, we don't have to escape the LED.
Oh, that's
and
true.
You get the card from your hand that's not whatever, it goes in your turn.
That is true.
And this Gamble's going to hit the bin as well. Likely going to need to cast that one more time.
I think so.
There is LED. That will trigger Ristic Study. Draw happens. Here it is. Luis needs to have something big here. Force a negation, Mind Break Trap. All these the important ones. Another bounce spell for Underworld Breach could come up as well.
And Audawara even? I guess he doesn't have the...
doesn't have enough legends yet. Only got one.
I'm curious if you're Bailey, do you cast the Brain Freeze targeting yourself just to have a draw on the Ristic Study?
I would.
I would. You're losing anyway.
I'm a big Cast My Spell fan, you know that. I'd Brain Freeze myself, and probably Brandon. He has so many like card advantages, it's just like milling his deck might come up.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't have any win cons, okay, mill you. Like, you know, that kind of thing.
Right. Oh, true. I don't know if the shortcut player is going, hey, I don't have a win con in this deck, though.
I mean, probably not, but I mean, you have to imagine shortcut doesn't have that many anyway.
Yeah.
It's not like they have a Breacher feeding.
Okay, Bailey touched their mana. I think that is indicating a conversation.
Yeah, a lot of conversation.
Yeah.
And we see pointing from Brandon. I think Bailey may have indicated he can cast a spell. Reaching for mana, really thinking about casting it. I mean,
you have to.
You don't have to. There's a lot of people that would push back on that.
Really?
Trust me. As someone that fights the good fight on that one.
I'm a you have to kind of guy.
Oh, Bailey is also you have to kind of guys. We see the reveal of Brain Freeze. Is he casting this?
Oh, yep.
Yeah, he sure is. There's a card coming. I think we're thinking about targets here. Who to target? I like just targeting Brandon with all of them.
Wow.
Oh no, we're just revealing our hand, and there's nothing. And
Max
Underworld Breach
wins.
is going to win the game.
Max
you go
wins.
get Gamble, you go get Brain Freeze, and then you have the Thoracle already rolled up. Thoracle wins.
Why conceive though? I mean, there is the Ristic Study though.
Yeah, there's a Ristic Study. I mean, you might just be at the spot that you don't have any cards left that matter. That might not be true, but there was a lot of game that happened. There was an Nauseam that resolved. A lot of cards went to the graveyard.
Very
You might
true.
just not be able to fight through that no matter what sequence. I trust these players to know their decks well
Yeah,
enough.
100%.
Have to imagine that there's no reasonable, foreseeable out, and the player's just going to roll it up and get a little bit freshened up before the next round.
Awesome.
An incredible game from all parties. I mean, wild from the start. Looks like Max had kind of chucked it after the gamble, was able to put multiple win attempts on the stack in one turn after tutoring a card that looked like it was only going to be one, right? Like it was like a 4-mana creature, that's one attempt. No, how about Snap, Eldritch Evolution, then the Demonic Tutor we knew about.
And
all
then
this stuff
Breach.
mattered. Yeah, and then the Fierce that we kept in hand didn't discard, able to play Thrasios because of the Phantasmal Image, which, you know, once again, we can talk about how the clones mattered that game. Certainly shaped the texture of that entire game. After that dock set on turn 1, which we were kind of questioning to begin with just the dockside pass, it looked like you were going to get full punished for that. Max, despite all this stuff that we were questioning, we were thinking through, didn't understand, able to pull out a win in the end, thanks to just overwhelming the resources at the table.
With the tightest of mana, he had no mana floating.
Yeah, nothing left.
With that gamble.
No interaction left.
Yep.
No, I mean, at that point, we knew everything. We had all the information, nothing left, used every single resource, able to pull it out. An impressive run from Max, looking good potentially to make the elimination rounds with this win. Remember, wins worth a lot more in these events than they are normal because of the multiplayer nature.
That might have secured it. I'm going to go grab him, do his winner interview.
All right, we'll
I'll
go
be
grab
right
him.
back.
We'll be right back with Max, which I don't know if he prefers Maxwell or Max. Gonna ask him on the air, but either way, an impressive win, no matter which way you slice it. that was round 6 here. We're going to do a player's interview, and then we are going to take probably a slight break. That round was pretty long. Take a brief break. We're back with round 7, which will be the final round before they cut to top 16. You're going to start to see some elimination matches. You're going to start to see real money be played for. Impressive stuff from players all around.
We have Max.
Max, Eminence. I won't say like affiliate. I don't want to get any rigged comments, but certainly impressive sequencing. So I want to talk about this. This is a wild game.
Yes.
I think you can agree to that. Everybody at the table will agree to that. Wild game on all fronts, from discarding to your gamble target to gamble.
Yep.
Wow. And then Bailey dying from top 6 after playing like 4 cards or whatever.
Yeah.
It's demonic consultation. So walk me through your plan from the jump. You had a plan. You played Dockside on turn 1, made a bunch of mana. Walk me through your head, your thought process as you're playing that game, especially through the first couple turns.
All right, so I saw my opening hand and I didn't have Dockside in it, so it wasn't that good.
Okay.
So I was just gonna like land, Signet, Bird, pass with a tap mana bolt and just like try and grind some advantage, get some Thrasios. My 2 opponents are on 4, so I'm not as worried. So I go to my turn. My other opponent goes like turn 2, 2 rocks, no land, or 3 and an Esper Sentinel.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, this is a mana positive Dockside, so I'm just gonna jam, hold up 4 mana, and then try and Naws on my next turn because my opening hand also had the Naws in it.
Okay, so you had the Nas. All right.
Yeah, so there was a payoff if I found a second land, which I did end the game with 1 land in play.
Yeah, what was up? We were sitting there like, did you forget the land drop? You just didn't
There
hit any
was
lands.
no land
Yeah, you
drop.
didn't hit any lands.
Yeah, that entire Naws had no land in it.
Yeah, wild. A
Almost
wild
no
ad
zero
nauseam.
drops,
All your 3 drops.
everything.
No
On my
lands.
5 drop, my 1 ring. The 1 ring saved me though because it dug me deeper. So I just like sculpted for protection after I like fell 1 mana short. I had a line technically that wasn't as safe. I could have gone for Breach LED and just like had perfect mana, but nothing to back it up. And then I was 1 mana off using the D-Tutor, 1 colored source off using the D-Tutor to go get the Thoracle or the
You're talking about after the ad nauseam resolve, correct? Yeah, that was a big thing that Lauren was kind of talking through, and that we were both kind of talking through, kind of at the same time you were, is, Demonic Tutor, what can we grab? My mind immediately went to like a Final Fortune effect. Final Fortune, go for it in an extra with all your mana. He was like immediately like, whatever, go for some mana, play your Soul Ring, and like you can do it all that way. Going for Gamble was something that surprised them, kind of surprised me as well. We didn't know about it. And you ultimately ended up discarding Demonic Consultation and being in a tight spot.
It was really just, I wanted to use the D-Tutor to go get that because that's like the easiest A plus B.
Right.
I wanted to play it in the fewest spells possible. The problem was, like I said, I was 1 colored pip off. I had exactly enough mana, but it wasn't enough colored mana. Right. So there was no way for me to, unless I went for the Breach line, to have the ability to use the D-Tutor. Which arguably, hindsight, I was like, I didn't understand how I got another turn at that point. Or
We were sitting there like, I'm not optimistic about you getting another turn. And you did.
Yeah, and I did somehow. Like the one ring saved me because I had just enough mana to like Soul Ring to play the 1 ring and pass. Got protection for the turn, and then just fought through a ton of interaction or everything at that table to try and go. I made 2 win attempts in that final round.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I want to talk about that final turn a little bit too as we kind of close out this. You, in the turn, search up Teamer Sabretooth, right? Yeah. Everybody at the table, including us in the booth, were like, okay, Sabretooth, that works. You get to go for the Sabretooth win. You didn't know about it at the time, but we knew about a Bailey's brain freeze. Like, that could get a little sticky. Yeah. But whatever, we're like, okay, that's an attempt. Like, we're not sure what you could assemble, but that's an attempt. Going into your turn, going for the snap, that's something that we immediately were kind of talking about. Okay, the snap's a little risky, not a creature, that kind of conversation. It ended up pulling out the delay, which would have hit the Sabretooth if you just went for that. Correct. Lined up great for you, I'd argue. And you were able to go for, like, snap, and then into Eldritch Evolution, go grab Phantasmal Image. I want to talk a little bit about your thinking in that turn, because you could have grabbed the Phantasmal Image with the Worldly Tutor to begin with. You could have had that second Dockside there. Talk me through Sabretooth, how it played into your multiple win attempts in that final turn.
The Sabretooth, so creatures are basically uncounterable in this format, right? There's like 3 counterspells in every deck that can hit a creature. So I've already seen some of those. I already saw the Force of Will, so I felt more comfortable going for a creature-based win because my commander is the outlet for the Sabretooth mana with Dockside. And like baiting that counterspell out with the snap, like I knew that was going to happen. But, like Magical Christmas Land, if that resolves, I'm like super winning. You can't stop me at that point.
Yeah.
But the delay getting out of his hand to let the rest of my turn go like uninhibited, and I could still win from that point. It was a little shitty when the Sabertooth got subtlety.
Yeah, the subtlety looked wild.
That felt rough, but then I'm just like, okay, well, I'm either going to win or I'm going to die, so I still had a backup line that I was thinking about for the Breach LED.
Yeah.
So
and that was great. Cleaned it all up, and you were able to even have the Fierce. You were able to make enough mana, and I don't know what the conversation looked like around the cracking the treasures when you made your dockside, but they gave you just enough mana. I mean, at the end you had no mana floating. They gave you exactly enough mana by not cracking all their treasures or whatever to be able to play Thrasios and have that Fierce up.
So at that point, the Anala player is playing for a draw.
Right.
So they're threatening to brain freeze to draw the table. I told them kindly, if you crack your treasures, and I will move phases, so you have no mana to brain freeze. So they left their 2 treasures, and the other player decided to also leave 2 treasures. Why, I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I don't know what the conversation looked like, but that I mean, it gave you exactly enough mana. So I have to imagine there was a mistake somewhere if they gave you enough mana to pull out a win.
I think it's appropriate for the Anala player to leave their 2 treasures.
Okay.
I don't know what was in the Shorkai player's hand that he wanted to leave up the 2 mana like that. That doesn't necessarily make sense to me, but it is what it is. Then again, I don't know if he used that mana for delay or not, but I wasn't paying attention at that point.
I believe the delay happened immediately, so that happened prior to the cracking charges.
Yeah.
But I mean, no matter, either way, you were able to pull it out. You had exactly enough mana, and that's just CEDH sometimes. Last question I kind of have before you can kind of go get back and get ready for the final round.
Yeah.
You brought Thrasios File Smasher to this event, a deck that we haven't seen as much, especially as CEDH kind of seems to be moving in its metagame progression. We see a lot more Rogside in this event than we've seen before. We've seen a lot more control decks, Tally and Shorkai. You just played against one of those. Talk to me about your deck selection, your position for the tournament, kind of your mindset. Is it just something you like, or was there a target here? Talk to me a little about your deck, and then we can let you go.
So I was a Tibet player for a long time, got very frustrated because I felt like that deck just can't close out anymore.
Right.
Its wins don't win in turns. It doesn't put instant wins on the stack. It's only AB historical console. And I got tired of it, but I don't like playing Smooth Brain. I don't like playing Kinnan. TNK.
Smooth Brain, huh?
So, and then my friend Jorman, Twang, he played Thrasios File Smasher at Festival Nights.
Okay.
He's a close friend of mine. We're in the same neighborhood, and that deck just looks sweet. Corvold has a shit ton of wins that just piles into a deck. It's like WinCon Tribal, and this deck takes advantage of that because all creature wins are basically uncounterable in this format.
Yeah, very hard.
So it adds blue to that and gives an outlet with Thrasios, and you get to just abuse Dockside. These cards are broken. Dockside is...
We saw that for sure, all the clones.
Dockside's abysmal to have to play against, and I got really tired of not playing it, so I'm like, all right, I'm just going to...
Smart. Smart. Get Dockside in my deck.
Yeah, I've been playing more of a turbo version of this list, but I think with what the meta is shifting with Control Winner and probably what is mid-range spring, I'm probably going to slow this deck a little down.
Planning
a little
all the
bit.
seasons out. Okay.
I'm missing... I would like Seedborn Muse for some grindier games, and I think Displacer Kitten adds some lines here. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's two to three cards that can make that deck more consistent to handle late games. Because Rogside doesn't like the late game, right? That's its downfall. And this deck wants to emulate what Rogside does, but needs more pieces.
Yeah.
So it's a little more.
A little more resilient with the creature stuff. Can get through a little bit more of the counter magic, like we saw you do actually in that game. That mattered a lot. These creatures being hard to counter, exactly what you just called out. Rewarded immediately on screen. So and with your tournament record so far, I can't speak to any kind of standings, anything like that, but you're certainly still in it. I don't know what your last run has to look like, but you have had a great run so far. An awesome, exciting win there.
This will be 4 major event top 16s back to back with this deck if I do this.
You're sick.
Yeah, Mox Masters and Open Invitational and Path to Peak were all top 16s on this list.
New face, and hey, maybe this is also your opportunity to punch your ticket to the TopDeck Invitational on the first Platinum event, on the biggest stage, biggest paper event that has existed in Paper CEDH so far. A lot on the line for you, and I mean, obviously a streak you got to keep going. So impressive stuff. Congrats on your win. I will let you get back to it and get your break in for next round. Thank you, Max. Thanks for talking to us. All right, I have lost Lauren. I do not know where my co-commentator is. I assume he's in the mix somewhere talking to the players. But as I said before, Max, impressive win there. That was round 6. There are 7 rounds before top 16. At the cut to top 16, you'll have the semifinals and finals. So we have 3 more rounds if you make it all the way to the finals after this today. That means 3 more rounds of Magic for you to watch. But that is the end of this round. So with that, I am going to close it down. and we will be back for round number 7, the last round of Swiss, here very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Are we still live?
Yeah. All right, everybody, welcome back to the 7th and final round of our 8K here at the TopDeck Expo. Like I said, this is the last round. After this will be a cut to top 16, and then, of course, your final pod. And a lot on the line for these players. Your first qualification to the TopDeck Invitational. And of course, $2,000 first prize cash. And of course, there's very valuable points to those people looking to make it to the Invitational over the course of the year. Great way to start your season and your points grind, if you will, off on the right foot. Like I said, a lot on the line here for these players. This pod certainly playing for a seat in the final breakdown, and a lot of decks that you will have certainly seen before if you follow Tournament CEDH at all. I'll say killer roster of commanders and decks that have really shown themselves as the CEDH metagame is developed, as the tournament metagame is developed. Sometimes people like to separate those. I kind of think they're the same. These decks are decks you see over and over again, but, you know, maybe sometimes different configurations, and specifically in the case of someone like Malcolm, he's someone I want to highlight, and you're going to be seeing very shortly. He's someone that kind of defines the archetype. He's someone that is out here grinding every single week, week in and week out, and we see some people succeed with Sisei on the same level, but really no one with the same consistency.
Right.
Really defining the archetype and treading ground with cards that we've never seen before. Every single week, it's like, oh, yeah, check it out. Here's this new Planeswalker combo that's better in this spot. And it's like, okay, sure, man. Like, just truly a master of his craft, and someone I am very excited to see in action here.
He's always tinkering with the list. Always, if you compare all his top lists, they're always like way different from each other.
Yeah.
Just like another like hero from Rip and Ship from New York.
Okay.
We got some big hitters here. We got the South, Wyatt Smith. We got Las Vegas, Sergio, Victor.
Well, not well, you know.
I don't know where Victor's from.
The
And then Malcolm from New York.
You suddenly got it all rolled up. Close enough. Across the United States.
They're all playing good decks. So
Sure. I mean, yeah, we've seen. I mean, last pod we saw a very different texture than what we're going to see this pod. We saw like control deck really kind of start things off, and then creatures really end up mattering. Very different texture from what we're going to see in this pod, I think. And we can of course dive into that once we get down to the players. But
for sure,
anytime there's a wrong side in the pod, and you can maybe attest to this a little bit, there is pressure on the game to do things that matter other than just develop in the first few turns.
Right.
You can't just spend your turns tapping out to put mana engines in play. You're just going to die. We've seen that
lose
over and over again. It's been talked about. Rockside can prevent, with the mana generation from Rograk, and all the powerful Grixis cards you've come to know and love, can present multiple wins in the face of draw engines that are clunky. So we're going to see a very different texture. Even if the game does devolve into a late game, it's going to be very different from what we've seen even before. And that's kind of what's interesting about CEDH is the texture of your games isn't just defined by your archetype, but the archetypes that other people play as well.
And I mean, in this pod, we have Evo, Roxai, Kinnan, and Sisay. The bottom half of that table they're not highly interactive unless like they drop an impactful stacks piece early on, or like something to slow them down. So I really expect the stack wars to be happening in the top half of the table.
Right.
But I wouldn't count Evo out. It's actually pretty fast. I know Wyatt had a turn 1 win earlier in this tournament as well. So like, don't count it out.
What people say.
Hal always says that this deck is like almost as fast as Roxai, but not exactly.
Sure. I mean, anytime you're talking about the color red, you have the ability to, whatever, put Dockside in play, make a bunch of mana, have some explosive turns. Green cards allow you to find it. That's the recipe we've seen across a lot of the green decks that exist in this format. Having that flexibility to have those creature tutors, find Dockside, explode from there. That's really where a lot of your speed comes from. So
right.
I don't doubt that Evo certainly looking to leverage some of those aspects as well in this game. And of course, I talked about this before. We can get down to the match whenever you want, but Mulligan's going to be an important part of any game of CEDH. And especially when you're talking about playing at the highest level, like these players are. There's a lot on the line here. We talk about it over and over again. Last round of Swiss, playing to get your elimination rounds, a ton on the line for every single player here. And as a result, there's a lot of pressure in your opening hands. And that is even more doubled down on.
I want to add, we have an interesting storyline with this, too. 3 of the players wanted to draw. Malcolm was the only one who wanted to play.
Yeah, I think he needs it. He needs to win 2 today.
So
Ooh, pair
A
down.
bit of drama before the game right now.
Yeah.
Oh, little pair down action. I did not know. Congratulations. You get updates from our floor coverage. Yeah, there is a single player. That's a nice screen grab. There's a single player looking to not draw, which can't draw. So that's tough, and that's the position you end up in. I mean, I've had that happen in 1v1 tournaments. Happens here as well. Might have an interesting, maybe, effect on the politics in this game. I don't want to make any kind of accusations, lay any kind of groundwork for anything.
So
but,
I know 3 of these players.
Okay.
I know the top half. Now that they're playing, they're gonna be like, well, then I want the first seed. So let's rumble. Let's go.
Right, yeah, I mean, Malcolm, interestingly, I would absolutely take the draw from the 4th seed if I could. Like, the fact of the matter is he can't.
Exactly.
Like, he can't. So, a lot of pressure on Malcolm and in a tough spot to start things off. And especially with Roxai going second. I mean, you talk about Evo being able to be explosive as well in the first seat. I'd love to talk about this now. Who do you like? Would you rather be the Evo player, the Roxai? Do you think Sisay can eke it out if some card advantage engines come down?
So,
who do you want to be in this spot?
Who do I want? Honestly, all I don't want to be is the Kinnan. Okay. So I'm going to be real, because this is Big Flip's Kinnan, and I feel like whatever you flip into could throw the game into any which direction for any of these players. I think if you're Malcolm, you need to win this game. What you want to happen is that the top half of the table, they fight each other, they stop each other. Kinnan puts down a Void Winnow or something. I'm not sure. And then yeah, exactly. Something crazy that's just gonna hose the top half. And then you're playing Sisay. You don't care. You do your activations. You win the game. That's how you're gonna win the game as Malcolm here. As the Evo player here, you have to watch out for the Roxai, but you're also in first seed, so if you get a pretty nutty hand, like a turn 2, turn 3 with some interaction that you can stop Roxai or even Kinnan from doing anything, you keep that and you're just going to send it. It's not like the bottom half of the table is going to interact with you anyways. I would just be looking out for what Roxai is mulling to, and then likewise I would be, if I'm Sergio, I'm looking to see what Wyatt is mulling to as well to kind of determine what I'm doing this
what
game.
Hand size, that's going to affect who's the threat, right? When you're talking about, okay, I'm on a mull to 4, I'm not that much of a threat. This kind of stuff matters. And Mulligans, you can start the politics from turn 0. You can start politicking and be like, all right, there's a Roxai in second, they got 7 cards, they're a threat. Or if they're at 4 cards, like, okay, well maybe you don't need that much. That can inform your Mulligan decisions, things like that. I talk a little bit about kind of making teammates in CEDH games. And to me, it seems if you're Malcolm or if you're Victor, right? You said both these decks, they're kind of clunky, kind of slow, trying to put big creatures in play. to me that speaks that they're on the same team.
Right.
Like I kind of feel like whatever you can do to kind of work with like Victor, both being lower in seed order and looking to kind of resolve the same plan. You would love to make this a two-player game if possible.
Exactly.
So either getting like multiple stacks pieces out, like to the extent of maybe even being like, hey, I can stop this if you can stop this. Those are the kinds of conversations I could see happening, especially from some savvy players like these that are going to be able to leverage politics. You have to if you want to succeed at a high level in CEDH. That's proven over and over again. I think those two players might be able to form a little bit of an ally, allyship here.
For sure.
In this pod.
I think if this game goes long, I would like to probably give it to Sisse or Wyatt to kind of take this game, because he can, in the Evo game plan, like sure, it's fast, but like you can kind of chill. You have a lot of different A plus B combos and whatnot to just win the game. You're probably chilling. If I'm Sergio right now, honestly, I might consider like an early wheel, just disrupt the whole table, throw them off their game, and then you can just win from there. No one's going to be able to stop you after that.
Right. I mean, certainly, I think, especially when you're talking about decks like Sisse especially, they care about very specific pieces. Like, they have a lot of nonsense in their deck.
Exactly.
Here's Nickel Bolus,
Gemstone.
multiple gemstones to start things off right. Blue cards pitched to both. We got Mental Misstep from Sergio and Rapid Hybridization from the Kinnan player. All right, well, that's a good way for Victor to start things off a little better. I mean, Kinnan already looking to be a turn one play. Mana up to interact on turn one, as here is Boseiju Who Endures as the first land from Wyatt. Normally a card you see used for its channel ability. Played as the first land. Maybe speaks to a low land count hand.
Yeah, so that's out off the table. One less thing to play around.
Yeah, sure. A very hard card to play around on average, too. One of the big draws, the green, I'd argue.
Yeah, like, it kills the Basalt, kills the Breach. We're chilling. And we know he doesn't have any better colors in his deck if that's his first land that he's playing.
Absolutely, exactly. Yeah. Blood Crypt, going to be the play from Sergio. Going to use that for a Soul Ring.
Okay,
3 mana already. This could be the wheel setup that you were talking about. Could also be, a host of things, right? Risk Exile, like 3 is kind of the magic number we were talking about. Impactful turn on plays. Here's the Rog. That's spell 2. Mindbreak Trap's going to be online for anything played after
and
this.
Just pass the turn.
Over to Kinnan we go.
All right, so just developing our mana. I don't know. Are we just looking for a fast Nas here? Like what's going on?
I'm sus. I'll say that. Roxai kept a very...
He exiled the Misstep, so he doesn't want that protection. And we know that...
Misstep's the worst card in your hand. I think that says something about your hand.
And then Evo here just dropping the green land and passing. We know they're probably going to maybe Worldly for Dockside.
Yeah, gotta be some kind of tutor, right? Yeah. There's no other way that makes sense. As here is a very quick fetch with Wooded Foothills. Have to imagine it's going to find a Trop. It sure will. And Simic Signet
coming
choosing
down.
To play that over
just set up.
Good card with Kinnan.
It is. But this is also a dream scenario for Rogside right now. Your opponents are kind of your opponent's just tapping out. Nothing's happening. Like I think you're big chilling right now. No, you can guess that no one has anything.
Maybe. I mean, Wyatt could have any range of things. Like a very unimpressive turn one from the first seat player. Have to imagine there's got to be some combination of interaction tutor, stuff like that. And they get a turn before you do. So we'll see exactly what happens with that. As Savannah found off Marsh Flats from Malcolm.
I don't even think this Dockside is good right now. Maybe we're banking on Kinnan and Rogside to drop a bunch of rocks. And
that's something I want to speak to as well. I have played in pods with actual, specifically Malcolm playing his Sisse deck. I've also played against a lot of Kinnan in the tournaments I've played. Something I noticed off the jump when I played Rogside into these kinds of decks, your Docksides are worse and your fishes don't get fed.
Yep.
There's just a bunch of just creatures, and like your Dockside makes 2. You're like, okay, whatever, yay. And like your fish gets fed like once, and you paid 3 mana for it or whatever. Like, when people talk about these cards, how broken they are, yes, they are. But that's part of the power of these slower decks like Kinnan and Sisse, who've had some good starts. And Esper a great start from Malcolm. Yeah, the 4th-seed player being the first play at Engine. We'll see what the response is. It's going to be Tainted Pact from Sergio. A loud statement about what next turn's going to look like for them as a colorless floating there. Get the token out. A lot of conversation here about, is that good to resolve? Thumbs up from everybody.
Yeah, it's happening.
Okay.
Looks like it's just a value Tainted Pact if we're thinking about the Mystical Tutor.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. A tutor for a tutor when you can't cast it seems unexciting. Mox Opal the second flip. Doesn't want that. No plunge.
I think we're just looking for action.
Sure. I mean, Tainted Pact is action, kind of doing the forbidden tutor thing. Now, here's the question. Are you still willing to consider a wheel?
Yes. I think I take the first piece of action here.
Anything at all? Okay.
Yeah. Unless I have like
Deadly Rollick in the face of all these creatures. You interested in that?
No, not with how slow this is. I think because this is so slow, I'm just like, I'm just looking to win on my next turn.
Sure. Yeah. You're just hungry.
Yeah.
You're hungry. Let me get that win. I mean, At the point at which Kennen plays a Simic Signet on turn 1, do you think maybe they just got interaction rolled up? Like, they're not even playing scared or anything. Like, you're just like, okay,
No,
like, not even going to represent fears. Like,
I think that's how that big flip deck works. You sit parasitically, and then next turn you can drop Kennen, and then by turn 3 there's like something crazy on the board.
Sure. Yeah, I hope there's something big and large. Still going. A lot of deck being guys. A lot of mana.
A lot of mana is gone.
Nox Opal is passed. There goes Mox Amber.
Lot
it's
of
a lot of
mana
the free
is
mana.
gone.
Nas is getting worse as we're flipping
There's
here.
a piece of action if you have the land.
Berkey could definitely count.
But you've also just gotten rid of a lot of mana.
Yeah, you just got rid of a bunch of the zeros. There goes Daze. There's Mystic Remora.
I would hate to stop here. I would hate to stop here. This is 3 creature decks. No one's feeding this. Oh no.
Oh, please don't take. I mean, the problem is you've gone through so much of your deck too, though. Is like, what point do you cut your losses?
Right.
You're like, Rockside can exile a lot of its deck willy-nilly, and it looks like that's exactly what we're
there.
gonna do. We
Yeah.
stop the fish. Maybe.
We're
maybe.
Yeah, we're banking on gets to the Kennen's player's turn, and they want to drop their mana rocks. That's how that deck works. Like, you need to develop all your mana rocks. If you want to attack that deck, you either kill the Kennen twice because it's so easy to recast, or you attack their mana.
Right.
A way to attack their mana is to just play Mystic Remora and draw like 8 cards.
Draw cards off their mana. That makes a lot of sense. It's here, Simeon Spirit Guide. That was going to be used for red. Play Rite of Flame. Dockside going to be
for
play
3.
For 3, thanks to Esper Sentinel adding 1 more to the mix. Mana positive now. We mentioned kind of unimpressive. Even actually more unimpressive than the one we saw on turn 1 just last round.
Right.
Here we see the first Dockside here coming on turn 2.
And
the
One
Ring. The follow-up.
Okay.
A strong follow-up, I'd argue, especially in the face of a Mystic Remora that could potentially be coming down. Getting this one up under it guarantees basically that you're just going to be better off as the turns progress than the Mystic Remora player. There's a lot of pressure on Sergio.
If this game's going long now, I don't know. Mystic Remora was not the piece of action I would have picked there.
I mean, the problem is you've been through so much of your deck. How much more of your mana can you exile and still have a good chance for your other payoff to work?
I think you just look for maybe Necro or something there. I don't know.
Sure. I mean, but at what point is Necro not going to because their mana's gone? Yeah, it's just so many problems. Here is the Mystic Remora. I made a claim. I think the card's kind of unimpressive in the face of Sisay and Kennen. Kennen's already gotten a mana rock out, in fact. And it looks like Malcolm might be drawing a card off of... Yep. Esper Sentinel going to go ahead and get a card. Follow-up for Sergio.
Signet.
Going to be a Talisman. Good follow-up.
Dockside's getting fed.
Well, the Dockside already came down.
Yeah. Well, the other one.
Sure. I mean, look, at some point, you got to get on the board. As we go back to Victor in the Kennen deck. Now, this turn looks to be a pretty juicy just Kennen go turn if I'm Victor, right? Like, who knows if you want to develop a little bit of other extra mana, but not feeding the stuff on table seems good. And certainly making more mana, which is what Kennen does. Also something I'm interested in as well. We'll see exactly where Victor decides to go. Maybe there's combo potential here. I don't know if you can Basalt Mile, whatever. The turns can get explosive at CEDH, but the floor of this turn seems to be pretty good already.
Yeah, you're contending with like, do I want to feed this fish? I think you do. That fish isn't going away anytime soon.
Yeah, not
I say
at all.
5 mana.
Yeah, no way.
So
very quick fetch with Polluted Delta. No opposition agent action here. Here's a Breeding Pool. 2 life loss for that. 4 total mana right now. Of course, Kennen can change that very quickly.
Yep. Just double your mana.
Yeah, check it out. You know the Signet? Yeah, remember that? Yeah, that's better.
I think he might be looking to drop some elves or something. Just keep it simple.
Elves, Kennen and some elves would be great here, actually. Like, it's not that likely underneath a fish that Wyatt's going to be able to win. Yeah, there's the Kennen. Okay. Any other follow-ups? Answer appears to be yes.
Generate 3.
3 mana here.
Manglehorn.
Wow. That one doesn't hit the One Ring. One Ring indestructible.
Doesn't hit One Ring.
Does make future Docksides a lot worse, though. And maybe you can put some pressure on this Mystic Remora. Or you can take out the Esper. I mean, you got a lot of options.
It's either Esper or Soul Ring, I think, are the 2 best options. Yeah, a lot of pointing about to happen.
I love Malcolm immediately getting involved in the conversation. This is exactly what I was talking about. If you're Malcolm, you need to team up with Victor.
Okay, and I see the pointing to the Esper Sentinel.
Yeah, it cannot go after Esper Sentinel if you're Malcolm. You said, no.
That's your whole turn.
I'm part of your team. Like, please, this is all I have. I'm part of your team. Go after the people that are a lot more developed. And I love this.
Okay, Soul Ring gone.
Exactly.
Okay.
Love that play from Malcolm. Love that play from Victor. Great stuff from both these players. This is what you see at high-level CEDH right here.
Yeah, the argument's probably like, well, you're already playing Manglehorn. Now my Dockside's turned off. Blah, blah,
my mana doesn't work. I still have a fish at 3 mana. Yeah, no, okay, whatever. Gotta look. Part of it is learning to shut that stuff down too. When the honking comes in, you gotta stop the honk. Can't let the honking just go off unimpeded.
I just don't let my opponents talk. They start talking too much, and I'm just like, all right, it's on the stack. Like, let's get this going. Just interrupt their train of thought.
What are we doing here? Here goes the fetch from Misty Rainforest very quickly from Malcolm. Going to develop the mana with Noble Hierarch. Great follow-up here as well. Like I said, this is exactly the kind of play patterns I am used to when I play Fish in the face of the Malcolm Sisay deck. Or sorry, Malcolm. Malcolm's a creature, so I got to be careful not to say it like that. The Sisay and Kinnan decks is creature decks. You put your Fish in play, and it draws like a card. And it's like, what happened? I thought this thing's supposed to be better in Ancestral Recall. So everybody tells me it is. What happened?
This game's looking pretty good for Evo right now.
Yeah, untap. Second Wandering activation immediately. That one's going to find a land. Looks to be Arid and Mesa. Going to be the follow-up. So we got some mana action now. Clearly very light on lands to start things off. Did not stop Wyatt, though. Had Singing Spirit Guide plus Red of Flame to be able to play their Dockside. And now we got One Ring running. Turn 2 with One Ring. And doesn't look like the game's going to be anytime soon.
Yeah, this Manglehorn's actually doing a lot of work. There's 2 Dockside decks here at the table. You can't just drop like your Flicker combo on the Dockside and just win the game now. Same for Malcolm. You can't do that Dockside stuff with the Sisay.
Here's this Lotus Petal coming in for Wyatt. As Lotus Petal's tap, right? Yeah, can't use that.
There you go.
All right.
Really slowing the game down, but I mean,
That's
you have a
great for
ring
Wyatt.
out.
You have the one
Yeah,
ring running, right? Like,
you're chilling.
So happy about that. The only fear, honestly, if I'm Wyatt, is people like cloning my Dockside. I've seen that over and over and over again already this weekend. It's just a big part of the texture of CEDH right now. The reason to be playing creature decks, and with 2 creature decks looking across the table at you, I'd be looking at that Dockside like, man, this thing's a liability to still have in play right now.
I'm looking at my outs as Sergio right now, and I'm thinking Thoracle Consult.
Yeah, Thoracle Consult sounding sweet.
Or Dockside Final Fortune. I don't know. We can come up with something here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing about Roxai. As bad as it looks to be for any kind of turbo deck, Roxai is so efficient and has, so many tutors for so many very effective silver bullets. I think a lot of the time people count the deck out, and it ain't to be counted out yet. And I think that's definitely where Sergio is right now, still in a good position, despite Manglehorn, despite the Soul Ring going away. Still doing all right.
We saw a lot of mana disappear in that Tainted Pact, but I mean the deck is still packed full of action. So I don't know how many cards he has in hand. I know we were banking on that Tainted Pact to find us the action, and I don't think Remora drew him a single card this turn cycle. Oh, just the Lotus Petal.
The Lotus Petal.
Yeah,
there
just the Lotus Petal.
Lotus Petal. That did some work. As we go, no play. I mean, just pay for Fish, pass. That's kind of what we expected. There's not a lot you can do in this board state. You can try to maybe set up for a tutor. A lot of those work at instant speed anyway, so whatever. Just pass the turn. Interaction's not even bad to have here.
Right.
You have Mystic Remora you'd like to keep in play.
If he made the land drop or something, maybe play Silas, get that Soul Ring out next turn.
Yeah, he didn't even have the land drop here. That's actually the most brutal part. Getting the Soul Ring out. Silas comes in tapped, no Death Touch blocker, no thank you. As here is Mox Diamond.
So now this big flip Kinnan is turned on. We're online.
Right.
We're gaming. We have the mana rocks out. We've hosed the opponents with our single Manglehorn. Now we're just going to start flipping. We're going to start flipping into crazy stuff. We knew that we're under the safety of the Manglehorn.
Oh,
Ooh.
Mox Diamond on the stack. Red Blast
Red Blast
for Kinnan.
coming down.
Gonna trigger us for Sentinel card drawn very quickly for Malcolm. Thanks to that. Going to work. Blows up Kinnan. Mox Diamond on the stack. That one's going to happen. Discard Scalding Tarn. All right, so you mentioned big flips ready to go. No.
No.
I
Not
might
yet.
have made some mana off Signet in response.
And then we just recast
But
the
we're just
Kinnan.
recasting Kinnan no matter what. And if we don't have that much interaction, it just doesn't matter that much.
Right.
So whatever. Here we are. We can hold up 2 mana with our Mox Diamond. We're doing fine. Cooking. And on end step, Swords
coming
Plowshare.
down. Oh,
Back
no.
on Kinnan.
Disaster.
No way. Card coming for Sergio. Thanks to Mystic Remora. Any allegiance that existed
It's gone.
after this source out the window.
Hey, man, I didn't blow up
Take
your
that
Esper
somewhere
Sentinel.
else.
Yeah.
I've seen this before. Kinnan is not staying in play. And this is, I think, really actually heads up by Malcolm. Set the game up to where it's slow. The game's about the One Ring and the Fish that are in play. Manglehorn's playing work for you already. You don't need that much more help. The only player that can contest you in these long games looks to be the Kinnan deck. Keep that Kinnan off the table, and you are uncontested ahead, thanks to your ability to operate with creatures.
Let's see where Malcolm takes this next.
Cradle, the add to Malcolm. 2 mana already an Ancient Tomb.
Generating
Impressive.
a lot of mana right now.
Hard to activate Sisay still, but might still just be worth getting into play, having the commander ready, and maybe whatever, something colorful that you play next turn could potentially turn on a Sisay activation right from the jump. Not clear. Plenty of other good creatures to put into play too. Yeah, we are going to reach for Sisay using that Ancient Tomb mana, from Gaia's Cradle. 2 mana from Cradle, 1 from Savannah. That's a Sisay, and now 2 mana left over for Malcolm with commander already in play.
Alrighty, so pretty simple. Sitting back. Now, I do want to point out that quietly here, the top half of this table just drew a bunch of cards off of what just happened. with
Yeah, I mean,
swords,
kind of what? It was just
Mox
swords plus Mox
Diamond. Yeah, I don't know.
The secret player I think who's drawn kind of the most off of all this interaction has been Malcolm with the
Malcolm,
Esper Sentinel, right?
that's
Because
true.
he drew off the Red Blast as well.
That's true.
Been very quiet about it. Like I said, I think Malcolm's navigating this game great. From what we can see,
Yeah.
not we can't hear obviously, but from what we can see, I love the piloting of this game. Victor, he's got a good start, but his cards are kind of working against him a little bit as Kennen no longer works. Has to put more mana into play, and like Manglehorn slowing the game down, which favors the Sisay deck. You really want Malcolm to be forced to do something other than develop his board.
Exactly.
And he's just not. As 3 more cards come for Wyatt, we'll see if Wyatt can get out from under this first, though, because those cards from One Ring are really starting to add
Yeah,
up.
his hand's full. His hand is full. All right, Kraken Lotus Petal
finds
E2.
Enlightened Tutor.
Before the draw step.
Right, we drew from One Ring before the draw step, so now we can Enlighten Tutor before the draw happens. A lot of draws going to be triggered from this Enlighten Tutor. Malcolm and Sergio both getting a card off of that Enlighten Tutor.
Knowing Wyatt, I think he's just gonna jam.
Jam what? What are we jamming?
Breach, maybe? I don't know.
into the face of a
Yeah.
Mystic War? I mean, that's kind of brilliant. In the face of Mystic War and Manglehorn?
I think he
That's
doesn't
kinda
care.
tough. All right, I mean, LED does work under Manglehorn. That's one of the only ones I know that works under Manglehorn, but it does work.
Let's see what he gets. Or is he going to get another draw engine? We're just going to drop a Ristic? Like, what are we doing?
God, there's no way we're shooting a Ristic. Because Wyatt's problem really has been mana this whole game.
Yeah.
Right, Dockside did a lot of the early work. We paid for that using
LED.
LED.
I'm telling you, man, this breach is coming down. Yeah.
Retro! Again, this card works under Manglehorn. You don't have to tap it. Why? I don't know, but you don't have to tap it. Probably supposed to mirror Black Lotus. I don't know. Whatever. It's nonsense.
I think he has a pretty good if he's getting this LED, I think he's feeling pretty confident, or he just is not scared. He's like, yeah, I don't think you guys can stop me. I just saw like a bunch of cards get Tame Impacted away. I don't remember what's in the pile, but I know
you can wait until the breach
yeah.
resolves. You don't have to crack the LED. You just
Exactly.
bet LED. Okay, breach. Does this work? I don't have to crack LED, so if it doesn't work, you still just have breach on up for whatever. Maybe it's a wheel. Maybe it's just a One Ring activation. Crack my Lotus thing and then draw 4 cards. Maybe that's good enough. I don't know.
Let's see how he plays this.
Let's see what happens here. Here's a Wooded Foothills as the land per turn.
Woody
Gonna
Footy.
immediately crack that one. Another card for breach if that is what's coming. A little bit to think about here as far as the mana. These 4-color decks, of course, not trivial to figure the mana out. Very gunky board state, but still somehow the breach kill's looking to be a pretty clean way to win. Don't have that many problems to solve. Just need to dodge some interaction, which could be a tall task. I mean, we've talked a little bit about the creatures and the impacts on the board, but now I think it's actually time, if we're talking about breach, to talk about Rogside and the stack interaction, specifically the amount of stack interaction you can provide, because Rograk's already in play. You have mana up. You have your fish still in play. There's is Underworld Breach. This is a win attempt. We know about an LED.
And we know he has a piece of interaction. He's been very strategically keeping that volcanic island up throughout all the turn cycles.
Oh, you think that means interaction? Could just be a little bit Hollywood.
I don't think he's bluffing.
He's got it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think he's been just very greedy about it as well.
Really? I mean, how many things does he really want to interact with?
I don't know.
Fish, maybe?
Yeah, maybe the fish. Maybe he held up his own Red Blast. I don't know.
We'll see. A lot of speculation here. I am interested to see exactly what Sergio has to say about this Underworld Breach. It looks like it just happens.
LED coming down.
LED follow-up.
Yeah, once the breach is down, not a lot of things counter breach, and once you have it, it's kind of...
A ton of stuff in our sector. But you got like, what, Swan Song, all the forces, you got the Fierce...
Sure.
I mean, you got like everything. Oh, it's tapped. That is a
Comes
tap
in tapped,
LED.
that's right.
Got to stop that.
Luckily, he can read it, and he can crack it.
Maybe he can't read it. It could be foreign language. Who knows?
Mine is. And I think one time Lawrence was, and he didn't realize that you can crack it because it was in Japanese or something.
Incredible. Play with English cards, people. As a crack does happen, you were right.
Yeah,
Swan Song, Red Blast.
Red Blast.
To the bin. Now, those are still available to Wyatt, thanks to the escape mechanic available via Underworld Breach, making 3 blue. So can cast either Swan Song or Red Blast. And I didn't see... Do we have Freeze already?
I didn't see Brain Freeze. I see a Mystical Tutor. Wait, what are we doing with this?
Maybe I should have figured that out instead of looking at the interaction.
I don't know how many cards we have. I mean, there's like I don't know. You could maybe play...
I mean, if the Freeze was tucked in there somewhere, then we're just done.
Mystical Tutor for Freeze, Thrasios, activate, Thrasios, Freeze. I don't know.
That's a lot of that. I mean, maybe.
Okay, LED coming out.
I like this. I don't think enough players do this. I'm going to call this out real quick. Playing LED again and making more mana before you actually make your move, provided you have the cards to do it, is almost always correct.
Yeah.
These people love to just like make exactly enough mana and then do whatever, and they get caught on the stack somewhere. They get caught getting their breach bounced or whatever. Cast your LED again. Make your mana first.
Oh, Windfall.
Windfall was the old border card. I thought it might have been a brain freeze. It's not. It's a Windfall. And that will complicate this board quite a bit.
This is about to be really crazy. Sergio has drawn a lot of cards.
Well, Malcolm can end up drawing into like silence effects.
Yep.
We still have a Noble Hierarch available. This could get weird.
This is, yeah, I'm not going to...
Sergio's been drawing a ton. I mean, we talk a lot about Windfall.
Singular Mox Opal available as well.
Yeah, Mox Diamond.
Or Mox Diamond, yeah.
I think it's 2 mana. Who knows what that could represent?
Makes 1, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Kidding's dead. We killed that. We killed that dead.
We killed that twice, yeah.
That thing's big dead.
Kin dies once, it's okay. Kin dies twice.
I mean, I don't know what interaction the Kin
no.
has for 2, but I mean, this is very non-traditional Breach win. And we've seen, I mean, Breach often means lights out. Look at the cards that Wyatt has access to. Only 3 cards left in graveyard with this Windfall in the stack.
Red Blast not available. Oh wait, well it could be if
it could be if we crack
the LED.
And then,
yeah.
But then we have to exile the LED. That's
exactly.
bad. So this Windfall is kind of susceptible to counter magic.
Yeah, I like this. I
mean, like I said, this is just not a clear. And it looks like it's resolving.
It's happening.
Touch the Spirit Realm. Gonna hit the bin. Chose not to use that one. This Windfall is gonna happen. Didn't get a great look at. I didn't see any interaction. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Dark Ritual from Sergio opted not to cast. Makes a lot of sense. Want access to the blue mana.
Some deals happening on stream right now.
Okay, so we've drawn our cards.
So now everyone has to get a think phase.
Interestingly, Wyatt didn't crack LED yet.
Yeah,
wanted to put the cards in the graveyard?
Probably.
Just immediately go for Windfall again?
Most likely.
Okay.
He wants to see what he gets.
Well, the table's going to get to see the works, and it is a lot of interaction.
There's the Pact of
Negation. That's a huge one here.
Grinding Station.
Spell Pierce among the mix. Dress Down going to stop a lot of the creature shenanigans that could happen. Cracking LED here. Pact available with all those cards. That Pact is so big.
Yeah.
Because now we're not taxed on mana. We're not taxed on cards. We just discarded a pile of cards. And we, like, unless we get caught with multiple, it has to be multiple things, right? Pact has to be already on the stack, and then some other stuff has to happen from there in order for you to really get caught here. And I think Wyatt, savvy player, like I said, we're in round 7. These players playing for top 16. I have to imagine he's going to...
He's probably going to win, yeah.
He's going to have it figured out. Make enough mana. Make sure he doesn't get caught with Pact on the stack. Going to play around this Manglehorn because, again, LED not an issue. And I think we're going to be able to find it here. I mean, maybe. Rugs, I can still have a lot, right?
Yeah.
And there isn't that much payoff in the yard. So if we do, or we are able to fight with this Mystic Remora and the rest of the table through all this stuff, Sergio's in a great spot if he gets an untap.
Exactly.
But he has to get an untap. And that's right now looking to be a really, really tall ask.
What can stop this nonsense? I don't know. Maybe like a spell on the stack, Pact on the stack, on top of that.
It has to be so much.
Else.
Yeah, it has to be like, whatever. We're starting off with Silence, Pact on the stack. Okay, plus Fears, plus, okay, now you used your Spell Pierce. And it has to be a big fight.
Yeah.
But we've seen that before. It's not outside the realm of possibility.
It could happen, but, you know, I'm not going to give it a high chance. Hey, man, that LED comes in tapped. Give him the...
Come on. What, is there any respect for the integrity of this game?
Yeah, you need to see a crazy amount of interaction, like a perfect just like storm in everyone's hands to stop this. One person cannot stop this.
Yeah, I agree. This needs to be an effort from the table. But with all the cards coming, and especially if Windfall's the card again, you know, it's possible.
Now,
it's possible.
I think both of these, he's continuing to Windfall. Another thing I think we didn't talk about that could stop this, there's 2 green decks at this table with green available.
Okay.
Boseiju is on the table.
Right, a card that we talked about when Wyatt played at turn 1. Been pretty quiet about it otherwise.
Now, here's the issue. Boseiju for Kinnan is turned off.
Right, but not for Sisse. It's
silence. Okay,
exactly
okay.
what we were talking about. This is how it starts. Because Sergio, again, now, here we go.
Yeah.
Draw trigger on the stack. You know how this goes. So now we have to start to build up this stack. And Wyatt, very savvy, says, hey, I'm responding to that Mystic Remora trigger. I need to kind of minimize the damage as far as the drawing cards off of Mystic Remora, because if this silence is going to resolve it's going to involve a lot of help from Sergio.
Swan
It's here,
Song?
Swan Song to kick things off. Pact still available for Wyatt.
And
That's going to trigger Mr. Gamora again. Here comes a card for Sergio.
And we know the misstep's gone to that gemstone cavern.
Correct.
So.
No misstep available as far as the free interaction. Still a lot of other things. Days also turned off as far as Sergio's free interaction goes.
Right.
Still a lot to think about. Force. I mean, Mind Break Traps online. We're talking about
Your own pact.
Yeah, your own pact, which I mean we could pay for easily with a ritual.
Yeah, you can
available.
pay for it with the Born Upon the Wind.
Yeah, sure. So I mean, and that's not even to mention what could Kinnan have. I don't know.
Exactly.
If I'm Kinnan, I think I would be pretty reserved about using my interaction. There's going to be a lot of table talk, and that's what we're seeing here. Action's going to slow down here a little bit as players really need to figure out this puzzle. How can we try to get this silence to resolve and stop Wyatt from winning this turn?
You want to see a lot more communication from this table. I know, like a game yesterday, the table did not communicate. Someone tapped out for Thrasios. Then they were able to draw 2 cards, found interaction they couldn't use anymore. Like, they got to be careful about how they want to do this, and maybe how much they even want to stop this if they were going into a Rock-Size turn right after.
Well, if Rockstar has to use a lot of their resources, that could end up being okay for you. Things like Pact's and Negation, right? If they fire off a Pact, it resolves, they have to pay. That's good for you. Maybe you get a
Right.
turn. Or if they have to demonic consultation, they have to go finding for some interaction, then there's a lot to think about. So, apparently the talk is heating up. All right, give me some update from the back here.
So
What
right
we got
now,
from floor coverage?
the whole table's like, we're cooked. Malcolm's like, you guys need to use your interaction. I know you have it. We just windfalled. Sergio goes, I don't know if I want to use this because then I'm just king making. I don't know if I can win on my turn, but I know if I pass one of you guys is going to win. Victor's dead silent, but Malcolm's like, you have to use it, And Wyatt's like, can you guys just concede? Sergio's like, can we draw? Malcolm's like, we're not drawing. That's not happening.
Yeah, can't have that.
Malcolm's revealing he cast the silence, but it's like big drama right now. Malcolm's like, I'm not going to cast my spells. You guys have to. I know you have it. It's like big drama.
I love this.
Yeah.
This is something else you get when
Big,
you're watching,
big
you're
drama.
observing, or you're playing high stakes, high level CEDH. The politicking gets involved because, as he mentioned, Victor dead silent. He's probably got something. Sergio trying to talk about king making, but he's probably the most favored.
Yeah.
after this happens.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
If all this goes down, he's the most favored. So a little bit of conversation there, maybe even a little bit of deception, I'd say. Either way.
I think Victor has something. If he's dead
I
silent.
think Victor has something
Yeah.
Now the question is, who's going to cast what? Are people actually thinking they're cooked? Maybe. I mean, we mentioned it's going to take a lot, and Sergio's going to have to use their resources.
Something you see with these types of politics too, actually, is it just really. It's going to be a salty sweet? All right. But, yeah, something you see with these politics is you just ask a lot of questions. You can suss out what's in other people's hands, and then you're like, okay, well, now that I have the information I need, now I'm going to start casting my spells. I do that shit a lot, so.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that's what I think we're going to see some of here, too. I mean, especially people like Sergio, I don't think he's sitting here thinking about king making. I think he's sitting there licking his chops, and if this fight happens, I need them invested because I want to draw cards off my Mystic more. We'll see. I really like the drama. This is something I wish we could see more of in other formats. You don't get
Right.
that same personality, that same fire that you do in CEDH. Something I really enjoy about tournaments. Not for everybody. I really enjoy it as an observer, and I'm really enjoying it here. As you see a lot of hand movements, a lot of conversation here, not just between us, but between the players, as we can see what's actually on the stack over there to the far left. There's a silence, a draw trigger underneath that, Swan Song's top of the stack, and players are, to some degree, figuring out what's going to happen next. What
Right.
does the next piece of the puzzle need to look like? And I do agree, actually, with Malcolm's assessment. Sergio needs to get involved. I think he's playing face up.
I think so.
Malcolm's playing face
Yeah,
up.
I don't think he has anything else.
Yeah, and I think that's where he needs to be. I mean, if Malcolm's going to give himself the best chance to win this game, he needs to be playing face up. Say, hey,
He needs to get to his
I'll
next
kick
turn.
it off.
Yeah.
It's good for you to resolve this silence. Like, this isn't just like this isn't like
Okay.
a Born Upon the Wind or anything like that. This is good for you.
Things are happening.
So, I think you should protect this. And look, you can
Okay,
see Malcolm
hand motions
really
happening.
pleading.
He's begging, please. Victor just
I can't
sitting
hear
there
anything, but I
with
know what that
the
means.
three pieces of interaction in Victor's hand, and he's like, I'm just not going to say
Oh,
anything.
I'm chilling. I'm big chilling. And as Malcolm pleaded, and I think this is where you have to be really solidified.
Okay. Something, what's going on?
That was a fist
That was a
bump.
fist
that
bump?
Usually indicates concession of some kind. Maybe that was just a friendly, hey, we're all just vibing here.
I'm trying to get word from the street. It's a draw. We're going to have a salty sweet.
They have drawn the game.
Malcolm's pissed. Damon Malcolm Salty Sweet.
Damon Malcolm Salty Sweet, are they in for it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Let's have the argument.
Okay, what's happening?
We're gonna bring the. They didn't
Okay, so
ID
they've drawn.
here. They've drawn.
They have drawn. But Malcolm couldn't draw, maybe.
No. I see a deflecting SWAT. I see a pyroblast.
Oh my God!
Oh
the
no!
guy that passed it.
Oh no!
What are they doing? Oh my gosh! And he's
Fierce
doing
guardianship.
this?
What the hell?
What is happening? Oh my gosh! Okay, all right. I have been doing
I'm salty.
coverage
I'm salty now.
I've been doing coverage for a long time.
What are we doing here?
Never seen such reservation for casting spells. This game was not over.
Malcolm didn't even need to agree to that. He should have just shut the Fierce off.
There's so much game left to play, and we just called it.
Oh my God!
What is
I
happening?
can't believe this. If I was Malcolm, I would have at least cast that Fierce Guardianship before agreeing to
make him
that.
put the pact on the
Yeah.
stack.
Show some more initiative
I
at
mean,
that
he's
point.
right. You do need Sergio's help, but he had it.
Yep.
He had the help.
I don't know what to say. I see the SWAT. I saw SWAT and online pyro.
This is.
I straight up go, we're going to call it Salty Sweet. They're like, yeah, we're in.
This is ridiculous.
This
is ridiculous.
Maybe the best way to hear it is from the players themselves. Which
I'm salty.
are we getting them over? I mean, are we
Yeah.
getting two of them here to talk it out, or what's
Yeah,
the-
yeah. We're gonna bring it in. Anyone who wants to join from there can show up. We're about to have a
let's just get
salty
the whole
sweet.
plot because I don't know what happened. I mean, obviously I know what happened. There's an ID.
Yes.
I don't know what the conversation looked like.
So we have a request that any Salty Sweet we do is sponsored by Propaganda MTG.
Okay. Bring them all
okay,
in. I want them to all just argue
We're-
and bicker
yeah,
on
I
screen.
need to hear some
What
of this.
the heck is going on?
Yeah,
bring
them all
them in.
in.
I'm
Bring
going to
them all in.
argue with
I
them.
wanna hear them talk
I'm going to
over
yell
me.
at them.
We got time. We got time for the next round. This is a professional broadcast. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
This is not one of those times.
Yeah, we're
we are abandoning all illusions of professionalism, taking that out the window. And it is time to figure out
What happened?
what is going on at
What?
high level CEDH. Because I don't know what's happening anymore. And this is look, you can't do this in 60 card formats. You can bring in players, you can talk about matches, you can be like, oh, I can't believe he had that or whatever. I can't believe he said that. The pin trick from LSV. You can talk about that guy. You don't get this.
This is too
You don't
much.
get whatever we're about to listen to, whatever we're about to witness.
This is nonsense. If you
Wait,
ever do
you
this to
don't
me,
get
I'm going to
this.
beat your ass. Like,
You can say that on live. Okay, whatever. YouTube, I'm sorry, we didn't mean it. For legal reasons, we're joking. I mean, look, an analogy I'll bring up while we're waiting for the players to get over here and I guess talk it out. An analogy I'll bring up is sometimes you'll play a 60-card tournament. It'll go to time. All right? If you draw, both players are knocked out. If either player wins, you're in. So that you get this conversation that starts between who would win the game. But you're not allowed under the rules of the game to start flipping cards. You can reveal hands, you can talk, that's it. And you end up in these conversations that sometimes lead into a concession, sometimes lead into a draw, sometimes get a little heated.
yeah.
That is the extent of my experience seeing anything like this. The final round of a tournament, Malcolm, as far as we understood it, could be wrong, obviously. A lot of things can change with breakers. We're relatively new to the tournament scene, tournament map, stuff like that. I cannot speak to what's going to happen, but from what we thought was the case, Malcolm couldn't draw.
All right, we got the boys.
We
Salty
drew.
Sweet.
All right, Salty Sweet in the house. Bring them in.
Yeah, I guess here they come.
All right, get it, boys, get it. Get Malcolm.
You want to sit? Probably want Malcolm to sit, right? Because he gets some like, yeah.
All right, here, let me move over.
Malcolm definitely gets to sit.
I can drive this a little bit.
Do it.
Oh, all right.
Malcolm's here.
Malcolm, I got a seat for you, friend. All right. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, feel free to sit down. Come take a seat. I want to make sure you're heard loud and clear. And for you in the back, make sure to speak up. These mics have a lot of things. Anyways, 7th round of Swiss, the final round. Talk to me about. Let's start light. Talk to me about the conversation that happened going into this round. What was said? My understanding was some players wanted to draw, some didn't.
They three wanted to draw. I am a winning in. I was at 15 points. So I was like, all right, I gotta play this out.
Okay.
I can't take a draw here to begin with. I have to at least try to win.
Okay.
Because I'm at 15 points, I might bubble out if I go for a draw.
All right.
So I said, all right, we'll play it out. We started the game. I had a pretty decent hand. I was
Okay,
like,
I agree.
all right, I have good progression. We're moving. We're making moves. Everybody's doing shit. We're chilling. We killed the Kinnan twice, so we took Kinnan mostly
Saw
out
that,
of
yeah.
contention.
Heads up.
Yeah. He's the faster deck, so I wanted to make sure that he was
Don't disagree
playing
with the
a
play
little
at all.
slow. Wrong side went to 5 and played a bunch of mana, and then we kind of slowed their roll.
Okay.
And so it was between me and Akiri Thrasios, basically.
All right.
I knew Akiri Thrasios was getting a lot of advantage with the One Ring, and I'm trying to get ahead of them and trying to make sure that I have interaction.
Okay.
I was holding up Touch the Spirit Realm before the Windfall.
I saw that. Yeah, it was discarded to the Windfall.
Yeah, I thought about using it on the One Ring in response to the activation and upkeep, so
Okay.
to draw 2 cards instead of 3. But I figured I might as well save my mana and see what goes on. They went for the Windfall. I picked up Silence, Force of Will,
And Fierce?
Force and Fierce, and blue mana and a blue card that threw to Fierce.
Perfect.
To Force.
Couldn't ask for a better.
But when he Windfalled, he put even more counter magic in the graveyard.
Yeah, Pact was huge.
I was worried about the Swan Song and the
Red Blast.
And I thought, all right, if I can force him to use his 2 counters and use 6 of his cards, then we might be able to get ahead, and then he can't cast the Windfall anymore, and the turn is over.
Okay, I want to let's stop here. So when the Windfall happens, right? And we were talking in the booth right away. It was like, okay, this is kind of tricky. A lot of interaction can happen. Especially if I called it out immediately. If you find a silence, that's great for the whole table.
Exactly.
You can get some help from Rogsai. There's actually potential to stop this. A lot of free interaction in the Rogsai deck.
Absolutely.
We could see a game continued, and depending on what resources we use, maybe Rogsai doesn't win. There's a game to be played.
So we know
we have that
Deadly Relic
conversation.
is gone. So
Right.
We know Deadly Relic is gone.
Right.
We're looking for Fierce. We're looking for help. Any kind of help. I
Okay.
only needed 1 spell to get thrown in to help me out to stop this. So I asked Rockside to help me back this up, and I cast the Silence.
I saw that. If the silence on the stack.
Okay,
Casting
I'm gonna
spell.
interject. What the hell is happening? I see 2 pieces of interaction. 2 pieces of interaction. You probably had interaction. He had interaction. What are we doing?
The main problem
You didn't even
here
cast your Fierce.
was that if
No, because
if
I
he
know.
goes
So here's
all
what
in-
happens. If I go all in with all my counter magic, we go into Rocksai's turn, and Rocksai has 13 cards in hand.
Okay.
And we're
Half the
dead.
deck's gone.
I have.
Why is that
I
true?
have no.
The
I have
mana's
no-
in play, half the deck's gone.
But I have no interaction.
They
I have
they
none.
were
You don't know
not
that.
inclined to.
No, I know I'm out.
You have an Esper Sentinel.
I might draw 1 card, and I doubt I'm drawing free
Is
interaction.
Mangalorn still in play? The mana's gone.
Dockside's off. His mana, you saw it went away to Tainted Pact. I
What?
don't know.
The Dockside's still there.
Talk
He's
to me
cloning.
about the
but it
conversation.
comes
It comes in tap.
Once that silence is on the stack, I saw a lot of hand movements, a lot of stuff.
So
You couldn't draw,
Yeah,
right?
No, I
That's what
couldn't.
you just told me.
yeah.
You drew?
I had to.
No, you
gonna
had to.
lose.
You had spells in your
I'm
hand, did
gonna
you not?
lose. If he doesn't back me up, I don't have enough interaction.
Well, so do they. They also lose.
Yes, but they're willing to lose. They have more points than I do. They're already solidified.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Sergio was willing to lose and not back up him at all. He
passed priority.
you were
I
trying to
told
win
him
the game?
the condition I gave. The condition
Well,
I
he
gave
Was he
was-
actually, or did he just say
The
that?
condition I
the
gave
main-
was if
I
both of you pass priority.
You didn't say that.
I will draw.
He did not say that.
And I
but-
said, if both of you are willing to lose this game, I will draw. Because nobody knew about my other interaction. I just asked Rockside to back me up. I said, I have one thing.
Well, you're still gonna feed me after the
I
silence
would-
gets countered.
So, hey, I would have been like, yeah, you're right. I'm gonna start dropping my spells too. We're drawing cards on Mystery.
Yeah.
I'm getting
That's where I was
fed.
at.
Maybe we stop him, and maybe
he's
I win.
getting
I
cards.
don't know.
I feel like Sergio was in the best position to win, and I was trying to sandbag some of my
And
interactions.
the position's not even that
I was
bad.
like, you're probably gonna win if they stop him.
The
Like,
position's not even that bad for the Evo player, because we still have the One Ring in play. You can cut it short if your
Exactly.
hand's good enough. Pass the turn, let
4
Breach get
cards.
sacrificed. Next turn, 4 cards coming. Good luck.
The problem is, if I get another turn, I'm going off. The cards in my hand were insane.
Good luck.
The cards in my hand were insane.
Sergio has 900 cards.
I'm not casting any spells. The cards in my hand.
Obviously,
were
you
insane.
ID'd.
Yeah.
You didn't cast any spells.
No, the cards in my hand. The cards in my hand set me up to a point where I don't need to cast spells anymore. So you can't counter me unless you have a sniper. I'm going to activate to say until you die.
I'm gonna make a statement.
He doesn't care.
I'm gonna make a statement.
That was my plan.
But I had to give it in because they decided.
You could light me on fire. I'm not accepting a draw there.
Yeah, dude, I would have never drawn there. What are we doing?
I had to.
What are we doing?
Look,
It's a draw or a
The
loss.
shit out of me and I'll just counter him and then I win.
Yeah, it's
There's
draw
a
or
game
loss.
to be played.
It's a draw
No
or loss
respect
for
for
me.
the integrity from any of you. What is this?
What?
Except me.
I'm in the worst position. It's a draw or a loss for me at that point. If they're passing priority and they're not going to help me and the silence is going to get countered, because no matter what I do, I don't have enough counter magic to go above him. He has 2 pieces in the yard and enough mana to cast them and enough cards left to still cast the Windfall after. So like there's no, I can't get around it.
Two more points I want to make. First, what kind of precedent are we setting here,
I don't like it. I'm not a
What
fan.
are we setting? Are we here to play Magic?
You guys put us on stream.
Are we here to play Magic? Oh, we're not here to play
Don't put
Magic.
this shit on me.
What are you doing?
play Rock.
You can easily win. This is good for you. Why are you not casting your spells?
I play rock size so I can play the least amount of Magic in tournaments. I mean, you're either winning in 5 minutes or losing in 5 minutes. That's how it goes.
So just to confirm, because no one's reported, was it a draw?
Yes.
All right. And with that, that's a great question. As we just answered the question, is it a draw? Do you have any chance? Any chance at all?
Light. It's very,
I
very
believe.
weak.
Are you on 0
I'm
or are
at
you on
16.
0.01?
I'm at 16.
I'm talking
and
about
on,
percent chance to make it.
I think it's probably like a 5% chance at best. It depends on who wins and
No
what,
way, I
what
believe.
positions they win in.
I believe.
He's one of 4 people who had 15 points going into the last round.
So
I was
you're
at 15th place.
you're at 16 points after this draw.
I'm on the bubble. I was on the bubble to begin
Sorry,
with.
there were 6.
So depending on who wins below me and how many and what the percentages are, I
Yeah, we
could
all had
still
6.
make it at 16. But it's
Gotcha.
very narrow. And depending on who drew. If people drew and things like that, that influences it too. So I am depending on the winds of fate, basically.
Now we're repping a lot of different regions here. Sorry, where are you from?
Where am I from?
Yes.
California.
California. We got California. We got the South.
Yeah, I'm from
We got Las
Tennessee.
Vegas. We got
New York.
Oh my
Representing Rippership right
Rip
here.
and Ship Gaming.
All these regions, nobody showed up to play Magic.
I'm getting news from other Rip and Ship Gaming. Jorman just won another game.
Rip and Ship, showing out those. Jorman, elected to play Magic.
You think Jorman would have taken the draw? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
What would Jorman do? Imminence merch coming soon.
Oh man.
I've been doing this a
No,
long
but
time, gentlemen.
Honestly,
This is
playing
nuts.
against
You're all
Jorman
nuts.
is what has made this Sisei deck what it is. I'm not gonna lie to you. Jorman pushes me to my limits. We play Magic 3 or 4 days a week.
And you have an impressive resume to show for it in CEDH.
Thank you.
Maybe a slight blemish here today.
No, I think.
No,
I think I
okay.
just-
No regrets. No regrets.
I do not have regrets. I played Magic to the best of my ability. I climbed back up from being 1-3. And I am trying my hardest. You can't play Magic when people don't want you to play Magic. That's what I believe. That's what I'm saying here. If people are going to decide that they don't want to play Magic, you can't play Magic. So
Well, we got the chat is on fire. We got Rip and Chip here. Says Malcolm's the only one making sense. So I think there's a little bit of bias there, if I had to guess.
a little.
We got a Shawnee in here talking all kinds of nonsense about Rockside because he just can't give it a break. That's okay.
Rockside is such a deck, Zane.
It is.
Rockside is such a
It's
deck.
one of the decks of all
I'm not
time.
responsible for the players, okay? I would have never drawn there. I would
I
have been
know
like,
you
I'm
wouldn't
winning
have.
this
You
game.
would have pushed.
I'm
So
a
here we are.
This team famously not big on the idea.
No, I am not. I'm
What
not.
happened to cast your spells? You know what? It's okay. We're here. The biggest CEDH stage ever played in paper.
And
200
people don't wanna
players.
win. People don't want to win.
The first invite on the line.
They don't want it.
All the points.
I think the difference is between like not wanting to play Magic and wanting to win. Like they're here to win.
Entire top 16
Play Magic.
gets paid out 300. It's most money on the line. Given this so much on the line, and we're here. We're taking draws.
Is it too late to join this tournament?
Yeah, I'll
No.
take 6 losses. Put me in, coach.
The truth is, guys, I needed the win, but I would rather have 1 point than 0. And so if I'm being forced into a draw by people not wanting to interact at a position where somebody is
1
winning,
point
is
not the
winning the
same
game,
as 0?
is winning the game.
All right. If it's not the
No.
same, maybe you're right. Maybe you're
It's
right.
the difference between a 0.01%
That game wasn't
chance
over.
and it
I'll say
wasn't.
that. The game
It
was
wasn't.
not over.
It was not.
And then it ended. And then our stream cut short. We abandoned all illusions
logic.
of professionalism and
Let
integrity
us
in
play
the
our
game.
spells. Let us see
You
what
didn't do that!
happens.
You were there!
I
You
saw
had mana!
SWAT,
You had-
Naro, Fierce, Force. He has interaction. He was just sitting there going like, I probably have like the ESG Boseiju right now.
Like why am I blowing myself out? Why am I blowing myself out and using all of my counter magic going into a rock side turn with 15 cards? That's insane. That's literally asking to lose the game. Because because there's no way that Hidden with his 1 mana is going to get around rock size 15 card hand.
In League of Legends, sometimes these players don't flash like Alistar. Like they just don't like use
He's
their
talking about League of
spells and
Legends.
stuff. You know, in this game, they just saved all their fucking counter spells and all that shit for top 16.
This analogy makes sense to somebody, I promise. It ain't me.
Sometimes you gotta engage
their
the team
flash
fight.
for the next game.
Saving our ultimate for
Sometimes you
We
gotta
got-
engage the
we
team
got everybody
fight.
here, by the way.
Sometimes you gotta just go. Because sometimes when you just hide and they out farm you, you just lose. So, in my case, a draw is better than 0 points. I may not make top 16 off of this, but what was I gonna do?
A lot of assumptions made. A lot of assumptions made. Not a lot of spells being cast. Maybe that's what CEDH is. I'll tell you what. I think there's a good chance we're going to see a lot of you have the opportunity to play additional Magic. Maybe all of you. Maybe.
On the semis.
Play some Magic in top 16.
I get there.
A lot on the line then. I don't think this trick's going to work again. Any final
I don't like this.
things to add?
Yeah, I got final things to add.
I'm sure.
Yeah, this was just a lot of different flavors of copium. You just pick which copium you want. You want the draw copium, the not use my counterspells copium. Like, which one do you want? I'm not gonna win copium. Like,
You got the whole prescription.
what's happening right now?
The copioid epidemic.
No, you didn't let the sound fall.
It's like,
No.
I meant the swan song.
Yeah.
I breathe coffee
This
in
is-
pain, it's okay.
All right.
I think everybody just needs to go outside for.
I don't play black.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
We're all gonna go outside.
Yeah, this is all right. I've had enough. I've had enough of all of you.
Big
I've
time.
had enough of you telling me not to cast spells. It's all lies. And
Good luck to everyone.
that's what we got.
I gotta go Mega's Matt, but
3, maybe 4 of your top 16, everyone. That's gonna do it for this round. That's CEDH, I guess.
I don't like it. Not a fan.
We'll see you for the top 16
You're not a fan. I love
soon.
this shit because I'm a messy bitch.
Don't go anywhere.
story. I won't give up this time. Gravity just pulls me down. My vision stronger. I hold on longer. It separates me from the rest. I set to conquer. Throw me to the fire. I'll walk through the flames.
Hello, gamers.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here. It's about to get started here. The semifinals of our 8K Top Deck Expo. Of course, the first platinum event in the Top Deck Championship Series. First invite on the line for the Top Deck Invitational. And of course, also a nice little fat stack of cash and some points along with it. So a ton on the line for all these players. Sorry that my mic was very far away. Now it is closer. That is fixed. And yeah, we got some spice. Some spice, I'd say. A lot of tournament staples, you know, still showing their worth, showing that they got the chops for what's going on in CEDH right now. I'll tell you this. Of the Magic I've seen today, Red still seems to be in command, but a card that I'd like to highlight a little bit is this Talion card. As it's been going around, there's been a lot of talk about this, a lot of talk about control, winter, all this kind of, whatever that even means. Yeah. But Talion has looked impressive to me. Honestly, more so in 99s. Yeah. Like in people's decks, this has just shown itself. Right, exactly. It's shown itself to be a viable draw engine alongside the ones, the ones that we know and love. Esper Sentinel, Mystic, or Ristic Study. a lot of development still happening in the CEDH metagame, and obviously CEDH still growing. We're sitting here at the biggest paper event that has happened, at least in the United States that I'm aware of. 200 players basically, and we're still seeing a lot of metagame developments happen. We're seeing a lot of different strategies come about, and especially creature-based strategies to counteract some of these Rog side, these negates, all that stuff. We see a lot of that in this top 16 as well.
Yep.
So, and you're certainly going to see some of that in the pod that we're about to see. I think that's good for CEDH, especially when people don't take IDs. No shots here.
Oh my God. Speaking of that, the bracket's out. I've linked it in the chat.
Okay.
No 16-pointers made it.
No.
17 was the bubble with 117
one bubbled out.
Being the 17th place. Just Ice, if you're familiar with them.
No, I did not.
Yeah.
That's brutal. And apparently battled back from went
0-2 into 3.
Tough.
2, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. 3-2-2. From 0-2 to 3-2 did not make it. 0.02 breakers, I want to say. Maybe 0.2.
Especially having started with all those, starting with those losses, your breakers are going to be worse. Losing by that much, that's a feel bad moment. It's tough. There's no way about it. I mean, everybody has a bubble out story. Congratulations. Just Ice has theirs.
I'll actually move over to the bracket.
We get to see the bracket. Look at this. We got a little graphic up. All right.
Yeah, so here we are. We got top 16.
Sixth
event
in a row.
That Just Ice has bubbled. Look, maybe he needs to.
I can say my condolences, but let me tell you.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what happens where you don't bubble, you just win.
Yeah, just win.
Do more
Look
winning.
at Jorman over here. 26 points. 26 points. Basically has won every game this tournament that he's played in. Number 1, winner of Festival Nights, winner of Bonfire. Coming in for that qualification for TopDeck Invitational. And just he's out for blood. He won his game. He came over and he was just like, I'm a demon.
I mean, the record certainly shows that.
So, yeah, we got Jorman, Eric, familiar names, Ori, one of my locals, Peter, we had him on stream on Niv Mizzet, Alexander Leon on TNT, coming in with some spice on the TNT, by the way.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He came in and he was just like, yeah, other people playing TNT, they build it wrong. I built it right, so that's why I'm winning.
I love it. I mean, I can't deny that.
One of my locals. We had some pretty horrendous games 2 nights before we came here, but
incredible.
Max Sternberg, another, you might know him as Wounded Satellite, another name, Maxi Peppermint, another name, finally making it into this top 16. I know he bubbled out at Festival, and he was really beat up about it, making 17th place, I believe. On Talion, Matthew Brady, Victor from the last round 7 on Kinnan, Sergio
from the last round.
Rockside, another name we brought on stream, Kellen, Timna Dargo, Maxwell Molinari in-house playing Thrasios Vile, Evan Pierce, Freedom Waffle, TNK, Connor, Rogside. He's ditched the Dargo. He's now part of the Rog cult. Yeah. Wyatt, we just saw him.
Just saw him.
Playing Evo. Joshua Price, I believe, also on TNK. In here. Very happy to be here at the 16th spot.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, happy not to have bubbled out.
Let's see, 36.75.
There's Malcolm
34.21. Okay, so it was 3%.
Yeah. That's tough. That's tough. But a great bracket nonetheless. A lot of names like you called out that we've seen before. This is something, again, another dink in the armor of people saying CEDH very variance heavy. Call.
Same names.
Don't believe you.
Exactly.
I see the same people in the top 16s over and over again. We have the biggest tournament, right?
Yeah.
I've talked about this over and over again. It's not like people aren't showing up.
Exactly.
There's other people in these tournaments. They're not winning. I don't. That's the
competition is tough.
That's the math I got.
Even if you go to the 17th to 32, remember top 64 players are getting points for this event.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't be unhappy that you're over here. You're still getting
something for your trouble.
Yeah,
not a waste of your time.
You're getting 100 points or something like that. Yeah, we got Cole, Malcolm, big names, Luis, just top 16 Mox Masters, Alex Rice, Tim Toronto, you know these names.
A killer's row.
Anthony Riviera, winner of Cookout over here in 32nd place. This tournament happens.
It's competitive. I mean, this is why you show up, right? You play against some of the best CEDH players. You get to see not just new developments in action. You get to see some of the best players work their magic and, try your hand against some names that we haven't seen as much, some up-and-comers. And, a lot of these players, like you mentioned, still accumulating points anyway, going to be able to have more chances, accumulate points, throw down at the TopDeck Invitational. That's the reason to run stuff like this. And, this is going to be an exciting series, an exciting championship. And this is only just the start. And we're already talking about some of the biggest events. So this is a big year on the horizon for this series. I mean, if you haven't thought about coming out to one of these,
just come through.
You still got time.
Series is just started.
I'm here to tell you, it's ramping up big and fast.
If you're wondering what the Top Deck Championship Series is, I'll go ahead and paste that in the chat. You can learn about it.
Nice plug.
It's a 10-month series. You're going to earn points, come into this huge invitational next year. Lots of different tiers of events. Your locals can be part of this series. Just have them sign up, start earning points just by playing CEDH every weekend with all the homies you know. Come out to these bigger gold and platinum events and just get a lot of points. Just read all about it. I've linked it in the chat.
TopDeck.gg for those of you just listening. TopDeck.gg. Check it out. All you need to know available on that website. Of course, you can click the Championship Series link and see what's up. Now, talk to me about our semifinals pod. What are we going to be seeing, and who do you like?
Well, we've picked Pod 3 for those of you just tuning in. Do I need water? I'm good. Anyways, Pod 3, we got Ori, T&K, Kinnan with Max Sternberg, Tim Nadargo, and Rogsai. There's the bottom half of the table is just trying to jam. Yeah. I'm going to be real with you. And Ori, I know this player. I play with him on pretty much a weekly basis, and he is super controlled. I like to call him Koval Light. I believe he's taken some
turns. I'll win eventually. I love it.
He's taken some definitely some coaching sessions from him as well. Just extremely good player. Picked up CEDH just recently. Used to play a lot of 60 card, and taking that experience here. We saw him top multiple events: Silicon Dynasty, CCU 2. I think those he's mostly in the West Coast, but he flew out for this. A lot of West Coast showed up, and they wanted those points, so they're here and they're earning it.
They're hungry. The players in the game, they're hungry, and this is it. It's time. We're in the semifinals. You got 2 more. You want to hoist the trophy? You want in on this invitational right now, already from the jump?
Come in.
2 wins is what you need. 2 wins is the magic number. And, of course, already a fat stack of cash for those that have made it in the top 16. All the top 16, of course, gets paid out. Does scale up nicely, though. So, $800 to the second through fourth, $2,000 first place. Huge first place prize. So, a lot to play for here for the players, beyond just the points they invite. High stakes magic here. I'm excited to see stuff. And you know what? You can't draw. We're not doing that.
Yeah, you can't do that. None of that BS. We saw it happen twice on stream. That's not happening. One of those players got knocked out. I'm not going to say deservedly, but maybe deservedly.
We don't fire any shots from the boost. No, I think I gave him peace of my mind off air. We had a talk.
Let me see that trophy. Let's show it. Let's show the stream. Bring it over here. This is the last time I'm going to be able to touch it.
It's heavy. It's heavy. This is nice. Look at that. Wow.
Look at that. Look at that.
Trophy.
We're going to have these at these platinum events. We're going to have a trophy for the person at the top of the leaderboard. We're going to have these for the Top Deck Invitational. Check it out. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff happening in CEDH right now. Keep your eyes open.
You really bonk somebody over the head, especially if they're trying to draw. You don't want to draw. You can just hit them with the trophy.
Yeah.
Anyways, awesome stuff. Lots to play for. And these players should be shuffled up, resolving some mulligans as we speak. As we transition down here, we can see the turn order there. Starting out, Blue Farm, Tim the Crum, as people like to call it. I don't really have a position.
I don't know what Blue Farm is.
Oh, okay, that's where we're at, huh? That's where we're at. Anyways, we can see Kinnan. There at seat 2. We've seen a lot of Kinnan across all the tournaments.
Extremely popular deck.
I'll say this. In our last round we covered together, from the jump, you're like, I don't like Kinnan's position. And, that's fair. They were going third against some decks trying to get out the gate strong. What do you think in this pod? Kinnan, it's a good deck, right? People do a lot of winning with it. Is this the kind of pod it's looking for? We got Rockstar, got Blue Farm. They can play off each other. What do you like?
I think player-wise, you're extremely happy that Ori is in first seed and he's in your pod as Max, because Max, his deck list is called Grind Them Into Dust. And if Ori's going to give you that support to grind everyone into dust by playing those Draniths, those Douthies, other things that are just going to stop this Tim Nadargo and this Rock Silas from popping off, then you're going to get to do what you want to do with Kinnan.
Right, exactly. And that's exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about Ori, kind of taking the Brian Koval approach. I'm going to take turn after turn. I just want to keep playing Magic, accumulate this critical mass of resources. Kinnan's a good counter to that, right? It can sit there and build up, activate. I'm doing the same thing you're doing. Maybe better, maybe not. We'll see. But, there's a lot of play. And most importantly, we talk about a little bit of unspoken alliances. The top 2 players there kind of on the same team here.
Yeah.
Doesn't spell a good recipe for the bottom 2 players you said are just kind of come out the gate strong, win the game quick, and more so even like Kellen. No really interaction other than silences.
Exactly.
Those are good, but not that many of them.
Now, if I'm Ori in this seat, I need to establish something that's going to stop the players from on the bottom half of the table from winning, because Tim Nadargo can just kind of drop some stuff down and then just win, play a grounded ball, sure, whatever. I don't care about your interaction. That's kind of, if you don't want to establish the value engine in this one, because that's how these Mardu decks are winning, I can tell you that for sure. Instead, you want to drop something that's going to stop them. We saw that famously in a different stream game against another Tim Nadargo player, I believe. And yeah, I would just drop the early Dran. It shuts off Dargo, shuts off the Rog if they're keeping a Rog hand,
Right,
shuts off the
exactly.
Kinnan. That's like the best card you could be seeing right now.
Okay.
I would hate to see like a turn. I mean, I wouldn't hate to see turn one risk it, but like I would be a little more sus.
It's
on
a
it.
problem.
Yeah.
yeah. So, I mean, once again, I think there's kind of an unspoken alliance. Top of the table versus bottom of the table. The two fast players are going to want to try to keep some of these problematic permanents off the board, whittle down the interaction. They're kind of working together, but obviously kind of not. Each player wants to win. Sometimes it wants to win in their own right. And I think we're going to see maybe a little bit more of like the interaction side of things from Connor, given his fourth seat. A lot of times people talk about, do you keep different hands based on seat? Like a lot of people talk about keeper mulligans, that kind of stuff. I like taking a look at those and asking, hey, what's the pod composition? What seat are we? Because here, you're going to see it come up big. I talk about mulligans every time we're sitting in the spot where players are resolving mulligans. It takes a long time, and I think there's a lot to talk about, especially here with Connor. I think interaction has got to be a part of Connor's game plan if you don't have something specifically like a turn one win.
Right.
Like if it's not coming out the gates insanely fast,
so
then you have to have interaction as part of the
From
mix.
Connor's seat, what I would actually like to see is some sort of value-based game plan. Just land,
Like
just
a
get the wristic down,
get the wristics,
and just sit
mystics.
there. You can sit your fourth seat. That sucks, but you're also first in priority after Tim Nadargo, and then the next player after you is Tim Nakram Kinnan. So you can just keep passing to
Just pass
them.
priority
You just
at
keep
times.
passing to them. Tim Nadargo's just here to be a problem. I'm a problem. I will not be interacting with
Yeah,
anyone.
don't
I will
care.
not be stopping
Couldn't
anyone.
ask.
I will just keep putting stuff down, and you guys are going to
Beat
keep
this.
being scared.
Beat this too. Good luck. I mean, my kind of magic. I do love some jamming. And, yeah, I mean, like I said, Rockseye's a strong deck. We've seen that. Can't deny that. So are the rest of these. I mean, Tim Nadargo kind of like the biggest like spice, maybe surprise, something you don't see as much, although we have seen it before. It's not like it's
I
coming
think
out of
it's
nowhere.
the best Mardu deck. I was saying that even when I was playing Dihada, I was like, yeah, Tim Nadargo's probably better.
You're a fraud.
Yeah.
That's what you are. As a
I've
fraud.
been exposed.
Yeah, you're exposed. So I didn't do this. This is you.
I'm coming out. I'm here to admit it. No, yeah, that deck is good.
I agree. Dargo is, I mean, it's under Hermit Druid here in the chat. I have not met someone more an advocate for Dargo than Nathan. And you know what? He's onto something. Dargo's messed up. And we're really going to see here. I mean, he's got to be excited about this pod because we're going to see. We're going to see here. Tim Dargo messed up.
Anyways, looks like we're still mulling here,
Yeah,
I
a little
think.
bit of conversation. Maybe waiting for a go-ahead to get started. I assume they're good to get started. Look like some conversation.
We're good here. I'm just waiting.
Yeah, make sure we give the word over to the players. Make sure they're ready. They know that they're ready to get started. Of course, it's on time. We're not bleeding time or anything.
Yeah.
But if they're ready, we're ready. And some sweet Nathan, of course, very excited. Dargo representation. Here we go. Yeah, I think there's a lot to talk about as far as the texture of this game. It can go a lot of different ways, especially having two Temnas in the pod, both card advantage in the command zone. But I really think the rise of Kinnan comes from being a counter to Timna.
Right.
Because the Timna is just looking to play a bunch of turns. And cool,
Okay,
thanks. Yep.
perfect.
Yeah,
we're about to get started here.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, Kinnan, you get supported by, like, if you see another stacks deck, another, like, I hate to say mid-range, but mid-range deck at the table, kind of help support you with an extra 100 cards. You can grind out, really play into the strengths of your commander.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is, like, very indicative. This kind of pod composition is very indicative of what I would expect to see at...
Oh, they're still mulliganing. Someone's mulling to 4 right
it's
now?
the Kinnan player.
Yeah,
I think I just
Max.
saw the cut. A mull of 4 with Kinnan. I mean, what are we looking for? Just a functional hand? Is it
Mana, a Mystic from
I thought Kinnan could just keep any hand. It's like,
Yeah.
whatever. Here's a mana rock, some lands. Keep it. Is that not how
Maybe
this goes?
just getting unlucky.
Am
I don't know.
That's tough.
You do see players play a lot more carefully in these top 16 matches, which is actually something you can take advantage of.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Tell me about that.
yeah.
You've done some of that in your day.
Yeah,
I understand.
people are just not ready. They're like, oh yeah, we're top 16, untimed. I can play these slower. No, you can't. I'm winning. Like, here's the Necro, here's the Born. You're done.
Jam, bam. Yeah, you have a little bit of tournament pedigree to you. I assume that you have taken adequate advantage of some of the conservative play, I'll say, that
Yes.
comes from playing high-stakes Magic, especially high-stakes Magic in a multiplayer setup.
For some reason, people just get scared in top 16. I mean, at Festival of Nights, there were 3 Ristics at the table, and Jorman was there, and he was like, "Are you guys serious right now? Thoracle console."
That's why Jorman wins a lot. We've seen it a lot, and he's here again today, winning a lot. As the commanders get moved, it looks like Ori's taking a draw for turn, maybe, and we are ready to get started. I think that would indicate no pregame actions.
No pregames, unless someone
that's
forgot.
Huge. Yeah, last round we saw 2 Gemstone Caverns. Obviously a big part of the Mulligan strategy when you're not going first. You can see that over and over again. Nothing here, as here is Bloodstained Mire for Ori to kick things off. See what we got. A lot of pressure. Kept a high
there's the
hand
Esper.
count. Yeah, fetch. Assume we declared what we're fetching for already, and here's Esper Sentinel. Basically exactly what you said.
Yeah.
Exactly what you said you wanted to see. Get a card advantage engine going really quick. This one's actually great too, Esper Sentinel, being 1 mana, obviously. Some of the lowest investment. You don't need to do any kind of crazy Dark Ritual, Spirit Guide, nothing to get it out. Why people like Fish a lot, this one you don't even have to pay for.
You don't pay for. The mana is just up front 1. You're going to draw 3 cards right now. Looks like Max didn't play
no land from Max?
Did we? Wait, what's going on
Bloodstained Mire for Kellen. His players playing Click Magic and then pass the turn over to Connor. Not a big impactful turn from Kellen either. Not a lot of cards in hand, I think.
Yeah,
from
nothing,
Kellen, maybe,
nothing happening.
Well,
I need this active player moved around.
Yeah, this active player. I mean, maybe he's just going to get back there by the time we're
oh, there we go. They got the message. We're good. Okay, so just Rog.
Rog.
Paying for. Why is it land tapped?
I don't know why Volcanic Tap. Maybe it shouldn't be. Yeah, we're asking about that now.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah. I think you should instinctively bang. What are these hands? Slow start here.
Yeah, so I guess all the players playing
don't want to feed Esper?
scared.
Is that what it is?
I think this is the top 16 conservative curse of just like people playing scared, keeping
I mean, Max bowled a 4. That's
this
understandable.
hand plays. Yeah,
It looks like he did play a land. I see a chop.
Oh,
Which
okay,
couldn't see it.
cool.
There was
We
a fetch for
couldn't
a
see
chop. So it's literally just fetch. In upkeep, I
E-tutor.
assume. We're going to Enlighten Tutor. That's going to get some action. Kellen fetching immediately. Dark Rit.
Dark Rit Oppo? I don't know. I don't even know if that deck plays Oppo.
I mean, we didn't pull the trigger on fetches, which I do like. But, yeah, I mean, I can't see if it plays Oppo or not. But that's the first thing I'm thinking if someone's fetching a response. I mean, you can't Red Blast this. What are you going to do?
Yeah, Ori probably looking to establish a mana advantage unless he puts the Ristic on top, in which case I'm scared.
Yeah, well, I mean, you would have to have a ton of mana.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like this Esper's drawing a bunch of cards.
It could be like a, I don't know, blue land, Rite of Flame, Ristic. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's a ton of stuff that could be. Well, Rite of Flame. Sorry. You can't really cast that one yet.
Oh, yeah, wait.
We'll see.
Oh, Mystic Remora. Yeah.
That's just not enough.
We need more card
double
draw.
Up.
I need more cards. Now, so here's the thing. As a Rock side player, when I'm playing against these TNK decks, I'm just going to speak from the Rock side perspective, but you can apply this to like Tim DeDargo as well, is we have more mana than these guys, and we can beat them on mana, even if they're getting slightly more cards than us.
Sure.
As Connor, I would have liked to see him drop a bunch of rocks down on his turn or whatnot and be like, yeah, I got like 4 mana. You have 2 mana, and it's going into this Mystic Remora. You don't have commanders. You can't play your counter spells. You can't play these spells. I can. It doesn't matter. I can beat you on this axis.
Right.
But we're not seeing that, so I'm a little sussed out right now.
A little sussed out. That's a good word for it. As Forbidden Orchard's going to come down, it looks to be just like shortcutting. We're casting this Mystic Remora right away as Ori, and now Azure Sentinel alongside Mystic Remora are going to be played together. Kellen fetched a plateau, maybe considering other opposition agents as part of the consideration for fetching now?
Yeah.
Not clear,
Not
however.
sure.
No response to the Mystic Remora, and back over to Max we go. Now, I was talking at the beginning of the game as Command Towers added to Max's board state. These are the kinds of games Cannon wants.
Yes. Oh, Armored Scrap Gorger coming down.
Armored Scrap Gorger, CDH staple. What's card? Exiles cards from yard. Makes
some mana.
Yeah, all right.
It just gets
Pass
rid
turn
of
back.
gets rid of the card from the yard. Is actually matters a lot.
Yeah, huge for these Underworld Breach decks, which obviously all 3 of the other decks at the table are. So eating down Graveyards a little bit, very powerful. As we quickly just Badlands go.
What's
you were talking
happening?
About wanting an explosive draw from this Dargo deck, and we are not seeing it.
Yeah,
not
I don't
a
know
spell
what's going
cast
on.
yet, as we are back to Connor.
Maybe we're just trying to play parasitically and just have an explosive turn. I'm
What
not
does
sure.
playing parasitically mean? You've said it twice, and I don't know what
Pairing.
it means.
You just ignore everyone. Don't contribute to anything.
Oh.
Just sit back.
That's parasitic?
Yeah, and just be like, nothing's happening.
okay.
All right, you guys have burnt everything. I didn't contribute jack to this. Here's all my stuff. Okay,
How
here's the
about
dock side.
Odawara
Okay.
into Dockside. Dockside looking to make 2.
2? That sucks.
I mean, yeah, you said it better than I did. I mean, this is the kind of gameplay I've come to expect with Dockside and some of these creature-heavy pods. Now, I would expect to get a little bit more from the Tim to Dargo, but they've cast a spell.
Yeah, no artifacts have come down. Maybe we were hoping to keep this Dockside, see some artifacts from the Kinnan and the Dargo.
Oh, yeah, you have to imagine. And, obviously playing Otawara on Connor's side has to maybe indicate not that many other lands. No black mana, which could be part of the equation as well, for Connor needing the Dockside now. If we're trying to do some kind of Dark Ritual, Nauseam, who knows? Ancient Tomb added to the mix for Ori. Going to be big for keeping this Mystic Roar in play. And kind of following that, quickly passing the turn, no interest in casting any spells as Kinnan added to the board for Max. Now, multiple mana able to be made by this Scrap Gorger.
Clawing our way back.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you got the time.
Yeah.
None of these players are casting anything.
Exactly.
But, I mean, some of the mana's tapped. Max has tapped his mana. Roxai only has access to 2 mana still, even after the Dockside. Is there a window here?
Oh, we're seeing some action.
Mana's getting tapped.
Orcish Bowmasters.
Whoa. That can take care of Esper right away.
If I'm Connor, I'm begging you to be like, don't kill my Rog. I have this fierce in my hand or something.
I have anything at all. Please don't touch my baby Rogue. Thanks.
So I think this just shoots the Esper Sentinel. I would like to see that, personally.
Okay.
This is an end step.
Yeah, I love shooting the Esper Sentinel here a lot, especially if you're going to do any kind of follow-up.
We see the pointing happening.
I like the prioritization of Orcish Bowmasters by Kellen. Like, obviously, this is a big part of why we kept the hand, right? Like, you're expecting a very slow game, kind of, because of the first 2 players. You're expecting a lot of draw thanks to Rogsai and thanks to the Timnacrom. You got to see that. We see Esper Sentinel already in play, Mystic Room already in play. Orcish Bowmasters is part of the plan. If there's a wheel follow-up here, I mean, I think we're kind of cooking, huh?
Yeah. Now, it looks like a lot of discussion. Top of the table is like, hey, man, I don't know, kill Rog. And Connor's just like, hey, man, I think we're on the same team right now.
Yeah, I think Kellen and Connor are still on the same team.
I think you get rid of the Esper Sentinel.
Yeah.
Or he looks like he's begging for his life right now.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to feed this Mystic Roar, part of it, I think, for Kellen has to be, part of the equation is, what does your next turn look like? If you're going to be feeding the Mystic Roar a ton, maybe you want to.
Rog's gone. So I think what the discussion probably happened is that Ori's like, I can probably squeeze one more card out of this Esper and be like, I'm going to draw one from Esper anyways, and you can just kill my Esper then. And then so you just kill the Rog right now.
I mean,
I don't know.
Either way, they're probably both dying. I don't know. The conversation probably just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, literally, basically nothing has to happen, and the cards just die. So, like, that's the power of Orcish Bowmasters. People have talked a lot about the gameplay patterns of Orcish Bowmasters in CEDH.
Right.
We're going to see that come up big here. Like, especially for Rog's side, where Rog is just not going to be able to stay on the table.
2 mana coming down.
2 mana.
Wishclaw
Talisman. That'll trigger some cards.
We're just hanging out.
I mean, you're drawing for both, right? Like, your Esper's just going to die. You might as well cash out.
Yeah.
Reaching for mana is Ori. We got a tutor in response.
Not sure what's happening. Maybe they're discussing, like, hey, maybe you should kill the Kinnan. Or you're just trying to squeeze as many cards as you can out of this, I think.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Just get also, just look, if the game goes long, this Amass token, not Amass, Amass Orcs.
Yes.
The Orcs Army token. That thing's going to get huge.
Yeah, it's
like,
going to get big.
Without a wheel.
We're going to beat face.
We're going to see real damage and, like, obviously great blockers. There's a Timna deck across from you.
Timna's not drawing cards.
Yeah, shut that down. See you later. A lot of talking
Lots of talking. Ori begging for his life right now. Please don't kill my Esper Sentinel. I need to draw, like, 2 cards. Oh, wait, it's dead. They're not talking. Never mind. I made that up.
There's a lot of hand motions, so maybe just thinking. A little bit of thinking. Oh, a little bit of tense.
Everyone has a lot on the line right now. I think there's like a 100-point difference between top 16 and top 4.
Also like a $500 difference. I mean, there's money on the line. There's points on the line, of course. The chance at the trophy. That's why you're here. That's why you show up.
Yep.
You want to talk about Magic tournaments. You want to talk about what to show up. Obviously, the Gathering, great. I show up to win a trophy. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, we have a really sweet
winning does feel good.
Look, Nathan's in the chat wanting to talk about. I've never seen someone so excited about the Technomancer as Nate. He's just got it cooking. Like, that man, I know he's got his whole chef thing going on. Like, that man likes to cook. It doesn't stay in the kitchen.
All right, we got Bowie trigger. Esper's dead.
Here we go. We have
another
popped
one.
Off, killed the Esper Sentinel. I like it. I think it needs to go eventually.
Yep.
Growing the Orcish Army. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and handle that. Here we go.
Reminding about the triggers.
I mean, might as well.
Yeah.
That's going to come up. And like I said, I think even after the Rog dying, I think Kellen and Connor's still kind of on the same team.
Yeah.
We got to stop some of the creature stuff going on. I want to start looking at Max's board with that Orcish Army.
Hitting face.
And the Orcish Bowmaster's triggers, if I'm Kellen. We'll see. Are we going to pop this Wish Claw right away?
No
We can
way.
wait and grab a wheel later, grab Protection later. An active player, yeah, we see that pass over to Connor. Kellen, fine where he's at, and I don't hate his position.
Very spicily. Kellen had cast a Peer into the Abyss earlier in this tournament. And if you cast that now with this Bowmaster, that kills like 2 players if he wants to do that.
Oh yeah, you're trading someone else, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, that's really bad.
Yeah. You just kill the 3rd player with the Orc Army.
Yeah. All right, sure. Yeah, we can do
so
that.
the deflecting SWAT doesn't work here.
Jesus.
Those tokens from the person providing tokens for an Orc Army?
Oh, the tokens? Someone's asking about them? You can get them at all. Oh, yeah. Our TO's asking about these tokens. You can get them at All Trades Media. Check them out on Etsy.
Orc Army that came with the pack?
Yes.
Yes.
Now get out of here.
The Orc Army comes in the back. Look, these TOs, you can't stay in line. I heard there's a lot of TO issues. I don't want to get into it, but I heard there's some TO issues in CEDH. And
Yeah.
I think we're seeing that here.
We're seeing that right now. Yeah.
Anyways, we're back to professional broadcasting. Here we are. We're in Connor's term. We got 4 mana. I can tell you we got 6 mana thanks to the 2 treasures. That does give access to black mana we didn't have before. City of Triggers does add 2. And here is Call the Week. That's going to trigger Mr. Gamora, which is going to trigger Orcish Bowmasters. Triggers are going to go everywhere, but it seems like we have something here.
Ad Nauseam, Necropotence. What are we doing here?
A lot of good ones. Necropotence and Ad Nauseam both kind of straight, even though they don't trigger Orcish Bowmasters, kind of weak in the face of Orcish Bowmasters because you can just die to like Mr. Gamora.
Mr. Gamora,
stuff.
yeah. Let's see what we got here.
Okay.
All right, looks like it's
we got
resolving.
4 black mana is what we got. I can tell you that. I mean, yeah, no sense making the move here. I think Ori definitely interested in more cards. Kellen got to be excited about more triggers. Can start picking off Max's board and solving a lot of the problems. Make it kind of a 2-player game between Kellen and Ori. And the Orcish Bowmasters can start going to work.
As Connor here, I don't know. This window is interesting. People are tapped out.
I'll tell you what.
Bowmaster Remora is a problem, and Ori's drawing cards, but
yeah,
he
Ori's
has just
drawn a
one
lot
colored
of cards,
piece of
only
mana.
Only one piece of mana, no commander in play. If you got a couple pieces of interaction, that might be good enough.
Yeah, your Rog just died.
Yeah, and that's not getting better, right? Like your Rog's not going to stay in play next turn. What does that look like? You can maybe put Silas in play, and maybe that's a lot harder to kill. You might want to go for like Kid and stuff, and you maybe get to keep it for a turn. That's your whole turn though, and you have to use a treasure. Whatever.
We
We
don't
cast
have
Calling the Week. Can't imagine we're playing Silas.
Chain of Vapor.
Chain of Vapor.
Okay.
Well, that's a really committal start already. No artifacts of our own to bounce.
Yep.
That's just unsummon on your Mystic Remora.
Yep, hitting the Remora, I think.
I like it.
Yeah.
Kind of soft shuts down the Orcish Bowmasters too. I think if Kellen has like a blast or something
Getting
here, they'd be
bounced.
interested in defending. Didn't.
Resets Remora here.
Yeah, I mean, if there's another turn, I don't think Connor's interested in playing another turn of Magic after this one. I think this is the last one.
All right, Ad Nauseam probably coming down here. Just tapping the City of Traders.
A lot of things.
Floating.
1 colorless, 1 black, maybe a tutor?
DT?
Wish Claw it is.
Oh, Wish Claw, yeah.
All right, 2 Wish Claws. Remember, Docksite's already gone. Weirdly looks a little bit better here, but still not
Getting. What are we doing here?
I mean, could we have Nauseam
Necropotence?
still? We got mana.
No. We got colorless, 3 black, Necro, 2 mana. Looking for Born. Just trying to drop everything. Everything's still in the deck.
Born, Final Fortune, that could maybe do something.
Yeah, I
and
think-
you still like that over Ad Nauseam?
Oh, no, never mind.
Oh, we got more mana.
Okay, so
Holy
never mind.
cow.
Stuff's happening. My bad.
Connor fully in the jam. A lot of cards left there. I mean, I guess didn't really play a lot.
Yep.
This would make the Dockside make a lot more sense. Needed this black mana really badly.
Yep. Looking at this Armored Scrap Gorger over there, I hope we know what that card does.
We got. I don't know what that's gonna. We don't have threshold. It's just +1.
Yep.
I think it could still get better because whatever Yogg Will could maybe be part of the consideration.
Yep.
You have like rituals and stuff. I don't know. There's a lot of lines. Rox is really complex. I don't want to delve too much into it, but
I don't
can
know
tell you
what's
a
in
lot
his
of mana
hand.
plus a tutor is a hell of a recipe.
Okay, let's see what's going on. We're using the black.
Using the black.
Passing it over. What are we
It
getting?
happens at the end. I think that's what we're figuring out here. You get your card and then you pass it.
Mm-hmm. I would just give it to the Mardu Tim to play.
I think there's a real argument to who to give it to, assuming you can't win this turn. Whatever. Giving it to like Max might make some sense because he's like already in some trouble with Orcish Bowmasters. We know Fish is coming back down for Ori. Like whatever. This decision doesn't really matter that much compared to whatever's about to happen.
Exactly.
For Connor.
You're trying to win here, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, they're obviously kind of having some kind of conversation. There's a lot of hands flicking around.
Connor, he left behind the Dargo ways actually, so maybe he just gives it over to the Dargo to be like my predecessors. Yes,
Sure,
there
sure.
you go.
All right, comrade.
And I mean, it makes sense as the last person in turn order.
All right, Let's see what we got. We still got 2 treasures. We got 4 black mana in the mana pool thanks to Cabal Ritual. We still have a volcanic. I mean, we have a lot of mana to work.
Yep.
This hand had so much mana. When you talk about Rogsai, that is the one thing you can highlight, and you see it in action right here. Culling the Weak, Cabal Ritual. You see those, even the CEDH traders matters. All of this is just a ton of mana, and in CEDH, mana is big.
King. Yeah,
big.
I think I was mentioned that earlier that Roxai can beat these other decks on the mana axis with these value engines and whatnot. I didn't see the rocks, and I was like, well, I wish I did. I guess he had it all in hand.
All spell mana in hand.
Yeah,
Okay.
even better.
That works too. I mean, if we're going now, we're going now, and it's time.
All right, so
we're doing a lot of talking about Wishclaw.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Maybe he's talking about what am I going to get, or he's like, I can stop you, so don't get what you think.
Yeah, there might be some interaction, like somebody being like, I have a piece, don't go for it kind of thing. And it, like, obviously Connor probably doesn't have any 2 cards left.
At this point,
hands like all mana. I'm not making a lot of interaction there.
If I'm Connor, I'm just like, you know what? I do not care. Like, okay, giving it to Max over here on Kinnan, who mulled to 4.
I love that. I love giving it to Max. I love that play a lot. I mean, like I said, may not even matter. We might just be done here. But in the event we're not done here, I actually think that's the correct choice.
Right. Well, there's still a Basalt on the table, but yeah.
I mean, whatever. That Kinnan can basically die whenever. Like, you know, like we have a Board Masters in play. Mystic More's going to come back down.
Here's the Necro.
Necro was the choice. It is harder to counter.
Yep.
I think, like, you know, not having Flusterstorm work, not having, you know, whatever, some of those, like, instant sorceries, dispels, that kind of stuff. Even Spell Pierce kind of turned off thanks to it being, like, lower CMC. Matters.
Still floating the black here, too. So why did we cast that Cabal Writ? Interesting.
I mean, you're taxed on black. Your lands don't make black, so...
Well, he had 3 colorless... or he had 1 colorless, 3 black. You could use the colors for the Wishclaw and then pass it over, get the Necro, put that down to save yourself a card. I don't know. There's stuff happening in his hand.
You're going to discard probably the Necro anyway, no matter which way this slices. I don't know.
Oh.
Who knows?
Necro going to the graveyard?
Necro looks like it got countered by a Swan Song. From Max. Okay. And that came off of the Scrap Gorger,
after
which
giving him
exiled
the Wishclaw.
Dockside.
Yeah.
So that stops that. Yeah, well, I mean, I think he's still the correct player to give the Dockside to, but that's a huge Swan Song.
Yep.
And there's a little bit of mana left over. Can replay Rog with that floating black now or whatever. He can play Silence, who knows.
2 mana coming in.
It's Talisman of Dominance.
And passing the turn.
Yeah, it's
I did like the Necro there because it's harder to counter.
And get mana left over to continue to develop our board.
Exactly.
Like now we have permanent black mana in play. That does matter. We're kind of losing some of these treasure mana. Back to order we go. Mystic Gamora likely coming back down. Gonna turn the Orcish Masters back online, and that's gonna do a lot to check Kinnan. So we got a real game here. A lot of texture, a lot of back and forth, and we're just gonna kind of see how things break from here. Connor, that was rough. Used a lot of mana, committed a lot of mana, but not out of it.
Yep. Let's see what happens. Going into Ori's turn, he just drew a lot of cards. Like 3, I want to say.
True. The mana's a little awkward, though. Low on pips. No artifact mana yet. Now, if we found some, this could be a very explosive turn from Ori.
Yeah.
But if the turn is just like lands, fish, maybe Timna or what, you know, that kind of composition, that could be fine. Very unassuming. Here is Hallowed Fountain, 2 life lost. Mana up for Connor. If he had interaction, I have to imagine he would have used it, so who knows what that represents. Maybe another tutor, Vampiric, something like that. Something to think about. Not a lot of cards left. Safe to assume Connor's probably not a player for a little bit.
I want to see some impact here, or else Kinnan
Chrome Mox out of the mix. Well, that is artifact mana. And now
under the Rite of Flame.
Rite of Flame going under. This is going to be a pretty big turn from Ori, even if it's just developing, right? Even if it's just creatures plus fish plus a lot, going to be an impactful turn for the texture of this board state.
Dockside count 3, it looks like.
Yeah, let's see what we got. We got 2 Wishclaws, Talisman, and is that it? Oh, a treasure. 4.
Mystic Gamora coming back down.
Mystic Gamora coming back down. That makes sense. Off of the Hallowed Fountain we played. Still got Plateau, Forbidden Orchard, and a red mana. A lot of red mana available for Ori.
Yeah, what are we doing with that?
Could play Crom if we want to tap out.
Don't want to tap out.
Don't like
here.
that. Yeah,
he doesn't like tapping out. He might play a Timna, but there's a Bowmaster. So.
Yeah, choose to keep it all up.
Just
as
passing
we pass
the turn.
over to Max. Love this. Wishclaw in play. Kinnan's still in play.
Yep.
You know, we need another spell actually to kill this Kinnan with the Bowmasters because obviously Basalt.
Yep.
You know, whatever could do it. We need another one.
Yeah.
Things could get awkward if there's not another one.
Let's see what's going to happen here.
I mean, we could just also just not go. I mean, I don't know what else we're doing, right? If we're Kinnan, what are we looking for that's not Basalt Monolith? Like, you're on a Mold of 4. You're low on resources anyway. You're on Fish. You're on Ristic.
On Ristic, maybe.
Okay.
You got to pass the Wishclaw to do that. I would like to just keep the onboard tutor that
you just leave the Wishclaw around?
My colors don't have until I'm ready to go for it.
With, like, protection or something? Okay.
Yeah.
And that might be reversed. Spellskite's huge
protecting
here.
the Kinnan.
That will do so much to save you from Bowmasters. You can choose what to redirect or not. That kind of thing. Huge.
0-4.
Basically, I mean, kind of the perfect card here against Bowmasters, which was threatening. And now maybe Kellen's stuck thinking, dang, like maybe I should have been targeting the Kinnan player a little bit earlier with some of these triggers. I don't know. But either way, it could be kind of a tough spot here if the Spellskite's allowed to happen.
I think it's going to be allowed to happen unless this Kinnan dies on the stack here.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the question. Is people going to cast some spells in the stack? Any kind of removals that need to get added to the mix? If somebody already has a removal for the Spellskite, maybe it doesn't matter that much. I don't know, but I can tell you from what we have access to, it looks like it's going to be very impactful.
Yeah.
Players doing a little bit of talking here. Spirit on Max's side is the token, thanks to the Forbidden Orchard. You're probably going to see quite a few more of those as this game progresses. Orcish Army looking to, I believe, be a
5. I can't read that number.
Yeah, dice look a little rough. Love the tokens. Dice could stand an upgrade, I'll tell you that. There's my feedback from the booth. I'll tell you that. White and black dice. Give me that contrast. This is players
Discussion on the Skype. That just tells me no one has anything.
Is that what so that's what I mean. So I guess you're getting some free CDH coaching. When the table starts talking, and it's just doing a lot of talking about relatively meaningless-ish stuff, like not wins. That just means nobody has anything. Is that what that means?
Yeah, you can't counter you counter my spells, but you can't counter my politics.
Oh, you can't counter the uncountable politics.
Unless you just kill them. But
I mean, you're not playing the game. You can't politic anymore. Sure.
Everyone wants someone else to do their dirty work here. Just turn pass.
A lot of dirty work to be done. Spellskite resolves, no further game actions, and back to Kellenby. Also, interestingly, no attacks. No one's attacking with anything.
No one's swinging.
Maybe some respect for Timna's. Maybe just acknowledgement it doesn't really matter. Who knows?
I don't know. Just hit. Yeah, I would have hit the TNK player with the Remora.
What I can tell you is
dying.
Timna Dargo hasn't missed a land drop as here is Verdict Catacombs very quickly fetching.
How many lands are they on? I'm about to look.
Oh, okay. See, this is about to make me mad. This is about to be disrespectful.
24.
20. Jesus Christ. This is so few.
Seems good.
That's too low lands for half my 60 card decks, man. Oh, Jesus. All right, here we go. So, we have a Wishclaw.
We have a Wishclaw.
We have 4 mana.
Bowmasters.
And a Bowmasters in play. I mean, face up on the table is tutor for wheel.
Yep.
That's something we could do. Doesn't win.
Puts you in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, Wrath's the board.
Wrath's the board, hit the Mystic Remora player, call it a day.
Call it a day, yeah. Force them to put something to play. Ori passed, having drawn a bunch of cards. All mana. 5 mana. Can't be on Nauseam. Don't have a second plaque yet unless there's Dark Ritual involved. What are we representing? Ori seems like the player to worry about, right? Connor went for a bunch of stuff, didn't have interaction. Probably don't have to worry about interaction there. Max wasn't willing to go for it with a Wishclaw. Probably doesn't have a pile of interaction either. So you said they don't have anything. Ori might have something.
Ori could have a Fire Covenant.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, sure.
Every time I play against him, he has that card.
That card would be strong.
Yeah.
That could be really strong. As here is an attack for 5 off the jump. Timna played first. Timna in play.
Here to draw
attack
some
for
cards.
5. Tame.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what. I've noticed a very deliberate holding up of this plateau from Kellen.
Yeah.
I'm sniffing something.
It's either a hard bluff. Maybe he's been holding since turn 1.
That'd be a hell of a bluff.
Yeah.
He fetched so proactively. Has held it up every single turn. Could be blast, could be silence, but I'm sniffing something.
Yeah. Interesting that we're not trying to draw 2 cards with this Timna.
You're maybe worried about some ambush viper action from Ori, some kind of like opposition agent or something.
Agent.
That's part of the reason to maybe not go for Wishclaw, right?
Yeah.
Like that's in the range of stuff. Neither player activating Wishclaw could just be worried
mana's
about
being
an oppo.
tapped here.
Oh, is it gonna be 4 mana?
4?
Oh, is it Covenant time?
Yeah, I called it. I knew it every time.
What is happening? All right, whatever, dude. I don't even. What? How did you? Okay.
I'm so good at this game.
What is going on? Okay. You know what? Fire Covenant, a great one here. How much life are you paying, and how does this work with Spellskite?
That's the question I had, is how does this work with Spellskite?
I think when it's already selected as a target, you can't change the target from other stuff to target it. This came up with Kolaghan's Command in the early days of Modern with Kolaghan's Command and Affinity, where it's like you would have to target the Spellskite, and then you could target something else and it would like work because you can't change another target when it's already targeted.
Right.
I think that's how that works. But Magic has been updated on the rules for a long time, and Fire Covenant's an old-ass card, so that's my call.
Yeah. Let's see what.
Anyways,
happens.
what the heck is with that?
Looks like I think
Why
there's
are you in the booth instead of playing. No, I'm sure they're asking the spell side question. They're asking the same question we are.
Why
right
am I
now.
not playing?
Yeah, you just know what everybody's hand is. You already know nobody has anything.
That's how you
except
play.
Fire Covenant. You just know everything. What's going on?
I just, I didn't want to play this time around. I just wanted to give my hand with the casting.
Like, I know why
it's good.
Why are you here? You like Pegasus, got the Millennium Eye. You see everything. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it looks like some people in chat kind of going through.
When you're addicted to CEDH, you know every type of configuration that can happen. You just know.
This is what separates the goods from the greats. He just has it all. Just has it all dialed up. And here we go. So Fire Covenant down to 16 is Ori. Massive amount of life paid. Likely just going to be a Wrath and huge setback for Max, who already started on a mold of 4, has a Wish Claw, didn't use it, and now if there's no counterspell, a counterspell here would be rough.
Yeah.
That's a lot of life to pay. But you have to imagine that if Ori's want to go after...
Oh my god. Path? Wait. What is that's path, right?
Why did we path after we Fire Covenanted it? We could have just paid 2 more life.
Oh, there was a Fierce Guardianship.
Fierce Guardianship. Okay, see, I'm having trouble with the top right of Max. Fierce Guardianship down on the on the Fire Covenant. Fierce counters fire, and we have Path to Exile to stop the drawing from Timna. A lot of respect for Timna there with a cannon in play with the Spellskite up.
I would have just maybe gotten rid of the Spellskite.
Yeah, I mean,
take him off it. Silas coming down.
Does that speak to more interaction? We quickly passed turns over. Past the turn did Kellen. No fight at all over any of that stuff. Had Kellen, if he had like Blast or whatever, maybe fights over the Fierce. Over to Connor, who just plays Silas and pass. Having talked to Bryant Cook once or twice in my life, Silas, usually not a good sign for your chances in the game.
Actually false. It's pretty okay.
Mount Doom changes things?
Mount Doom's good. It just gets heart stuff back from the yard. I find myself casting Silas a lot these days.
Oh, okay. Silas, updated stonks.
Yeah.
As we go to Ori, quickly pays, thanks to Chrome Mox. A lot of mana left over. Used all of it. We will see exactly what we can present. Land for turn didn't get a great look. Looks to be an Arid Mesa. Yep. Look at that. Card recognition. I didn't get those card recognition games. We get like half the cards. You can still see it.
I saw it was in Japanese, so I could just tell,
you know.
Yeah, I could just read it, yeah.
I have a good authority that you're... Anyways. we're not going down this. We're not doing this. All right, here we go. So Fire Covenant, massive bonk. Down to 10 is Ori. Is life total becoming a consideration with this Bowmaster still in play?
Yes, and you don't have any creatures.
Here's a fetch down to 9, single digits for Ori. You wanted a grindy game. I mean, this grindy game is about to end for you.
Absolute blowout on that Fire Covenant. Max with 2 for 2 on the interaction here. Grinding them in the dust.
Sure. I mean, hasn't had to do a whole lot. Mold of 4, cast a Fierce, a big Fierce, an important one to have.
He's set to take this game over if he gets back to his turn. He's got that Wish Claw out.
Exactly. I think this is kind of exactly the position that Kinnan wants to be in, the kind of position that Kinnan does a good job setting itself up to be in. Yep. Cards like Spellskite, you don't see in other decks. Matters a lot here. Has continued to matter a lot here. Like, guess what? That path doesn't really work that well against Max, so it got used on a Timna instead of a Spellskite. Like, that is part of the texture that these cards that Kinnan plays adds. Right. And they're cards you don't see in any other deck. Very cool deck, and certainly, I think, built to kind of combat positions like this. Is 2 mana being tapped. Is it Dockside? It's my chance to maybe.
Dockside Extortionist.
My call.
You got it.
It wasn't as good because you don't even tap mana yet. Yours is better. Here is Dockside Extortionist. Let's get a count. 2 Wish Claws adding to the mix a ton. Silas, Treasure, Talisman, and then I got Wish Claw, Spellskite. 7?
7. Silas, there it is.
That's a lot of mana.
What are we setting up for here? We've drawn a lot of cards.
4 more in the chamber. Ancient Tomb providing 2. Still didn't have to use that one.
Yep.
This kind of... I don't want to say this has to be the turn, because Ori can do some politicking. Things like the One Ring can add to the mix, but you're beginning to look very dead on board.
Things are not... I don't know if things are not getting better for you in any way, shape, or form.
Things could get better. Like some attempts from Connor or Kellen could really add to the mix for you.
I think you're losing control of this game more than you had it. Max is about to take over.
I agree.
He's tapped out. He has just that Armored Scrap Gorger right now.
If Max gets on top of all this stuff, all this mana, a Spellskite protection, Wish Claw dialed up, it's not looking good.
Yeah.
But, people are tapped pretty low. Connor playing Silas, once again, kind of indicative, not a lot going on.
Yeah.
I would have had to find a piece of interaction or 2 over the last turn cycle. Kellen didn't really fight over anything yet, although even though representing really hard, hasn't fought over anything. And this is just a ton of mana, and it's both commanders.
Oh my god, we got nothing going on in our hand. We have lost control of the game.
All right, look, I'll say this. They're good blockers, like especially Crom. And your commander spells work now.
Yeah.
Of the dock sides for 7 I've seen in my life, lower on the power level.
Looks like we're going to look to draw a card here.
I don't hate it, especially because you can chump with the dock side. We're trample on this Orcish army.
It's desperation mode right now. We're hoping to draw something good, get back to our turn.
We got a fish, come on.
Okay,
okay. So hold steady, have some faith in the fish. Things could be getting better. Oh.
Alrighty.
So what now? Yeah, it looks like we did make an attack. Didn't see who at. Yeah, it looks like that is
I think that was the against Timna Dargo. Is that where that attack went?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It worked down that life total a little bit for one of, like, Ad Nauseam and Peer decks that doesn't have, like, that has access to Bowmasters. So, like, Bowmasters can do something to pressure Connor's life total if an Ad Nauseam's gone for. You don't have that, so makes sense in the attack. I like it. And here comes an attack. Has to be an Orrery, I imagine. I mean, this is a lethal attacker at Orrery. As I do want to call out. Wait, are we still on Orrery's turn? I thought I just saw that being tapped.
Yeah, I thought that was passed.
I'm like 2 turns ahead. Okay.
Yeah. Hold up.
Where
okay, yeah,
are
we're
we?
good. We're good.
Okay,
We're good.
reset everything I just said. Players were just talking and moving stuff around. We are back to max. This is why the active player thing exists. Back to max, active player. I was going to say, did Max do nothing with his turn? Here we go. Back to Max's turn. Expecting a big turn here.
Yes.
Spellskite, Wishclaw, at least 4 mana. Lotus Petals, things like that can add to the mix. Could have a really big turn here.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what's in his hand. We know he's been top decking this interaction. No way he mulled to 4 and kept all that in his hand.
Stuff. Yeah, the draw slips have been really, really kind to Max. I'll say that. Grind them into dust, indeed. We'll see what we have. A little bit of a think here. The draw step may be worth pondering, says Max. A lot of mana to work with. I'm shocked. With all the stuff that's been cast, that Kinnan has not gone to the command zone once.
Yeah. We saw that Fire Covenant. We saw that path. We saw the onboard Bowmaster.
It's not even nothing. I mean, Max has got to be thrilled about that. If nothing else, the Multi-4, rough. Going second, not too bad. Receiving a Wishclaw, great. Kinnan not being dead, perfect.
This is awesome right now. On a Multi-4, this is awesome. I cannot ask for more than this.
Yeah, I mean, this is about as good as it gets.
Yeah.
Unless you're doing some kind of crazy turn, who knows? This is about as good as it gets. And
moving into a turn pass.
Nothing. We don't even have a
We don't have spin mana, yeah. Okay. What are we doing? Are we afraid of something? I know this deck has instant speed lines, but I'm not seeing it right now.
Well, something to consider too. Bowmaster's in play. Orrery under pressure. This Bowmaster's token looking like an abyss. A lot of removal already used.
Yeah.
Maybe the spot is just getting better for you as this army continues to whittle down some of your problematic opponents.
Yep.
Connor not much of a threat. Orrery the biggest threat by a lot, and under the gun.
He's under the gun. He's the one with the Mystic Remora. He gets to decide if he wants to die or not.
Yeah. You can choose not to draw. We can do that. You want to draw or not, big guy? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see exactly how Kellen wants to take this turn. Has not missed a land drop yet. We'll see if we have one here. It looks like, once again, only a few cards to work with, but a Wishclaw that has been looming. It's the Discipline. I mean, I think we played this on turn, 2, 3?
2, yeah. We're just banking it.
Just banking it. It's on board. It's been on board. I don't know, we just don't have any backup, and that's what we're looking for. I don't know if we just are looking, or payoff, where we can find backup with it. Or if we're playing our opposition agent, but the discipline for this Wishclaw from both players has been astounding. I think a lot, if you talk to the average CEDH player, hell, you talk to me, I probably would have activated this Wishclaw by now. The discipline here is astounding.
Lots of thinking, lots of hand shuffling going on. I think we're just thinking about if we want to go for it here.
I mean, Connor tried, failed. Orrery put creatures in play.
Yeah.
Max, I mean, he's kind of the next player, right? Max is like, okay, you didn't play anything. What do you have?
Yeah.
What is it? Interaction? I mean, obviously not that many cards. You did mulligan, but like you have an onboard Wishclaw. What do you have?
Like we see a 2-card combo available to Max.
Right.
He's holding 3 cards in hand.
I mean, you do need a payoff after the Basalt Monolith, right? You need
Fair.
some card mana. Like maybe that's not
3
there.
mana.
There could be a lot of problems. 3
Plateau
mana.
being held up once again.
Yeah, there it is. Wheel mana. Oh, untapped. Tapped and untapped. That plateau.
Thinking about maybe getting dockside. I know there's a dockside deck. Okay, finally using that plateau.
No, not allowed to get tapped.
Thinking about how this turn's going to play out. We're sequencing it. We're
this
cooking.
reminds me of the Magic Online thing where you can activate LED, just go to your whole hand and pick it up. It's over and over again. It's just here we go. Control Z. Tap mana, Control Z. Wish Claw time?
It's time.
It's fine. I was just talking about the discipline.
We're
it's
clawing.
Wish Claw time.
Who are you giving this to? I think I just give this to Connor.
That's
no lie.
So risky. I mean, if you're going for it, if it's time, if it's game time,
now
I'm giving it to Connor.
Now I don't know how this actually works. If he gives it to Ori and then kills him, does it go back to him? Because that is a thing you can do, right?
Say that one more time.
If he gives the Wish Claw to Ori and then kills Ori,
yes,
it goes back to him, right? It goes to the active player, right?
Yes, permanents controlled by the players get given back,
I think so.
Now, I know that works with trades. Is this not a trade? I think this is how it works.
I think that is how that works,
We're
right?
casters. That would be a cute trick if it works. Just go grab a wheel, give me that back, thank you, turn's yours.
Wow.
It exiles. People say it exiles.
I don't think it actually exiles. I think it goes to someone else.
Who knows? Whatever. They have access to Google. We don't.
Yeah.
Not right now.
I'm about to call a judge.
I
got L3s here.
We did this yesterday. We're not doing this. We're not doing this again.
Last controller by Snoosuke.
Look, I don't trust Snoosuke.
Oh yeah, he's
they're firing
weird.
from the hip.
He plays Winota.
Yeah, they're firing from the hip. I don't know. Who knows? Let's see.
I don't know if he recognizes that, but that is a cool thing you could do.
I mean, that is a cool thing. I don't know if that's even good. We might just have a breach line here somehow, depending on what the composition of the hand is. I can tell you what, there's a lot of talking.
Yeah.
And this is a crucial turn. People talk a lot about Magic games, how there's a critical turn where things happen. I think this is a critical turn. This is a turn where
okay, double wish. Okay, we're losing to Max.
Yeah, there you go. If he gets back to Max, Max wins.
He wins.
Figure it out.
He straight up wins.
You're just diving through your piles of gold like a dragon.
Yeah, I don't know how he just got away with that.
I don't either. But I can tell you that if it gets back to Max's turn and there's no opposition agent,
OP.
Which opponent maybe for which? I mean, they have different sleeves, but. Maybe it's a op as in oppo. We want an oppo to happen because otherwise you're in a lot of trouble. Well, we activated a Wish Claw. That indicates it's game time.
I don't know. The oppo thing can be good. You might just give both the Wish Claws to Max and oppo him.
That'd be disgusting.
Yeah,
you can just grab oppo here. You can just activate Wish Claw, go.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not good. It runs into some issues.
Yeah.
Because if you ever have to tap a single one of those mana, you just die.
Yeah.
You just die to these Wish Claws.
Orum's Chant on Ori.
Okay.
But not Max.
You would not have searched for this, right?
Yeah, no.
So this was already in hand. Likely what the plateau was representing. So, and actually the card that we grabbed with Wish Claw is actually still face down, which, some free information there. We didn't grab that. And here it is. It's going to be Dockside Extortion. Chant resolved. Damage taken. Crom's going to draw. Are we just going to kill Ori from these? Oh, you don't get to choose on that one. That one just happens. Damage. Where is it going? To Ori.
Face.
Why would we Orm Chant Ori and then just kill him?
Yeah, why not just, I don't know, I would have given him the Wish Claw too.
There you go, you can have everything, including this damage. Taste it. You choose which opponent gets control of Wish Claw, leaves the game, you regain control. Yeah, great. All right.
Awesome.
I trust Justin Wright.
Yeah.
They seem a lot more trustworthy than
Snoosuke,
Snoosuke.
yeah.
That's where I'm at. I don't know, something about it.
Who was silenced? Ori, the TNK player, was silenced.
The TNK player was silenced, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Mystic War in play, and they might just die. They might just die. Bowmasters. Well, either way, here is a Dockside Extortionist. Let's get a count real quick. 2 Wish Claws. Spellskite, that's 3. We got Fish, Chromox, that gets us to 6. Treasure still in play. 4 Counter can correct it if he wants. Silas and Talisman. I got 8 is the
8
count.
treasures.
That's a lot of mana.
That is a lot of mana.
I'll tell you what, it's even more mana if you start factoring in Dargo into the equation.
Yep.
Because when you start cracking that mana, Dargo combos start to get online. And let me tell you, Hermit Druid, you're in chat. You can tell you all about it.
Yeah,
I'll tell you all about it for a long time. You love some Dargo. This is juicy. This is the dream. Where's the tech? Whatever. He's gonna list a million cards that all win from here. There's a lot. What I can tell you is there's a lot.
2 cards in hand here by Kellen here. Let's see what he got.
That's a lot more than 2. I think that's just the way he shot. It looks like 4.
Oh, it might be 4. You're right.
He's just making piles. It's like the poker chips thing.
Yeah.
Maybe a poker background for
He
Kellen.
tricked me.
He sure did. I mean, it's part of the ruse. tell you what, some slow magic being played here as these players are really talking about this dock side. Maybe trying to convince Connor of cracking this treasure? I can see that.
Max sitting there quietly.
Oh, look at you. You got a little eye.
Oh, no, Max leaning over, looking around, thinking about how he loses this game.
A lot of ways. A lot of ways.
Looking at his the mind break trap.
Oh, mind break trap from Max. Another piece of interaction. What a set of draws from this Kennen deck. I'll tell you what.
So is this game done or what?
It's not looking good. Maybe we arms chanted the wrong player.
Yeah.
Especially if we're trying to kill Ori with all the triggers or whatever, what have you. Here comes an attack with the Orcish army at Max. That's going to eat a spirit, and the turn passes to Connor. That's it. No mana up after that. Kellen went for it. Dockside countered by Mind Break Trap, and
I'm at the edge of my seat. That's 2 free counter spells. A Swan Song.
Was Mind Break Trap
that was
online?
That was a hard cast Mind Break Trap.
What turned Mind Break Trap online? Oh, it was hard cast.
Yeah.
I was going to say, was it even online? No, 4 mana. Wow. That is a tough way to do it. As here's an attack for 4.
On not Ori with your flyer?
Yeah, I mean, no. I think you need Ori to survive Max's turn.
Maybe.
I mean, what else you got? Tell you what, a wheel here would be really nice from Connor. Get yourself back in the game, kill some of these problematic creatures. I think that'd be a big part of the equation. Connor only looking at draw steps, though. We'll see. Reaching for the active player,
Okay,
maybe nothing.
Maybe looking at mana, looking to
And passing the turn
passing.
over. Ori, 3 life left.
It's gotten back to his turn. I didn't think we were going to get here.
I was not optimistic. I'll tell you what, a lot of creatures ended up attacking Max that maybe should have been attacking. Who knows? I mean, like I said, killing players is not always obvious. It's not obvious that you need to do that because you might just need Ori's help to stop Max.
Right.
And, if you have the threat of interaction, there's a lot more equation. There's a lot more to the equation.
Max getting away with murder here. 2 Wish Claws on a Moldifor. Top decking every single piece of interaction.
It's solid.
Spellskite is down. Your Kinnen's protected.
What do we got? I mean, it's all on this turn. Like, you were lucky to get this turn.
Yes.
I'll tell you that. You were lucky to get this turn. You're not getting another one.
Yes.
And I don't know. You know Ori a lot better than I do. I'm not sure how much they like to sandbag, but if they're sandbagging, now is the time.
Yeah.
So we will see. I mean, we have a couple more looks if you don't have it yet. Thanks to Crom and Timna.
Yeah.
Connor tapped out.
Allowing another draw.
Not even that unreasonable to just attack Kellen with Dockside. You could get 3 total cards here.
Yep.
So, you got maybe some more resources to work with. A lot of talking here still. But, I mean, I think it's time. I don't think, no matter how much talking you do,
you got to do something.
You got to do something.
Cabal
and that
Ritual.
is something. Cabal Ritual. Here we go.
I don't know if Max is going to regret never exiling anything from Ori's yard.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's only been, 2-3 exiles? Not that much. And typically T&K doesn't play
Cabal Ritual? They
I
do,
mean, they
right?
Cabal Ritual. They just don't play Yogg-Will and stuff, right?
I remember I was talking to Ori, and he was thinking about cutting it from the deck. Oh, Intent coming down. We're going for the
That's
win here. We
huge.
got to do something. It's time.
Dockside, and obviously not willing to attack with Dockside. Not attacking with your commanders yet. I think indicative of maybe a little uncertainty. About your way to win. 'Cause,
Yeah.
you don't attack unless you're thinking about blocking.
Exactly.
If you're just attacking no matter what, you just start attacking, right?
Maybe nerves could also be setting in. You never know.
No, these players are sick. Come on, these players are sick. Well, here we go. I mean, what are we intenting for? Intent looks like it worked.
Yeah.
Mind Break Trap's now online. I have to imagine Max has to be out of interaction, right? There's
Yeah.
just no way we've drawn that much interaction. Kellen's out of interaction, so is it really only on Connor? This looks to be a juicy spot, and Diabolic Intent can grab any range of things. Ad nauseam Neck are really the only things that don't work.
Yep. You can guess that Max has no interaction because he tapped out for Mind Break Trap. He's got nothing.
That's a tough way to do it.
If you want to win, you win here.
Okay, what about Underworld Breach?
I mean,
Does that just work?
Underworld Breach gets there. I saw a Dockside. I saw a
Dockside got
Diabolic
sacked
Intent.
to
There's
Intent.
the Breach. There's
Yeah.
the Breach.
Okay, yeah, wow. Bunch of thumbs up. Breach is just going to happen. It just happens.
Okay, now I can talk about this cool thing because I see Dockside and Diabolic Intent in the yard while Ori goes through this.
Okay, talk to me about it.
So I just learned this recently. Okay, he's playing the Dockside, and I imagine he's going to play the Diabolic Intent. When he puts the Diabolic Intent on the stack and elects to pay for it, he can actually sack the Dockside and then use it to escape for the escape cost on the Diabolic
really?
Intent.
I thought
Yeah.
you should pay it all at once.
No, yeah, you can do that. I just learned that a few days ago.
Oh my god, that is disgusting.
Alrighty.
Well, I mean,
I don't think Ori knows that, but maybe he does.
I mean, who knows? There's no way that matters.
Yeah.
You literally are just looping Dockside and Diabolic Intent. We're done.
Yeah.
We're done. You don't even need to make that much mana. You just go grab Brain Freeze, and we are done. I don't even know what stops this. Spellskite can't really stop this.
Nope.
Nothing Connor has going on. I mean, we would have countered the Breach or the Tutor or any of these other very easy to counter cards. Like, Mind Trick Trap's the only consideration I can think of. And we could have hardcast that for the only player that maybe could have it, and that's Connor.
Ori playing very patiently, like I said. And even after the blowout on the Fire Covenant, did not give up, has the Breach out.
Huge. I mean, once again, maybe by the skin of your teeth, showing certainly, I think, some of that Koval mentality we talked about before.
Yep.
Just getting another turn, getting another draw step, so important to the TNK game plan. We've seen that here, and what? We're making blue mana.
Making blue?
Okay, just trying to cut off a treasure.
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, you're probably dying anyway. I don't hate the cutting
2
treasure.
black, 5 treasures. Let's see what you got.
But, yeah, well executed by Ori, and like I said, I'm just shocked that we
Mox
got
Diamond
turn.
getting cast, thrown into the yard.
Right in the yard?
Yep.
Yeah, how about that? You want to talk about tricks? Another card
There's
for
another
escape.
one.
Get that one right in the yard.
Increased storm count. Maybe just grab the Brain Freeze here. Like, I don't know.
I mean, you can.
Yeah.
You don't need the LED when you have the dockside. That's going to continue to make mana until people start conceding.
Exactly.
Like, whatever. And you have other creatures. You can grab the freaking lines of Emerald whenever you want.
Exactly.
All roads lead to Rome. There's nobody drawing off of this. And as long as you're not drawing in any kind of way for the Bowmasters, you're not going to die to that either.
Yep.
So I think we're just rolled up here. I mean, Ori, someone you have a lot of experience with, I would expect that they know how to navigate an underworld breach with all
for
these.
Sure.
Not a lot to think about. Spellskite and Bowmasters, the only things you even need to be aware of.
We breach a lot in the Bay Area, so.
I think you breach a lot in any CEDH tournament.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is an area thing. And
all
there
right.
it is. Everybody
Handshakes,
shaking hands,
fist
and
bumps. Ori's coming in
into
with
the
top
finals.
4, but getting those points, looking to win this out for the West Coast right now.
Absolutely. And, there was a narrative once upon a time that, maybe old school CEDH players remember this. Maybe people still talk about this. People talked about TNK being the best deck in CEDH. It never won anything.
Right.
It wasn't making deep runs in tournaments. It was like top 16ing and it'd show up. More recently, I have seen this deck succeed at a high level every single event.
Yes.
It feels like every single event we're seeing a massive success by Tim McCrown. Has some of the best conversion rates of any of the decks. Roxai has kind of taken over in this tournament. We've seen a ton of Roxai, seen a ton of Kinnan, all these decks that we've talked about all day. TNK still, through the years, still succeeding at a high level, still proving it is one of the top dogs, if not the top dog in CEDH. Ori making a finals appearance here with that solid choice. Off the back of some of Brian Koval's innovation, I want to talk a little bit about, we might be getting a player's interview, who knows.
Yeah, we definitely are.
I want to talk a little bit about Blue Farm, TNK, whatever you want to call it, and how it's changed in CEDH to be the force it is.
Awesome. Yeah, we're going to get Ori here. Move over to the cast review.
Let's come back to us. Not a lot of shuffling left to see. Victor on Kinnan. Also
Victor
won.
on Kinnan winning.
So a little bit of TNK and Kinnan runbacks already.
Alrighty. Alrighty.
We go. Let's see. I don't know how much. I can't report on any of the rest of it. I don't have access to that yet. But, Kinnan continuing to succeed at a high level again. Can't be surprised about that. Sad not to see the Dargo deck get through. Tough with the Orms chant. Orms chant, if it was silence, maybe you just works.
Win, yeah.
Yeah, it just works. Or you have to mind break trap, right? Maybe that mind break trap happens anyway. Who knows? But Orms chant can be good. Can do a silence impression when there's only one blue deck, especially. There was 3.
Yeah.
Didn't get the job done.
Definitely want to hear about the politics at this table. You want to do this for me?
I'll let you. You know Ori. I think
Sure.
the chemistry's going to be a little bit better. I will step out while Ori steps in, and you can you talk to your longtime friend about the success at with TNK. The unstoppable.
Jorman has lost the
Jorman
game?
has lost. I didn't think it possible.
Damn. News coming in right now.
Yeah, no kidding. We're just getting it from all angles. We don't even know if it's right.
Yeah.
You can just be telling me stuff.
Yeah, I could be lied to right now. That could be
Absolutely lied
disinfo, absolute fake news.
Yeah, Hal's absolutely just lying to us. RTL, just unplayable. Unplayable.
Oh man, what a game! What'd you guys think of that game? I wanna hear it. What was your favorite part?
My favorite part was the Fire Covenant.
The Fire Covenant was.
This is like one of those episodes of Dora where you're like, what is your favorite part of the Fire Covenant? That didn't work.
That didn't work.
They always had it. Didn't matter. Won
Yeah.
anyway. Don't need that Fire Covenant. Take that somewhere else. But
Still won.
you called it.
Yeah.
Impressive work.
All right.
Oh, I'm going to step out. Ori steps in.
Just waiting. Looks like he's celebrating a little bit. I'll be celebrating a little bit on stream as well, actually.
Well, either way, I'm still going to step out.
You got it.
Maybe go find.
He's over there. He's making his way over. I see him. They're just talking to the judge or something.
We need to read Ori. I'll get Ori. Yeah, can you get Ori? Okay, never mind.
How you guys doing?
Broken Tio.
Broken.
Mr. Hallahan is going to go get Ori for us. Can someone
post a bracket? I got you. Give me one moment.
Victor won the German pod.
Look out for those updates on this bracket here.
Favorite pod was Rogside getting countered. Not a bad day when Rogside gets countered. I do like Connor a lot. Sad to see him knocked out, but a good run.
Good run.
Points, money. Can't be too bad.
Getting there.
If you show up and guarantee a top 16, obviously would like to win, and I'm going to get out of the way.
We got Ori here. Dr. Doom himself.
Hey, everyone.
How's it going? Tell us about that game. Just what's going through your mind moving into the top 4 here?
I think I misplayed a little bit there.
Oh, yeah?
With the fire cuff, I should have talked more. I was so confident it was going to resolve that I just slammed it. And then, like, Waffles has 2 pieces of indirections. Like, oh, wow. Yeah, he had Fierce. He had, like, Mind Break Trap. So he's, like, setback indirection.
Yeah.
But I was...
He built a 4. I wouldn't think he had anything
either.
Yeah,
exactly. I was so sure it was going to resolve and, like, I would be in a dominant board state. Yeah. And then...
I saw the path come out after. Did you top deck that?
No, I had a path, like, throughout.
You let the spell seeker or the spell sky resolve with the path in hand? Because you thought the fire cup was going to resolve.
Yeah, I thought the fire cup was going to resolve. I probably should have pathed the Bowmaster just to like leave myself with more leeway.
Right.
There's a lot of things I could have done better.
Looking for that edge.
Yeah.
Now, how did the politics look like? What was going through your mind when the Necro came on the stack and then you got saved? Or did you have the interaction?
I had a fluster.
You had a fluster.
And I think I made it pretty clear to table I had a fluster.
Uh-huh.
I think I made it a bit too clear, so Connor went for the Necro instead.
Necro instead of the Nas, yeah.
But, you know, we got saved by the Swan Song. The double, I think throughout the game, most of the politics was centered on double talisman.
Yeah.
Like Connor was really pulling for people to give him a talisman so he can get back into the game.
Yeah.
And I wasn't in the conversation, so like, cause I had like a bigger.
You weren't gonna get that.
Yeah. And Waffle pulled out the I'm not gonna activate it card.
The wounded, yeah.
Yeah. The wounded, yeah. So you know he obviously got it, but he also I think the last turn was a little bit weird. Like, I got chanted, and he played a Dockside, Tim Dargo,
right,
which made it look really scary.
Right.
I think if he just played a Dockside, he would have been fine and I would have died.
Gotcha.
Yeah. If he just played Dockside One Ring, I would have died.
I was expecting him to, the Tim Dargo player, I was expecting him to just give you the Wish Claw, kill you,
yeah,
and
I know.
then take it
but
back.
But I didn't have enough. I have enough blockers.
Right.
And if he tried to do the double Wish Claw double Wish Claw thing, I can convince Waffle to like I will convince Wounded to spell Sky one of the removal spells because I have 2 blockers, right? And he only has 166 that kills 177 that kills me. If he tries to do that, I'm pretty sure like Wounded would be able to like not want him to give him double tutors.
Exactly.
I would have done the same thing. I would leave it on my table for the rest of the game.
Now, were you pretty confident you were going to win that game going into your turn?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Once I untapped.
How did you get to your turn? I
have no idea.
'Cause you were at 3 life.
Yeah, I had no idea. Like, Connor had a way to, like, kill me.
Punch through, yeah.
He would hit me with a bird, and he would snap Bowmaster, untap Tim Dargo's lands, and then replay Bowmaster.
Right. But I feel like you're just throwing the game to Max there, who has
exactly.
double Wish Claw.
Exactly. Well, Max was like uncounter, like not using 1, but I think 1 Wish Claw was enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
So pretty wild stuff.
I had no business winning that game, to be honest.
I mean, you won, so just take it.
But yeah, like I probably was overzealous with the fire cov. But I was like, I don't know what made me think I was like, damn it, this is gonna resolve.
Now, what was some of the prep looking like coming into the tournament?
A lot of play on Discord. Like a lot of people we play with, like
Right.
top 16, which is really nice.
Yeah, everyone's here.
Yeah.
We play with these guys all the time.
Exactly.
So
Max P, who's on Talion.
Yep.
Nice. Control Winter.
Control Winter, baby.
Yeah. Rapping Ashani. Yeah. Ashani sacrificed himself for him.
Yeah, so Ashani was going to bring Kinnan to this event.
The blood offering. Yeah. What else? Who else? Waffle, Wounded.
Yeah.
Larry.
Larry, yeah.
A lot of the folks we see.
Exactly.
It's good.
Now you're coming from the West Coast, destroying these East Coast boys. How's it feel?
I don't think we're like half-half, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, Alex made top 16 as well. We play at a local game store every week.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've been showing up for like a month, but I'll be there this week. I promise. I've been busy.
Well, you've been traveling a ton.
Yeah.
Like vacation, trip, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And being sick in between.
Yeah, I got sick when I wanted to play.
It's really rough, man. Yeah.
But yeah, just a lot of good representation, a lot of good things happening. Who are you hoping to see in the top 4? I know Kinnan has made. Victor has made it into the top 4 as well, so you won't be seeing Jorman.
No.
Yeah.
I actually have no idea.
I think you're first seed going into there too, right? I'm not sure actually.
Who's second place? Who was second after Swiss?
I'm not sure. I got to look at this. I might be lying to the chat.
Did Eric win?
Eric has these two, Pod 2 and Pod 4 still happening. So right now you're in the first, but you got to see.
I'm second seed basically.
Yeah.
Minimum. I want to see Alex, I think, because I think his deck is really fun.
Yeah. I think he's catching a lot of people by surprise
Yeah.
right now, and he knows how to play it.
Yeah, it's he plays very tight.
Yes.
And he plays to not lose a lot.
Yep.
Which is like, not really the Rockside mentality.
We had a talk a few days before this event because we all played, and I was like, how are you not winning the game? Like, you're doing everything right except winning the game. You just got to win the game, man.
He would basically, he would rather play 3 stacks pieces to not lose rather than, risk a chance of losing.
Right.
Which was, I think it's I think time is the issue, right?
Yeah.
Because he had, two draws, which were his games.
Yep.
Yeah. But in an time round, I think
he can do it. Yeah.
And TNT catches a lot of flack.
I mean, he said every other TNT player is building their decks wrong. I built my deck right, and I think I'm playing to the strength. So he called every other TNT player out. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah. But I do think you don't have to be too cute with the Reanimator.
Yeah.
You just play good cards.
Play good cards. And then make sure you win the game. We had a real long talk
Yeah.
at his hotel room before the event where I was like, you just got to win the game, man.
Yeah, exactly. But, he's like...
right there.
But, the first step of winning is not losing.
Yep.
Yeah, so he gets it really well.
Yeah, you showed that game. Trying not to lose. Any other final words for the stream before I turn this off and send us to the Be Right Back screen?
All right, leaders.
Peace. All right. Have a good one and good luck. Wait for top 4. All right, chat. We're gonna go ahead and wait for the rest of the top 4 games. I'm just gonna shill a little bit of the TopDeck Championship Series. This is the first Platinum event, and if you don't know what that is, I'm about to bring that up. Oh yeah, I'm shilling right now. Drake, come in. I'm shilling. I'm shilling about the TopDeck Championship Series.
Good. Chill away.
All right, let me move over. Here's the bracket, as you can see. Victor on Kinnan coming in, Ori coming in. These are 2 West Coast players here at this Atlanta event.
We got some more.
That's getting to my head.
The East Coast here. I don't like this takeover. I'll tell you that.
TopDeck Championship Series. So what's going on with that? This is a 10-month season. There's going to be an invitational next year in August 23rd to 25th at an unannounced location right now. Base 10K prize pool. Now, how are you going to participate in this? Do I need to come to these large events? Like, what am I doing? You actually don't. You can actually play at your locals, play at the events there, and earn points. You can travel to these regional events, earn more points, and then come to the big Eminence events and then earn the most points at these Platinum events. There's a lot of tiers. We're very inclusive. You can even earn points online. We got gold partners here, big stores holding these large regional events. Look out for them. I'm sure you'll see some familiar names. I've been talking a lot about qualification for this invitational. How do you do it? you can win a platinum event, which is an eminence event, and you just get into the invitational. Easy. If you don't want to play anymore, come here, win the event, take the trophy. Don't play CEDH for a year. I'll see you in August. You can earn points on the leaderboard, which is over here. We just started the season on November 1st, so we got people in the lead right now at 100 points. This is obviously going to change tonight, so look out for that. Top 56 players from the leaderboard are going to make it into the invitational, so you want to fight tooth and nail for these points. And then after that, 57th through the 80th place, we're going to have a vote, a wild card vote. We're going to have a week-long voting session. Players are going to campaign why they should be in the invitational. It's going to be based around charity, so definitely look out for that. Still based on the leaderboard, so you can't just be not playing CEDH and then making it into invitational. I have a little point breakdown here and how points are broken up. Let's say you don't have a lot of time. You can only make it out to so many bronze events, platinum events, whatever. We actually cap out how many points you can earn, and it's based on your best results. So we take your best 3 platinum results, and that's your points. Best 3 gold, best emerald, best silver, and your best 5 bronze. So bronze, your locals, count a lot towards your points. So definitely we're trying to make sure that anyone can get on this leaderboard. Invitational, like I said, it's going to be held on August 24th. Right now, the prize pool is at $11,500. Any organizer, any store can join this circuit, and when they do, we contribute to this prize pool. This prize pool, I expect, might even get to like $15,000 or more by next year. So if you want to be part of this circuit, you're playing at locals, you have an organization, you're doing anything, you're able to get 16 players in your house to hold tournaments every weekend, sign up for the circuit, get started, earn those points. Let's get you to that invitational. If you have any questions, you want to learn more about this, you need to show your LGS, go to topdeck.gg. There's links here to the championship series. Check it out. And with that, we're going to wait for this top 16 to finish out here, and we're going to bring you a nice top 4. Until then, we'll see you hopefully very soon. I'm going to go ahead and throw it to the ads and some banger music. Drake, you want to say any last words here?
It was a pleasure having me. Some awesome CEDH we got to see today. Awesome tournament. Biggest tournament we've seen so far, like I said, in the United States. Can't stress enough this growth that we are seeing and how competitive it's getting. Awesome stuff here. Love what Eminence is putting on, and I really appreciate you having me.
Awesome. We'll see you next time.
I lost myself in nowhere. 'Cause I found myself in that moment. I'm throwing away my past, defining future. I'm going to see it fall into pieces. To find myself before I hit the ground and crash my voice. My past, defining future.
Hello, gamers. We have a top 4 for you. Let me pull up that bracket link once again. If you're not following here at home, pull up that bracket link. Here you go. Check this out. We have Eric DeVoe in first seat, Ori Suin in second seat, Alexander Leon in third seat, and Victor in fourth seat. Ori and Alex, two of my locals. I'm very happy about this. I didn't even switch over to the screen. Yeah, this is your top 4 pod. These players are going to be getting a lot of points and a lot of money, and we're going to find out who's going to hold this trophy for the TopDeck Expo 2023. We'll be right back as we get everything set up for you guys. But I just want you guys to know that the top 4 is coming up. Make sure you tune in. Tell your friends, tell your mom, tell your dad, tell whoever. This is happening. We'll see you hopefully just in a few minutes. Until then, I'll just cut back to the ads. gamers.
Hello, everyone.
Whoops. Spoiled some stuff
Hello.
there.
We are here for the Final Four.
Yeah, we're here for the Final Four. I've already went over who's there. I've posted a bracket link, but I'll post it again.
Hell yeah.
We got a lot of new, old names. Eric DeVoe, also known as Big Deck Energy on Discord, is here. Ori from NorCal, Dr. Doom, Alex Leon, one of my locals coming out of nowhere right now on TNT. Yeah, famously some say it's a dead deck, but he came on stream yesterday and you heard him. He said all the other TNT players are building their decks wrong. I'm right. I'm doing what's needed to win the game, and he's kind of proving it right now. Lastly, we got Victor on Kinnan.
It's one thing to talk the talk. He's walking the walk right now.
We got 3 Californians in this top 4.
And 2 in the booth.
Yeah. West Coast takeover. Alrighty, we're resolving mulligans right now, and we're gonna get ready for that game. Looks like someone bumped my camera again, and I'm not gonna be able to fix it again.
I did ask in the tweet, "Where's Roxai?"
Where is Roxai?
Right here.
Yeah.
In the booth.
Alrighty.
Are we ready?
Well, we're ready to rumble, and we're gonna bring you this action right now.
Yo, can we cut to the photo of us real quick? I want to show this off for camera if people haven't seen it yet.
Oh, sure. I was talking about it.
We gotta change
But
that.
these players are competing for this trophy, a Top Deck Invitational invitation, and just a lot of points. So, lot on the line, a lot of money on the line. I forgot about that.
You get money, the trophy,
Points.
the clout, the points, the invite. You kind of get it all.
Yeah, you get everything here. So,
One-stop shop.
We got Baby Blue Farm. I don't know
like
what Blue Farm is.
Clue Farm.
Clue Farm. Baby Clue Farm.
He calls it Blue's Clues.
Blue's Clues. Blue's Clues. That's right. We got Timna Crom, Thrasios, and Timna, and then Kinnan. So 2 red on top and no red on the bottom.
Yeah. I I can't say the inside thoughts on stream. We need to change that too.
Oh yeah, Drake is no longer casting.
Sorry, one moment. I trust your judgment. That's totally fine with me. Do we have the active player token as well?
We do.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Lauren and Zane in
What
the
is up,
booth.
gamers?
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
Which one? I don't know Italian.
Alexandria.
The Library of Alexandria you can buy over at
Propaganda Games.
It's Propaganda MTG.
Propaganda MTG.
Hashtag sponsor.
Hashtag
the proud
gaming.
sponsor of the Salty Sweet.
Salty Sweet, that's right.
Love to see it. EU next, please. Memo, your legs aren't broken. Get over here.
Yeah, fly over. I heard you got that big sponsor now.
Oh,
First of many.
Yep. This is awesome.
If you're a creator, if you're like a company and you're looking to get into the CEDH space, we got the TopDeck Invitational. We got lots of players. We got a leaderboard. Sponsor the players. Get your name in there. We got Memo repping Ultimate Guard. You see I'm shouting him out, Ultimate Guard Memo. That could be you.
Did you get the memo? So yeah, in first seat we have Will and
Lucas.
Will and Lucas, aka Clue Farm. Second seat we have Ori on Timna Crom. And then we have in third seat, I forgot the deck. Oh, Timna Thrasios.
Yeah.
And then in fourth seat, we have Kinnan. Another Atlanta event, another Kinnan in Final Four.
Yep.
I'm pretty impressed. Every time I see that deck, I sleep on it. I'm like, no, I can't do without the Black Tutors. And that guy's in top 4, and I've never even tasted it before. So.
Well, not all of us have been there, so.
Yeah.
Anyways. Yeah, I'm actually personally very happy with this because these are two of my locals that I play with all the time. I'm holding a local event next weekend, and I was just like, yeah, I'll see you guys next week. And they were like, hey, next time, can you just hold these things closer? You know we're going to make top 4 anyway.
Right.
So, let's see. We're getting into the game here. Windswept Heath coming down, fetching. Let's see what the turn 1 looks like. I haven't really talked about what type of game we're going to see here. I think this is going to be very, very, very grindy game. I think both commanders at the top just looking to find that value, grind it out, and eventually go for the win. Very, very good commanders to do this because the TNT deck wants to grind as well. They're going to play a lot of stacks pieces. I believe they're on all 3 Null Rod effects and a lot of other spice. Kinnan can also, Kinnan loves this. You drop that, you big flip, you're done. So this is just very favorable for all players. It just depends on what comes down first.
Bye, Mikey.
I'm going to say goodbye to Mikey, our famous TO.
Yeah, they can start the match. Yep, good to go. Mikey Holohan, our TO extraordinaire, is leaving the building. We have a turn 1 Esper Sentinel. This is probably one of the better plays that deck can do.
Good.
In first seat, I'm feeling pretty confident.
About to draw 3 cards. Mana Crypt coming down. One of the most
Zarab,
powerful
can
cards.
You see Oracle text of Thrasios. Haven't seen that commander at ages.
I don't speak Japanese, so I can't do that.
Yes, that's true. Thrasios has an activated ability that can be reduced by training grounds, but if you pay 4, you scry 1. If it's a land, and then if it's a land, you put it on the battlefield tapped. If it's then you draw the card.
Yeah, that's stuff happening here. I see a white tapped. What was that for?
Did they e-tutor for the crypts?
Yeah, no, I don't know actually. I don't see anything in the graveyard.
I
so
do not either.
No.
Curious what they. Oh, they paid for the Esper Sentinel.
Esper Sentinel, got it.
So they paid for Esper, played the crypts.
Cool. All right, Underground Sea, fast shuffling, fast games. Alex here actually yesterday won with his opponent's Breach. Cast the Breach, stole it through an opposition agent, cast Breach, and then started escaping Scheming Symmetry over and over from their yard and just winning the game from those tutors.
I think when you're Alex, you like it how you know it when you're in that situation.
Yeah, you like it how you know it.
You like it how you know it, and you see it how you like it.
Fine-Torn Elf's getting exiled so he can cast this Delighted Halfling.
The better dork.
Yeah.
I like that.
You like that.
I like that.
You like that. All right.
Can I do a shout out to someone watching right now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shout out to Nick Titoni. Nick, you're a real one, brother. That's the guy who trains me.
Oh, he trains you?
Yeah.
I'm
my,
trained
my
by
senpai.
Oh, okay. I don't know what senpai means. Anyways, is that Japanese?
It's Japanese for good friend.
Gotcha. All right, Findhorn Elf's coming down. This Esper is actually not getting fed at all. Did not draw a single card, and at the bottom half of the table is just playing creatures a lot. So maybe not as good as we initially expected, but not something you'd hate to see in your opener. So
it's
I
even
got it.
worse when people are paying for it.
Yeah. Hey, what up, David? How's it going?
What's up, David?
You got any copy pastas for us tonight?
I'm happy to see after the games we've casted, I was worried there wasn't going to be any true spice, but I think Lucas Will is pretty dang spicy.
Lucas Will, Tim Thrasios. These are decks you don't see every day. So
if we were doing money lines on these decks being in top 4, I would have not taken these.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed.
Alrighty. So getting into it. I think this is going to be an extremely long game. So
yeah,
buckle in. Okay, we're establishing mana and card advantage off the bat here. There's two best things to be doing in card games, really.
And you're going to make the Lotus Petal, then the Treasure off the trigger.
Yep.
That's your second
Smart
spell.
sequencing.
Really
That's why you're
sequencing.
here.
Yeah.
Simple stuff, like child's play for these players.
Yeah, Eric has been on a tear. Even watching him, his top 16 game became a 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1.
And he was beyond composed, even when it wasn't looking in his favor. That's a guy to look out for, I think, at the next tournament.
Yep. I definitely seen them in Mox Masters doing well as well.
Love to see it.
Yep.
I like that.
You like that.
I see it how I feel it.
All right, Mana Crypt, Tundra. What are we seeing next?
Heuristic Study?
Savines for your land back?
Oh, big brain plays. And then it's in the bin for later.
All right.
Evens. Okay. Drawing the card for turn. I like that. I feel like this game could go on turn 4, go 4 hours with a rematch. Yeah.
I don't want to talk about that.
We are not in Portugal. I don't think we're going for a round 2.
We don't have any legs to stand on here.
Does Eric have a Lurus hiding out there or no?
I don't believe so.
There's no Lurus, but that is clever. Okay. We're
Timna
getting
coming out. We're just here to grind.
Assuming an Underground Sea, maybe even a Badlands to help get your more colors.
Is Timna even good here? I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
It's not great. Attacks are harder. A lot of people are... you're against 2 creature decks, which is making your Timna significantly weaker.
All right, another Timna coming out? Okay, and then we're going to swing in with this Delighted Halfling at no one? Oh, we are swinging in.
Oh.
Lose your Lotho or lose your Esper Sentinel. I'm swinging in. I'm getting my card.
Yep.
And looks like that trade has been happening.
Love that. I like that. Yeah. I'd be hard-pressed to block anytime soon.
Yeah, we just spent 2 turns playing those cards out. I don't need to be... Lotho not getting fed, Esper not getting fed. Alrighty.
Slow game. Responsible players, though. I mean,
yeah.
That's why, again, I think those are the play habits that get you into top 4 and top 16. Sometimes when you're playing loose, you get punished.
Shout out to Kalua Lua in the chat. Check out their channel, by the way. Some of my favorite intros happening there. Lots of cool editing stuff. Check them out.
Incredible stuff.
You can actually just click their name and go to their channel right now. That's why I'm doing this.
That Thorkel edit that they have?
Oh, yeah.
Incredible. All right, we have a
Kinnon's
Kinnon
out.
being deployed.
Kinnon's out and about.
Findhorn Elves making 2 mana.
Okay, so...
Oh, okay. 1 green floating.
There's a lot of board development happening. None of these decks are super fast. TNK could go fast. I believe the Baby Clue Farm could go fast, but it's not built for that right now, and that's definitely not the hand they kept. So everyone came in, sat down, and decided we are here to grind.
Yep. And Lotho did trigger on that Lotus Petal.
That being said, I think the most favorite player here right now is the player in first seat, Eric. They just have those advantage speeches. They have more mana than everyone. Their things are getting copied. This Phyrexian Metamorph, I don't think it's copying a Timna, is it? It could. That'd be not bad. It could also copy a Lotho, and then you have 2 treasures that are making 2 mana for your Kinnon. Lots of good decisions, lots of good things on the board. And these copy effects, personally, I'm low on them, but in games like this, they are amazing. You copy the ring, you copy a good creature, just great stuff. Copy Dockside, lots of value creatures, and you're in these grindy games, they're going to do work, and this is the perfect time for them.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. I personally would go for the Lotho, start really generating mana, big flips, etc. Waiting to see who they choose, what they choose.
Yeah, I think there's a discussion happening. I would personally choose the Lotho. I don't know what that ended up becoming.
I would agree with that.
It just plays to the advantages of the deck, especially with the Kinnan out. All right, moving into Eric's turn here. They've established 5 mana. I assume they have a land drop, and they're going to continue. They're going to make another one with the Lotho, most likely. Vamp Tutor coming upkeep.
Like.
Yep. So definitely looking for something.
And
Is it more value, or are we just going like our opponents all just tapped out for Timna, including maybe even Victor? So maybe we just jam here and we end the game here. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. If I'm Eric, I think I'm trying to jam if I have it.
This is a great window. Everyone's tapped out. No one has anything going on. You got to look out for potentially one treasure from that Lotho, if that is a Lotho. I'm not actually sure. And I mean, if he's able to just drop the win here, then I think that just proves where the metagame is. And like personally, my local metagames, drawing cards and winning is like really bad. So we just don't do those things.
It is so if he hits his land draw after as the Vamp Tutor resolves, say the next card's a Nas, you're gonna trigger Loth off of that as well. So you're gonna have a treasure going into your Nas. That feels pretty good.
Exactly.
I'm pretty impressed so far. I'm a little worried for Ori. Seems a little behind. Granted, they have the Mana Crypt, but just doesn't seem like much is happening thus far. Drawing cards and winning the game is bad in my metagame. That is true. That's why I pay my entry fee. I just like hanging out.
Yeah.
It's like going to like a club. You pay to hang out and just chill for a little bit.
All right, so what do we think we're getting here with this Vamp Tutor? I think getting a win con is the play, but I mean they could be establishing value like Ristic or whatever.
Or you Vamp Tutor for just pure value like Reanimate.
Yeah,
I know a lot of people are cutting their concepts.
Misstep coming out on this Vamp Tutor.
Oh, that's a well-placed misstep.
I think Ori recognizes where this game is going, and this might be his only window.
I mean, if you can't counter the Adnaz, you counter the tutor for the Adnaz, right?
Yep, exactly.
I think that's something that more players, that's something Josh and I have talked about on the podcast before, is I can't stop the Vamp, I can stop the Vamp Tutor, but I can't stop maybe what's next. You stop the Vamp Tutor then.
Yeah, exactly.
You stop the devil you know rather than the devil you don't know.
We're thinking on this misstep right now. I think doing some quick calculations. Can we still win the game if I counter this?
The next spell that Eric does will pay itself back at least 1 mana with the Lotho trigger.
Right.
That is a non-zero amount of options available to him. Ori for president.
Ori for president, I agree.
I don't like Ori's take on taxes. Ori also has a lot of controversial opinions about renewable energy that I really can't get behind him.
Gotcha.
I'm just willing to say that, though.
I mean, he is from California. Anyways.
Hashtag Arizona, baby.
Arizona, baby. Okay, so we're still thinking about this. I wonder what's going on. I would like
Do we have
to get some
judge
information.
call? No,
yeah.
the judges are there.
Oh yeah, the judges are there. I don't know. I think
No,
we're
I think they're
asking
just walking around.
Asking about an interaction? No, they're just talking about it.
So from our view, we are able to see through we're in like a mesh wire cage, and we're able to see through that a couple ways down to see the play area. So anytime things get weird like this, Zane and I are immediately shooting over to look, be like, "Yo, what's up?"
Hell yeah! All right, so looks like there is a judge call of some kind. I don't know what's happening.
I think they missed the Esper trigger.
Probably, and I think they voted on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
That's a fair.
Okay, so Vamp has been countered. We didn't get our Esper draw.
Did not get our Esper. We did miss that trigger.
I think that level of excitement there shows that they were vamping for the win.
They were what?
Vamping for the win.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay, so tapping 2 now.
Oh.
Lindell's Vault.
Still
another tutor. So that was the calculation that was happening. And we're going to trigger Lotho, refund one of those pieces of mana back. That should be enough for Oracle Consult if you have one of the pieces in your hand.
Yep. I just hope that one card doesn't come back to bite him. Missing from Esper.
Yeah, we'll see.
Y'all are passing over Alex here. 3 Null Rod TNT on top.
Well, I haven't seen the Null Rod yet. In fact, I haven't seen any of Alex's famous interaction spells yet.
He's banking them.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I like it how I see it.
All right, Limdol's Vault, pretty good top deck tutor. One that just barely makes the cut for me in most of my decks, but some people still like it. Takato, if you're in the chat, I know you love Limdol's Vault. So here's some Limdol's Vault action in top 4. It looks like we just stopped at 2 piles.
My biggest issue is the dexterity of resolving that spell. It's very uncomfortable.
It's really good for burning the clock. I don't know if I should be saying that on stream. Anyways.
We're in top 4. There's no time.
There's a lot of actually cool tricks you can do with that. You just go through your whole deck. If you have like an odd number of cards, you go through the deck again, so you get different stacks of 5.
Yep.
One of the coolest plays I ever saw with that was my opponent knew, it was actually Takato, who knew his top 5, cracked LED with a Mystic Remora trigger on the stack, drew, and then slapped a dress down.
Hell yeah.
So
Reverse Doomsday?
No, they just were stopping a Thoracle Wind or something. I don't remember.
Gotcha. I can cut. What's Blue Farm, Captain?
We
Moral
don't
support?
know. We know what Clue Farm is. It's here at the table.
Clue Farm is.
I don't know what Blue
Will
Farm
Lucas.
is. Yeah.
That's like the well-known.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dimna Targo would never. Well,
Dimna Targo.
Did I say? I said Dimna
Targo.
Dimna Dargo.
Yeah, you can like do that with like Timna Thrasios as well. Just switch the letters around.
Yeah. Oh shit. No one's ever done that before.
Yeah.
Kimna and Trom.
Kimna and Trom.
I'm a big Trom player.
Yeah, I like Trom.
What is the Cabal? That is a great question. Next question.
It's a seedy organization based in the Denver airport, also known as the Illuminati. If I speak more, though, I might get shot.
Anyway,
so.
like, share, and subscribe to this evidence YouTube. Oh, thank you. Oh, T&K. Yeah, just say T&K. I don't know what Blue Farm is, bro.
Alrighty, so we have a pile here selected for the Limdol's Vault. I mean, it's just another Vamp. I don't know if we got set behind because of the Vamp getting countered or what, and I think the discussion on the Esper was like, hey, can I Limdol's on top of this Esper trigger? But then the players were like, you missed it or what? I'm not exactly sure.
What I would assume happened, he goes, okay, yeah, that resolves. Oh, wait, I have a trigger, which is why the mental misstep stayed on the stack. Cabal, that being said, at the time a certain Discord amassed a pretty sizable group for a tourney, most of them playing.
Anyways, okay, so what do we get? We're about to find out.
I'm very excited.
I'm at the edge of my seat. Is this going to be a fast game in this what I thought was going to be grindy? Are we going to just use that card and mana advantage to just overwhelm the opponents as they tap out for Timna? Three coming down. Rhystic Study? Oh! Relic of Legends.
I was not expecting that.
Okay. He's going to tap that, make his commander.
Get a will?
Get a will.
Yep.
I think that's some sort of combo line. Let me see if I can grok that from their deck list.
We are pulling up the deck list now to see what sort of combo lines could exist for the Will Lucas player.
Yeah, I can actually post this deck list, but I won't.
It'll be live soon, though.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to control F, Relic of Legends, Dockside, Curio, Will. So that's how you do that.
Nice, okay. So that is a card to look out for right now for his opponents.
Yep.
Interesting.
Anyways.
All right, let's see what's going on.
Back to the game here. All right, Commander comes out, Mystic Remora. Another misstep.
2 missteps in a turn. Rough. Eric's like, you didn't want to misstep the misstep hitting my Vamp Tutor?
Yeah, I guess not.
Brutal. No matter what, though, that Vamp Tutor was not responding, or not resolving. Jeez. Excuse me. All right. We are doing some background shenanigans here, making sure our deck lists are looking good. I'm really excited for these to drop. These will be live once the tournament's over, right?
Yep.
Perfect. We're getting the deck list here ready for you. Stony Tony, appreciate you coming out. Thanks for crushing it, man. It was sick to see you. Sick to see you rocking the Grill Master apron.
Yep.
Was pretty hyped about that.
All right, so misstep. I guess there was a discussion around that. Looks like it's happening. And we're putting that away.
Did Eric miss their Esper Sentinel trigger again?
I don't know.
That's a pretty big bummer for them if that's 2 cards that they did not draw that they could have had.
Yep.
I'd also be a little scared to jam with that Esper Sentinel. That is not a May ability, so if you're really just going for just straight Thoracle, you could kind of screw yourself over pretty easily.
Yeah. All right, let's see.
Oh, Eric did draw. Okay, thank you, Memo.
Eric drew.
That's
Gotcha.
why you're sponsored. Speaking of sponsors, Beautiful Token sponsored by All Trades Media. Greatly appreciated having these sponsored for the stream. If you use promo code Eminence, you can get 25% off orders of $20 or more on your next token order from All Trades Media.
All right, so Ori's gotten to untap here. Yep. Very good. And now all his opponents are untapped. Another window is opening up here, but we're just passing the turn.
Fetch, pass.
Yeah. Attack with Timna, draw, fetch, pass, call it a day.
With the mana that he is showing, I mean, he does, depending on what he's fetching for now, he does represent. No, he does not represent Adnons presently.
So generally, this is where Alex likes to drop an impactful stacks piece. I'm interested to see if it actually comes out.
Gotcha.
We're just kind of trading Timna draws right now.
They are really farming each other.
Yeah.
Gets rid of the blues, if you ask me.
Yeah. Esper triggers being missed left and right.
That's going to come back to bite him. Those are the things that when you rewatch your own gameplay, you're like,
I wonder if these are nerves or otherwise.
And I think we talked a little bit about it before, but I would imagine nerves are high. There's a lot at stake in this game.
Yeah, Decklist will be live later tonight at midnight, I want to say, on EDH Top 16. Definitely be able to get a meta breakdown, see what was being played, who won, all that jazz. Definitely look out for that tomorrow. Yeah, you'll see those deck lists.
Alexander with the box diamond, hitting the land. Eric did draw from the Esper Sentinel from that box diamond. What are we casting for 3 mana? A
Rhystic Study
I love
coming
that art.
down. Yeah, that's a good one. I wanted to get that one in Japanese so I could read it.
Yeah. Where are you from?
I'm from Arizona.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice. Me too. Weird. Oh.
Swansong coming down. No one's getting their drawing. Just Timna.
I don't know, if you're Alexander, do you milk it a little bit or do you immediately put it into the yard? Because that was just like visceral. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah, you just communicate.
Got to be very careful with how you're presenting yourself here. I would have at least picked up my hand and been like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Said some nonsense like, well, I got to keep my mana up for the Kinnan or whatever. Like, you don't know.
Yeah. That's pretty telling right there from Alexander that there is nothing to be had. I'm now assuming that Phyrexian Metamorph was a Timna, given how it has not triggered.
All right, Kinnan getting swords at the end step here.
Brutal.
Okay.
Absolutely brutal.
So, but we got more Timna draws. Oh. Some pointing going on.
Oh, it was a Mana Crypt.
Ah.
Interesting.
Why are we rolling again?
Because it hit the big dice.
Is this die loaded or what? I rolled something. No, I'm just kidding.
That's an interesting choice to turn that into a Mana Crypt.
I mean, with the Kinnan, it makes sense. Didn't even cross my mind, and that tells you how much Kinnan I play. Okay.
You are not a Bonder prodigy.
I am not. That being said, killing Kinnan once is fine. It's when it's been killed twice is where you have a problem.
Yeah, really hard to recover from that.
All right. Lots of thinking going on.
So you can
game plan been shattered.
You can pretty easily get the Kinnan back out.
Okay.
3
mana. Manglehorn.
Ooh, Manglehorn.
Sylvan Library. Where's Drake? Can I get Drake online here for a second?
On that card?
Yeah, he's very high on Sylvan Library.
Really? Jeez Louise. Yeah.
Look, if they play Wandering a Cake in this turn, I'm kicking you out and I'm putting Drake in.
Ponder Prodigy.
Okay. Prodigy.
I think we kind of have a Prodigy. Yeah.
Okay. Back on Eric's turn. Lots of mana. That Relic of Legends doing work.
Yeah.
It's representing 3 mana.
It's pretty impressive.
Looks like we're talking about something, and Eric knows that his opponents don't have interaction anymore. Probably. Will coming out.
Ori
gotta read
reading
it. Everyone's gotta see if they want a clue or not.
Yeah, everyone gets a clue, and for every clue your opponents get, you get that many +1.
Yep.
Right?
So feeds opponent's dock size, but also feeds your own dock side.
Oh,
So,
true.
Yeah.
True.
It's usually what this deck revolves around at the end of the day.
You can kind of sneak it under if they can't crack the clues.
Yep.
What's Dev playing? Dev is playing Will and Lucas,
Will and
aka
Lucas.
Warnog and...
No, Warnog and I don't know, dude.
I don't know the blue-red version. I know Will is Warnog in universe.
Alrighty.
Friends forever.
Friends forever. Now, this is a pretty spicy top 16 that you're gonna be able to find on EDH top 16 tomorrow. So definitely look out for that.
I'm excited. There's a lot of decks that, like Italian top 16, I'm pretty impressed by that, and this Blues Clues stuff is legit. Bjorna. Okay. Warnog and Bjorna.
Yeah, that's right.
It's pretty impressive.
Okay.
Timna Krom at home.
Clues coming out, passing them out. I
Yep.
remember they had some cool clues in their stack.
They have metal Blues Clues tokens as well, which
Yep.
I quite like.
Alrighty, so clues are out, docksides are fed. What's the game plan here?
Dockside's eating good right now from that.
Yeah, land drop. So I know that they want to win really badly here. Granted, Magistrate coming down.
That's actually pretty good. I mean, granted the Timnas are out, but
the Timnas are all out.
Those
so
are easy to block right now.
Yeah, maybe it's just a Timna blocker or whatever. I mean, we just gave Alex a Swan. All right,
Yeah.
tapping 2. And drawing a card, cracking at the end step, it looks like.
Shutting off Breach for Ori, if you're concerned about that, is pretty decent as well.
These are all just speed bumps, to be honest.
Yeah.
It becomes a problem when two different players have the stacks pieces while Kinnan sits pretty. That being said, Kinnan's not out right now, so. Or being hyper aware of what's going on.
Yep. Kinnan in the command zone, having that swords happen and then being locked out by a Draenith is really puts that deck back more than the others right
Yeah,
now.
remember, there's a lot on the line right now. There's an invitational invite, there's a trophy, there's money, there's clout. We know you CDH players love your clout. Just a lot of stuff on the line here. We got regional differences as well, though. I mean, I'm not going to lie, the West Coast kind of showing up and kind of crushing everyone who showed up here.
Interesting. Timna, Ori attacked with their Timna at Alexander. Alexander could have used their 2/2 Swan to kill a Timna and didn't.
Alex wants to use that Swan to farm an extra card.
Interesting.
I think you value the card draw than the removal there.
Yeah?
Yeah, that being said, the TNK's card quality is marginally better than yours, so hard to say.
I think I block.
Okay, well, that's why they're there and you're here.
True,
You've never
true.
touched the top 4.
That's true.
Self-admitted.
Yeah, no, I'll be the first to admit.
All right, tapping out. Are we going to see another Fire Covenant?
Did that happen already today?
Yes. Oh.
Boromir?
Boromir.
Interesting.
Coming out, no 0 drops, no free spells. Kind of like a mini Lavinia. Also protects against board wipes, if that somehow happens.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. You sack it, give all your creatures indestructible.
Very cool. Okay.
Yeah. You can kind of use it for combat math, vigilance, 3/3 attacker as well for Timna. Just a lot of good stuff on that card.
I do like the vigilance for Timna. I'm curious, without the 0 drop, why you don't flash it in later?
It's not flash.
Oh, I'm thinking of Samwise.
Yes. I think that happened a lot earlier in this
It
tournament
did,
too.
It did. The keywords just get you, even though they're very different.
Yep.
All right.
Alrighty. Lots of mana everywhere right now.
Cards in hand kind of dwindling, though, across the board for everyone.
Not really.
I guess Tim's kind of offsetting that.
Everyone's comfortably drawing more than one card a turn.
That's true.
You want to draw 1.6 in a turn cycle, and you're generally chilling.
Bowmasters would be doing work right now.
Bowmasters could do work right now, you're right. Alright. Just waiting to see what Alex would like to do. He's been winning with a lot of other people's decks this weekend, from what I'm told. With meme bets, op agents, all that jazz.
Meme bet and op agent are pretty bad, though, with the Draenith out.
Yes. Very much so.
Okay, we're using the Delighted Halfling.
4 mana. What is this?
Can't be
Brina?
countered, 1 ring. Uncounterable 1 ring.
1 ring. Brina. I think it might be Brina. No, it's a
Green
GSZ.
Sun Zenith for 3. What do you grab for 3? Oh, maybe
No
the
rod.
new... There's the new Ixalan card. Kite Sail something.
No, this only gets green cards.
Oh. Eternal Witness. Grab your Heuristic Study?
That's funny.
I don't know what you grab now. There was no mistrigger on that Captain Moral Support. Alexander tapped the Mox Diamond to pay for the Esper Sentinel, putting X equals 3 on the Green Sun Zenith.
Could be X equals 2. Could Collector Oof. Just shut this whole operation down.
Oh, true. It's X or less, right?
Yeah.
So maybe the 3's to bait.
Maybe.
Signature Ori Supreme.
Okay,
Verdict.
something's going on. Things are happening.
Okay.
Cracking a clue. Everyone's cracking clues.
Did who?
So Eric cracked a clue first.
Victor just made a clue though. They went from 2 clues to 3 clues.
Yeah.
How?
I don't know.
Oh,
Anyway.
no, those are spirits.
Oh, yeah, those are spirits. We're good.
Oopsie. Yeah, you're right, Captain Moral Support. A lot of triggers are being missed. I think if you're Alexander, you're bluffing that X. 2's too obvious. Oh,
I don't know. Sometimes obvious is good. Just let them know what's coming. Throw them off, get off their plan.
Off the scent.
Once this Collector Roof comes down, I don't know.
Is he running Collector?
Yes.
Okay.
There it is.
Oh, there we go.
Yep, we're going to shut this whole operation down. And you've given me the swan to kind of fly over and draw cards.
Holy heck.
We might be here for a while tonight. We might be here for
Buckle
a while
in,
tonight.
take off your belt, take your shoes off, get some snacks, get some Uber Eats.
Or he's not affected. I don't think he's been just hitting land drops.
Ori's Felwar Stone, which is my least favorite Felwar Stone art, is there. The Dookie Stone, but besides that, I'm pretty happy. If I'm Ori.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Swinging in. Draw those cards. Can't swing into the Boromir, though.
No. Do you swing into Eric?
You could swing into Eric and gain 2 life if you really wanted. Oh, but Victor doesn't have anything, so we're good. Oh, no, he's spirits. I'm lying.
Maybe Ori's like, I'm not going to block?
Yeah.
Interesting. Draw 2, gain 2, lose 2.
The famous tagline of 2015 CEDH.
The year is 20XX. The X is 1.5.
Yeah.
Okay, land for turn, Hollowed Fountain. That was a very good way to bluff the Collector Oof. I'm very impressed with that
I don't
play.
think they bluffed. I think it was just X equals 2 and we pay for Esper.
But he played 3 mana into it, right?
No, he paid 2. Brainstorm coming in.
Ooh.
What are we thinking about?
The mana.
Just got a scam text message on my phone. And I learned recently that boomers, while they fall for scams, it's actually Gen Z who falls for more online scams these days. So
interesting.
Definitely watch out, young population.
We on the Eminence Gaming chat like to be on the forefront of anti-scam tech, which is why we don't play Modern.
Exactly.
John Arbuckle, Fraser, Felwar Stone is peak SMH. John, I'm sure you're a lovely person. Please DM me because you're wrong. And I'm happy to discuss this with you in private. I don't want to have to flame you. Art is subjective, but that art is objectively bad.
Anyways.
I'm shaking right now.
He's viscerally shaking. All right, so we dropped the Brainstorm. No shuffle effects. I wonder if we just Brainstorm locked ourselves.
Do you take 8, feel great?
Oh, wait, yeah, we forgot we have the silver in. Yeah, my bad. I mean, life might be important here.
You hang out with Phil Gallagher once and you start using terms like brainstorm lock?
Brainstorm lock? No, that's just a term.
I know.
Okay. All righty.
But Brainstorm, you don't often... I mean, Brainstorm is not a common CDH card, really.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
I just want to say I was one of the first people to cut it. I'm just going to pat myself on the back.
Here's a
little
horn,
bit.
toot it.
That was my clown nose. All right, so everyone's still hitting land drops. Maybe this Collector Roof's not as important as we thought. but it definitely turns off a lot of Eric's combo potential, and he just keeps losing life to this Lotho.
Yeah, eventually those treasures are. If you can't get rid of the collector roof, you're just going to lose the life off of Lotho and just be SOL.
Yeah.
Is the football Felwar Stone? I will take the ball Felwar Stone over Dan Frazier Poopy Art.
You hear that, Dan Frazier? If you're
Dan.
watching. All right, looks like untapped pass.
Wow. Or he takes 3.
All right, these mana crypts might turn into liabilities as this game goes on longer.
That is true. You lost access to 3 mana with that collector roof. You do have 4 though. There's a lot you can do with 4 mana.
Alrighty.
Football Stone. Yeah, just be like me. Use your foil 8th edition one signed by John Avon. It's that easy.
I think this is where Ori and Alex want to be to be honest. Just grinding away at each other. Boromir coming out, swinging in.
Boromir swinging in at Eric, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Also presenting a fun trade for Alexander. He's not going to take it, but Timna Faroof.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to turn on artifacts, which is not worth it at this point.
Exactly.
Lauren getting canceled now for Dan Frazier insults. Yeah, Dan Frazier, please DM me. Let me know if you have any questions. We're happy to, discuss this. Dan Frazier is an avid CDH content consumer.
Yeah.
I'm basing that on nothing, but I have to assume.
So many of his cards are used in CEDH.
Oh, yeah.
All right, looks like damage coming through.
Sorry, Rarian. I have a foil 9th edition.
Blocking with the will seems fair because you're just going to recast your former clues or something later anyways. Denying one of those draws. Really desperation mode right now. Is that oof to really shut down the game plan that hard? I'm not
we're
sure.
talking about modes we're in right now?
Yeah.
What if you and I got into sicko mode?
We're in sicko mode right now, actually.
Yeah, if everyone wants to tweet right now, Zane and Lauren are sicko mode right now.
Yeah, I'm sicko mode. I'm feeling it. All right, let me get back to the game. We're going to be in here for a long one, so...
We're buckled in.
Yeah, sicko mode's going to last for a while.
Yeah, absolute sicko mode. Security's actually watching us. We have a photo with us on our phones with security.
Oh, yeah, we do, actually. Taking a smoke break, actually.
I was wearing a turtleneck.
Alrighty. Orcish Bowmaster's coming down. Okay, this might be what we need to break the game open.
Oh, perfect. That's a really smart card, especially with how the farms are farming
With the
right
Timna
now.
draw on the stack, we're going to blow up the collector roof,
That's
maybe?
pretty hot.
That'd be nice.
Who stands to gain the most from that?
Eric.
Yeah.
Turns on like 3, 4, 5 of his mana, maybe.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. And Will blocked. Why is Will dead?
Will blocked.
Nice.
Boromir. We're denied one of the draws.
Okay.
Because Eric wants to be the only one with the lock piece, the Dranith out.
Yeah.
And he's going to try to start punishing these draw engines that are happening with this Bowie.
That token's just going to get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, creature's famously uncounterable, so I think this is going to resolve.
I've never seen the Orcish Bowmasters get countered.
I mean, we were talking about this earlier. Orcish Bowmaster would be very good right now, and there it is.
You like it.
You like it. Wonder if we saw that with the Limdal's Vault or what. Orcs ruling these streets, the Bowmasters, strength on the borrowed time with flash hit faster. That'd be the hour they knock on Orcish Bowmaster. Okay, anyways.
Muddily with sick laughter. Absolute sicko mode on that, killing the Timna. Locking it out with the Dranith as well.
Yep, okay, so we killed the upcoming Timna, it looks like.
No respect. Red Blasting Lucas.
Okay. Interesting.
I don't even know what that card does.
You can, like, throw clues and deal 1 damage.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. To any target?
I believe so.
Cool.
So it's another way to, like, remove and ping things off the board. Kind of just control. Board control, very important here, and that is, I actually missed that Lucas does that. But yeah, board control, definitely name of the game right now.
Smart to Red Blast it then.
Turn off that. Get that free spell available to you. It's still Ori's turn.
A lot happening on Ori's turn.
Fimage. Gonna copy the Bowmaster.
Best way to kill a Bowmaster is to be a Bowmaster. Or do you hit the Draenith?
No, you just kill the Bowmaster. Keep drawing with your Timna that didn't die for some reason.
Good point. I'm curious who's that signed by. That doesn't look like a Nilsholm signature.
I don't know.
It might be.
A lot of art connoisseurs here.
I know, I sound like an ass. It also does not look like the artist signature for the collector roof, so we might just have some cool signed cards by friends and family.
Yeah.
That Bowmaster remove Oof? No?
No, Bowmaster removed the Timna.
Yep.
All right, so we're copying Bowmaster. Bowmaster getting pinged, and we are massing orcs.
Slightly worse Bowmaster, though. I guess without the other Bowmaster there, but one ping kills that thing.
Yep. All right. So now Ori really taking over. Now they want the board control, and they've taken the Bowmaster.
Oh, I see lots of tweets right now. People saying that we're in sicko mode.
Yeah, we are in sicko mode.
Greg, Lauren sicko mode hot dog.
All right, another Limdol's Vault coming out.
Oh, baby. Buckle in.
That's
What year
sweet.
is it? What year are we
This is
in?
awesome. I love CEDH.
Yo, shout out to Christian, Zane, and Lauren are sicko mode right now.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, we are.
I'm overly caffeinated and overly tired.
Okay, well, I'm medium right now. I'm chilling. I'm casting this game. This
Look at me
top
right now.
4 of the TopDeck Expo.
Sicko mode.
All right, so we're Limdol's vaulting. What are we looking for here?
Win.
Ori has 1 mana open. Kinnan has everything open. I feel like Eric's expended what he needed to expend, so...
You have to, I think, assume, right, that some interaction has been drawn or is in hand, considering very little has been used so far, right?
Yeah. This could take a while.
Yep. I think it's
And not a lot of ways to win in this deck, so I don't think that's what we're getting.
I think the decisions that Alexander have to make right now may be simple on the surface, but there's a lot of thought going into this Limdol's Vault, understandably so. You have a lot of decisions and a lot of different pieces to consider. Do you just get the 1 ring and pass?
I don't know. Is he on 1 ring? Let me go look. Alrighty.
It'll be uncounterable.
I like this deck name, Nullbird Tempo. Alrighty.
Okay, no.
No 1 ring, because
No.
you know we're on 3 only 3 Null Rod effects.
Good point,
so
good point.
it's usually how that goes.
East Coast don't get tired. I'm
East
on
Coast
West
East
time,
Coast
too.
isn't at this table, so I think they
Well,
got
no.
tired a while ago.
I do want to shout out Victor. I talked to him a little bit about his victory after his top 16 game. He's a local guy. He
He's
lives
local?
45 minutes away from here.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, so it's
Gotcha.
cool to see him. His friends signed him up. He joined his group, and now he's like, I guess I'm top 4, which I think is cool. He says his shop's super small. He has to drive 45 minutes one way just to get to his closest CEDH scene, which is a small shop, and he's here and he's performing well.
Let's see what he plays in actually. We can do that. Player profile. Yeah. He
That's
just played
awesome.
in a Time Twister event, and that was that. Top 4 there, almost. No, he made it to round 6 there. That was that.
That's sick. He's a local guy and 3 West Coast folks.
Yep.
Really interesting composition in terms of...
No, well, Eric's not from the West Coast. He's from... Oh, well, his profile is private, so I can't tell you.
Gotcha. Is Alexander on Hermit Druid? No, Hermit Druid's here.
Yeah, Hermit Druid's in chat.
Yeah. Hey, Nathan. I hate Timna promises. Just block the damn thing.
Expo, that is your internet sign. Come to the TO desk so I can get some information from you.
Alrighty. Lots of thinking going on. Eric's Boston area? Sweet.
Okay, cool.
They're actually representing West versus East here. My bad.
Emerging storyline live on air?
Live on air.
He's not on Seedborn. LOL. That makes sense not being on Seedborn. He doesn't have a very high concentration of mana producing rocks. Seedborn's not as good without the rocks.
We're here to stop players and then win the game with their cards.
Is Nathan on Hermit Druid?
No, he's on Timna Dargo.
Yeah, that deck can't run Hermit Druid. He is Hermit Druid.
Alrighty. I'm not going to read that out loud, but...
I I'm inspired to make a Thrasios deck after our dinner last night. Call it Seafood Boil.
Seafood Boil.
You gotta eat it, crack it, and the other verb I'm not gonna say
Yeah.
on air. Check my private Twitter for that.
Alrighty, still resolving this Limdol's Vault. Looks like just a lot of thinking. I don't even know if we know what we're getting with this.
I'm just gonna selfie to the. There's a Hinge girl watching that isn't commenting, but
Yeah.
for some reason she's watching this.
It's over, bro. Alrighty, still looking. Now that we're this deep, I think we're looking with purpose. We're not just stopping at the first value piece or something like that. We actually do want.
I would love to know what's
something to win with.
Because they're going deep. They're about halfway through their library at this point.
Just looking, taking a look. Maybe we go back again.
Nebda, yes, this is the finals.
Yeah, this is the finals.
Winner is going to win the #1 cash prize. They're going to get an invite to the August 2024 Invitational. They're going to get points on the leaderboard, and they're going to get clout for winning the largest in-person CDH tournament in the United States.
And going to be top of the leaderboard as well, because you still get 500 points.
Yeah. And a playmat.
Exciting to see. Oh,
we
yeah.
have the playmats here, too.
Yeah, I got them right over there.
Yeah, they're here. We had enough for every player who wanted them. They're awesome.
Okay, looks like we've decided on a pile.
Perfect.
Let's see what we got. We're locked out from this Dranith, so nothing too crazy.
No, but they saw a lot of cards. They haven't really been playing much. I feel like they're in a pretty good situation. That Dranith isn't hurting them as much as it may seem.
I know this game is like going kind of chilling, kind of grinding, kind of slow even, but when it starts ending, it's going to end fast. It's going to come crashing down.
It's going to be a 1-2. We're done.
Yeah, keep your eyes peeled, because while I don't know if this is going to be the pivotal turn of this game, it could be. It could be.
Such an intense final so far. Yeah, Hate Bears, it has been intense.
Untapping. That Mox Diamond don't do nothing. That Chrome Mox don't do nothing. It's turned off 4 pieces of our mana, but that's okay.
I understand why he put the collector roof there. I don't like the way that's represented, though.
I mean, it's all fine.
I know. Is Chaos part of the circuit?
Not yet. Waiting for that application to hit.
There is a category, though, called Emerald Events, where online tournaments can be a part of the circuit.
Birds hitting. We got 2 birds now.
2 birds. One that makes mana, one that was making card draw.
Now, this bird does die to Bowmasters.
He's not obscuring the elf. That elf is exiled under Chrome Mox, and he's putting the collector roof over his mana rocks to signify that they are not available for use.
Yep. If the judge is sitting over there, there's actually like 3 judges sitting over there, and they're not saying anything. I'm not saying anything.
There is one exception to the rule where if the player asks, may I do this, does everyone understand why? And all the players agree.
Yeah.
You are not misrepresenting the board state. So
Right.
if the players did agree with that, it's probably fine.
Yep.
And with the judge there, I'm assuming that's what happened.
Yeah, I often ask my opponents if they understand that I'm winning and that they can pick up the cards.
I don't like that you say that during mulligans, though. It's like, this is a casual game. You're like, are we good? Can we just shuffle up and play another?
Yeah, here's my hand. Let's go next.
You mold the 2. It's a fish and a layout.
I don't want to play this game anymore. All right.
At LFG.
Sylvan Library is still there. You're going to get pinged down by that Bowmasters, but you can also use it to leverage. I hate saying leverage. This is a CEDH word. The Bowmasters kind of remove things off the board.
There's so much mist from not getting table chat. Hermit, can you let us in? You're the boots on the ground. What are you hearing on the floor right now? Are they saying, hey, I'm trying to win the game? Is Monarch part of the circuit? Next question. Let's see. People are untapping here. Sylvan Library trigger. They did not take 8. Or maybe they missed their trigger.
No, they just took 1 card. They didn't draw 3 because they don't want the Bowmasters to...
Oh, that's right. You still put them back.
Yeah,
got it.
Keep up, man.
The Brian 3-ball hurts every time. I do not see a Trinisphere. Hermit, you can go if you want to pick up what they're saying. Just don't talk to them. Shout out to us, though. We were the first Eminence casting team to ever receive a match loss.
All right, tapping out. Luke's coming back in. We want to sling those clues. Maybe at that Bowmaster.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one clue will just kill the Bowmaster.
Yep.
Okay, we played a land. We replayed our commander past the turn. Wins the crypt flip.
All right, going into Ori's turn. I think this Kinnan player has nothing, is what I think.
Pretty clear.
And they're not playing those big creatures. I don't think they have interaction, and I think Ori can kind of send it here.
Zane scooping to Sephiroth.
Yeah, I'll scoop to Sephiroth any day.
That deck's good.
I'm not playing against Tri-Ball in first seed.
Ori can get through how many attacks? Definitely with the Orc Army at Kinnan.
You can get through Kinnan.
Yeah.
Easy. I think you can get through...
Boromir at Alexander.
I mean, Alexander will probably block with the birds at that point.
I'm interested to see how this works. Cards will be drawn. For real, though, which webcam events are Emerald off the top of your head?
Right now, none. We're waiting for the applications to come in.
We're excited at the prospect, though. I think that's a really good way to...
I've been talking to Chaos, so you can probably expect them to be on. All right, let's see. Yeah, first we're going to swing, and then we're going to decide how we want to win the game, if we can. I'm looking for that Fire Covenant right now if I'm Ori. Or that Psych Rift, maybe. Even just shutting down this this Collector Oof, and then just maybe being able to pop off with a Breach. Who knows?
We have 4 mana available to us as Ori, so a single target Psych Rift at like Eric's end step really opens him up.
Yep.
I'm worried it's a nothing sandwich though right now.
All
we
right.
are double blocking the
blocking
Boromir.
we're blocking the Orc Army with the bird.
Why the double block though with the Lotho? And the Orc
Well, the treasures are killing you, and you can't crack them.
Why the double block though? He took both and pushed him forward.
Well, Boromir's a 3/3.
Oh, it's a 3/3?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. I need to learn these Lord of the Rings cards.
You really do. Lots of good stuff coming from that set. Yep. So that'll blow. You're gonna lose both your creatures. Combat math becoming important here. I hope you guys have been playing your limited.
Is this supposed to be Legolas's quick reflexes?
No, we don't do that here.
I think that card's good for a green card.
I mean, it's good, not here though.
He tapped one. He tapped his Tropical Island with blockers being declared.
Okay.
I guess
Combat
not.
damage has occurred. No draws are happening.
3/3 Vigilance, Lavinia, and Protection.
Boromir's gone, but we remove things off the board, I guess. Hitting the land drop and passing
Is
the
that a Sea of
turn?
Clouds? It's a Sea of Clouds, I believe.
No, it's a Flutter String, right?
Nope.
Alrighty.
That is the Expedition Sea of Clouds. Playing the land passing?
Nope, I think we're still thinking.
Gotcha.
Oh, no, we did pass. All right.
Now Ori does have Nas mana.
Nas mana's up.
Something for his opponents to be mindful of. Even bluffing it can kind of make you second guess your next
I mean,
decision.
this is grindy, as we called it, but this Dren is kind of locking down a lot of those grind pieces like Timna.
We have an Ori
You
fan
don't
in
know
the chat?
anything about Ori? Ori is awesome. They are based in the Bay Area, and they've been grinding these things. They've been winning a lot. Top 16 CCU, top 16. Oh, Colossal Sky Turtle coming out on the Collector Oof, I believe.
Interesting.
And a lot of pointing to Bowmasters going on.
Ori top forward Surfside. Or no, Fishbowl 2.
Fishbowl 2, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, Bowmaster's gone, turning on our Sylvan Library, which...
Okay.
Yeah.
I am a Colossal Sky Turtle enjoyer. I like that card. I know it's not the greatest card, but I think it's a good option.
Second time we're seeing that in Kinnan. I know some people are low on it, but this is the second top 4 where it showed up, I believe.
I was gonna say he has it, and they have it, and they're in top 4.
Yep.
So we're thinking on our 4, putting 1 back, taking 4. Okay. That Draneth now, I think, is the next hurdle.
Draneth, Collector Roof, there's a lot of problems still happening here, barring people from winning the game.
As Victor, though, I think you're prioritizing getting rid of the Draneth first, right? And then your mana?
Yeah, Victor wants to get rid of that Draneth. They're online. They have that Sylvan Library. They can fill up their hand, and they can start going crazy.
They can go sicko mode, too.
Yeah, they can go sicko mode. Alrighty. Eric, what do you got for us?
We have a card draw.
Thank you for that insight. No.
Oh, that's why I was confused, because it was very like...
It was just making sure that they're good to move to their upkeep.
Understood.
All right, I'm hearing reports from the... I'm hearing reports that Kinnan has Transmute Artifact on top of their deck, so this Collector Oof actually is a problem for right now.
Dang. Ori has his hand on his deck. Wow, draw pass. If this game continues to be as grindy as it is, those crypts will be a problem.
Draw pass. Hey guys, I'm gonna be real with you. This game's really grindy, and let's talk, chat. I'll keep dictating what's happening, but how are you guys doing? We're waiting for that pivotal turn. We're waiting for some action. We're just seeing a lot of removal right now. The problem piece is Draneth, Collector Oof. We know that Kinnan can win if both those pieces are gone. We don't know what's in Ori's hand, and Alex is kind of just chilling, but we know that they keep chock full of interaction in their hand. Where do you guys think this game's going?
I did want to make an announcement.
Oh, yeah, what's up? Let's hear it.
Tim Nook.
Oh, yeah, Tim
here
Nook?
for the redemption event.
On
3-0 on Themberchow.
Yeah, I saw that, actually.
Yeah, we have another Tim Nook 3-0 Themberchow run. It's actually incredible.
Incredible. You can see more about that on our Twitter.
Yeah.
But back to the game. Yeah, what do you guys think? Who are you guys rooting for? Where do you think this is even going?
Memo wants to know what my first CEDH deck was.
Okay, what was it?
The first deck I really tried to push to make competitive was Mimeoplasm. My first true CEDH deck was Tymna Thrasios.
Nice. Right here, we got Aphelion asking, what's the most exciting deck we saw all weekend? I actually think it was the Mardu Darko deck.
Really?
To be honest, yeah. I thought that was cool.
I heard what's the mono blue Kaladesh? Patadim?
Yeah.
That was tearing up Swiss a little bit, and I think bubbled out of top 16.
Gotcha.
They said it played like an Urza deck. I like seeing that kind of stuff. For me, that was my most interesting.
Rooting for a Tymna Thrash Collector Oof player? I mean, hell yeah. This player called out every other TNT player and was like, you guys suck. And we're about to reclaim that Tymna with this Gilded Drake.
The Phyrexia Metamorph pay is a Mana Crypt.
Yeah, it's a Mana Crypt.
Alex Ober in the chat. What is up, Alex?
Hey, what up, Alex? How's it going? Your boys out here. Am I seeing you next weekend at Locals?
Bronze event?
Silver event? Earn those points. It's a bronze event.
Damn, not good.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm playing a gold event next week.
Oh, nice.
We have a TC Rockets Gold 2K in sunny San Diego.
Hell yeah.
So we have a Gilded Drake on the
Draneth. Okay, yeah. We're going to get our own Thrasios back? I'm not sure.
That is helping to progress the game a little bit. We cannot recast Tymna, though. Tymna costs 5. We haven't played a land yet for turn, though.
Actually, Aphelion, this tourney started with Wounded Satellite playing an Endurance and winning the game. So
first time we'll ever see that on stream, more than likely.
The whole line is if they pitch cast it to shuffle someone's library to not lose, they also don't win. But
yeah,
besides the point.
He was actually showing me a line with Kinnan where you Cephaloid Coliseum yourself once you make your infinite mana, and you can infinitely loop the Endurance and do crazy stuff.
All right, Thrasios coming out. We are gaming. We are activating Thrasios coming soon. Uncounterable.
Notably.
All right.
Hard
War coming down.
Yeah.
Okay.
that's either you're in a great position or a horrible position.
I mean,
There's
you just
really
want
no
to
between.
get that mana advantage right now, and the only way to do it is with the lands, which actually the Kinnan has the most of. So
True. You should have seen round 1 then, Memo. The endurance player did win the game.
Did Edric make top 16? They did not. Luis was hard fought. This tournament, actually, no 16-pointers made the top cut. Only 17 and up. Even 17 was the bubble. We had 10 17-pointers, and only 9 of them made it with Just Ice bubbling out with like 3%.
2.2.
Yeah, 2.2, whatever. I rounded up. Yeah, so highly competitive tournament. A lot of big names not in the top 16. A lot of big names in the top 16. So just goes to show a lot of players in a lot of different places doing work. And you can kind of check out and follow who's doing well as the year goes on in the TopDeck Championship leaderboard. You can go view their profiles, see what people are playing, see where they're from, all that jazz.
Very exciting stuff. Really setting a precedent for what competitive Magic can be for this format.
All right, moving in Kin's turn. Soul Ring's coming down. That does not do anything with this Collector Oof on the board.
Looks like 1 or 2 cards in Victor's hand right now,
Yeah,
too.
but you know, I think Victor's chilling. They're just digging deep with this Sylvan Library, just looking for something to deal with this board state. Robert fan in an Uber to the airport. It's going to be boarded before the game ends.
You'll be home before this game ends.
You better buy Wi-Fi on that Delta flight and watch this stream.
What happened to my man's Devrick? Devrick did not make top 16.
Yeah, they did not.
17 points bubbled. 1 player did not make it on 17 points.
Yep. Extremely competitive event.
Collector Roof just got out of Warad
Yep.
at Victor's end step, it appears.
Yep, and looks like we are cracking a clue. And looks like everyone's cracking a clue.
Have you read the 90-page Kinnan primer?
Have I read the... No, I haven't, but I've read the 40-page Rogsai, document.
Yeah. I'm not a big Google Doc guy, but when they come out about CDH or things related to CDH, I consume those things like nobody's business.
Yeah, for sure.
I love Google Docs. I hope to have one of my own one day.
Alrighty. So Eric auto-warring that Collector Oof. They clearly want to win here. Ori completely unlocked, by the way. Lots of cards in hand. Shuffling through. I don't. When Ori does that, it means he has the win in his hand, and he's trying to be calm about it. But you can kind of see it through his hands that
he's flicking.
That he's It's a tell that I've noticed, picked up on.
Okay.
So
here's the scary thing, though. No one has used counter magic this game.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to jam it. You have to go for your window, but I don't think it's resolving.
Yeah, Barry is representing Bob as one of the 3 places where CEDH was first invented. I think it was like simultaneous. Ooh, Gamble coming in?
Interesting.
Okay. So another tutor coming down.
Now we're really going to see what people have. Or you could do the spicy play. Are we going to see an oppo?
Yep, there it is.
Oh, there we go. And the
And
collector roof is off.
we're tapping with that mana we just unlocked.
Holy shit.
So now, I mean, if this Oppo agent resolves... Pact of Negation.
Wow.
Okay, we want to win on this turn.
Wow, wow, wow. Oh, Ori is fetching in response. Makes sense with
Yep.
the oppo. With the Flooded Strand, because that's a Sea of Clouds.
If this Oppo resolves, Eric has to search up a card. Or no, Alex searches up a card and Eric discards one at random. So you hate to be on that end of that.
And because Alexander has the Dranith, he doesn't have to worry about that with the oppo.
Exactly.
So really good sequencing and timing. Oh, the Fierce on the Pact. I mean, you have to hit the Pact, not the Gamble, right? Or
Dude, that Gilded Drake doing dividends. Oh, deflecting swat. The Corvold one, notably.
Do you hit the Gamble and let the Pact resolve to force the trigger on your opponent?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Once
agree.
a pack comes out, you can kind of do that. I know a lot of people are like, oh, throw the pact out and then see if it gets countered. But you guys really think about, like, well, is that actually correct? Am I the one doing it? No. You wanna only do that when your opponent has a win out, you think they have interaction, and you just throw the pact out and see if they will counter it first.
You're still getting value out of it, even when they have to pay the 5 mana.
A lot of nuance in that. I know people like to talk about Pact of Negation a lot. Still good. You got to think about how you use it. Did I personally think this was the correct way? I don't know. I would have probably fired this one off last, but whatever. I think throwing out the pact here at me as one of the other opponents, I'm thinking, well, yeah, this guy wants to win this turn.
Yep.
So now I'm currently on high alert.
Pact, though, notably, CCU2, Pact was a big card in the top 4.
Yes.
Here we are once again, top 4 card. Ori's touching his mana. Curious. Oh, are we going to see an oppo from him
Yeah,
now?
Ori's touching his cards. He's shuffling through his cards. Things are happening.
He's ready to cast his spells.
Picking up 3 mana is going to be Fire Covenant.
Oh. Wow.
No, Intuition.
With the oppo. He's not taking
I
any
told you,
chances.
dude. Ori's shuffling through his hands. He's got something.
Damn. Alexander has 3 cards in hand. I think Victor has 1 or 2. This battle is really between Eric and Ori now.
Yeah, now Victor's just sitting pretty. They're like, the collector oof's gone, and I'm going to win the game on my next turn if I can get rid of this Duranith.
Yeah. That Fire Covenant would have helped him quite a bit.
Valiant 3G asking how many up to what place gets points this events in platinum and I believe gold events. Top 64 gets points, and you can see that breakdown if you go to topdeck.gg. I'm actually going to go ahead and link that championship series webpage to you guys in the chat here. Anyways, huge stack war happening. This is gaming. I told you, once things are happening, this game is gonna explode. Like I know I was falling asleep. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't get the best coffee this morning. Okay, mana drain coming down.
Mana drain.
What are we mana draining? Intuition?
I mean, that's what you'd have to hit, right?
I'm not sure.
So currently the stack is Gamble, Opposition Agent, Fierce or Pact and Negation, Fierce Guardianship, Deflecting SWAT, Intuition, Mana Drain.
Yeah, and I don't think Victor wants this op agent to resolve, to be honest, because I mean, if he has the transmute on top of his deck, like I'm told, that turns that off as well.
Yeah,
Deflecting SWAT
from Ori.
Huge stack war. Everyone's been accumulating resources all game, drawing cards. No one's doing anything. It's for this moment right here. This is personally why I play CEDH. Huge stack wars like this. Usually I'm the one doing the stack, but still.
This is incredibly exciting.
Oh, okay.
Showing
A
his
deal
hand
coming
of
through.
victory.
I'm not going to try to win. I'm not. Please let my intuition resolve. Here's my hand.
Yeah, this is incredible. We have added a mana or a deflecting SWAT on top of the mana drain. So the mana drain had to have been hitting the intuition. So I was watching our feed. I was like, "Who's talking about the game like that?" I was like, "Oh, it's you," but from a speaker.
Ori hit him with my hand does nothing.
Alrighty. So this is all over the gamble.
Notably, he can use that mana drain mana to crack his clue.
He can. If we get there. Yeah, Bailey, this does look wild. This is a top 4 game. Lots of discussion happening.
I want to see the Mind Break trap. Just clear the stack.
Well, here's the thing. No one wants his gamble to resolve, but no one wants Alex to get whatever it is.
Right. And no one wants Ori to intuition.
Exactly.
Wasn't sharing hands made illegal? No, not with the recent update.
You can share hands like that. We have a new MTR, which I don't have the link on hand right now, that is allowed. We finally clarified that. What up, Raz? How's it going?
There's been an update that's been in place in Silicon Dynasty 2, and I think
Yeah.
it's been really well received. Oh, Punchy agrees. It was announced in Silicon Dynasty 2.
All right, deflecting SWAT is. I wish I knew what the stack was.
It is Gamble, Oppo, Pact, Fierce, Deflecting SWAT, Intuition, Deflecting SWAT. I'm sorry, Mana Drain, Deflecting SWAT.
Gotcha. Okay, so deflecting SWAT resolves.
Mana Drain has been redirected to Oppo?
What? No. Mana Drain was above D-SWAT. Looks like Intuition's on the stack here.
Okay. I think they're clarifying the stack now.
Yeah.
That is a correct summary of the stack fractured. Well done.
Okay, looks like Gamble got countered.
Oh, no. That's not good for Eric.
And Intuition got countered. And
Intuition's resolving.
Oh, no, yeah, hands on the deck.
Yep.
Wait, what the hell just happened?
The Deflecting SWAT resolved, Mana Drain resolved, or countering the Gamble, and now Intuition's the next to resolve.
Yep.
Ori's really, really fighting his windows in a very opportunistic way. I'm pretty impressed by this play. I'm not surprised, but I'm impressed still.
Ori's a stack master.
A stackster.
Stackster.
Mana drain, targeting gamble, yes.
Yeah.
The mana drain countered the gamble, which means that the deflecting swat...
Yes, Matthew Bell, you can say, I just saw an ad nauseum in my opponent's hand.
You can say anything.
All right, Phyrexian Metamorph, Mystic Remora, and Wheel of Fortune.
So Ori was honest with his, I'm not going to try to win.
Exactly.
That was probably his only out.
Yeah.
To having that resolve.
What are we doing with this Phyrexian Metamorph anyways?
Having it enter as a Gilded Drake?
That works.
I don't know. I don't know what you grab in this situation. Maybe he's hoping people get scared of it. I think I want the wheel if I'm Ori.
Alrighty. Anyways, I know you guys are asking questions about stuff in tournaments. I'm just speaking from my experience as a tournament player. I might be lying. I might be saying fake stuff, but yeah.
I've been making things up this entire time.
Okay. All right. Can we get Drake back here?
I read about tournaments on Wikipedia once, and I've just been kind of going from there.
Oh, this resume is trying to make more sense.
Oh, no. It was AI generated, though.
Oh, no.
It looks like Ori got the Phyrexian Metamorph.
Yep.
I'm wondering if he has the Breach in hand. If he goes, hey, I'm not trying to get Breach with this, and then cleverly just...
Well, no. Victor would know.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
I forgot Ori revealed his
Yeah.
hand. What are your thoughts on lying in situations like this?
I'm gonna lie, and I'm gonna get that sweet trophy, that sweet invitational points, that sweet invite, that $2,000, that clout. Yeah, I'll lie.
Really?
Yeah,
Damn.
you got it.
Wow. Zaynayer, known liar.
All right, that's his Oracle coming down. Is this how this game's ending?
Oh my. Was that all for bait? I'm looking over. I wish I could feel...
I wish I could... The energy.
Yeah.
The energy.
I feel a cold wave coming. Oh, Ori probably regretting he didn't grab interaction.
I'm
now.
feeling energy change in the room, actually.
Yeah. I feel a confluence of dark matter.
Yeah.
Silence
coming... Well,
you can... That
doesn't work.
Maybe he's forcing the console to be on the stack if he has an MBT. I don't know. Demonic Consultation. So we have Thorkel on the stack, not resolved yet. Demonic Consultation on the stack. Both are currently spells.
I think this game might be over.
This game might be over. Or he's probably kicking himself for not getting counter magic. 2 cards in hand from Victor. What a clinic on how to bait interaction by Eric if this resolves.
Amazing.
So
was that game? Oh. Consult resolving?
Yep. Naming something not in his deck.
Okay.
Thorkel's presently on the stack. Silence has resolved then. Oh, no, because he consulted.
Silence on top. Now Silence on the stack.
His opponents are now really having to think. Imagine a subtlety right now.
Okay, looks like Victor's got something in hand.
Force of will.
Hard cast.
Targeting the Thorkel. Eric just got knocked out.
Wait. All right, we're showing each other the decks.
Curious why mana's not being tapped.
We're just checking what interaction is left in the deck.
I mean, you have to try to stop it though.
MBT is gone. I mean, this is very smart. Force of Will's gone. Misstep is gone, I guess. Force of Negation is gone. Yeah, I mean...
Can't use the Force right now anyway.
I mean...
Of neg.
All right.
Pitching Psych Rift. Oh, wow.
I see where the issue is. Oh! Flusterstorm coming out!
Oh my. Who's going to be the hero?
And that storm count is fat.
It's very, very high. They're counting it now. This is with the Silence on the stack too.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Rutro Ruby. It's 3 from Ori, 4 from Alexander. No, 2 from Alexander.
Eric here to win. Starting off this end step on Victor with the Odawara,
Yeah.
baiting with a gamble, which I actually think wasn't going anywhere.
No, I think he knew it was going to get countered.
Yeah.
Wanted it to get countered. Trying to build up a big stack for the Storm Count for the Fluster, knowing he could protect his win.
Definitely a question I want to ask in the interview.
Actually genius. Oh,
Yes.
yeah, you're doing that interview.
Oh, yeah.
You need that. You like that.
I do like that. Oh, a consult coming out from Alex. We're thinking about how to stop this. Only thing that stopped this is Mind Break Trap.
I think you have to, right?
Are we on Mind Break Trap? We should be.
Or he has cards in hand. He could just force of will, right? The Thorkel.
The Thorkel, yeah, sure.
Mind Break Trap is in the deck. Plays Silence on the gamble. I mean, hindsight's 2020. I understand why resources were leveraged in the way they were leveraged.
Now you're just thinking, well, Ori, are you going to win instead, or what?
I mean, you gotta get the devil you know rather than the devil you don't know. Okay.
So it looks like something's been named, and we're going to start flipping.
2, 3. There's
okay,
a pact.
looks safe.
So if he named pact, he's SOL.
I don't think he named pact.
Going to get the spell he needs, though.
I probably would have, yeah. Looks like we're just looking for like a Force of Will or something.
It's likely an MBT or a Force of Will. Beautiful deck, too. I know we played with him on Thursday night, and
Yeah.
just want to give him the kudos. Beautiful foil deck.
Yeah. Oof, we're losing a lot here.
Hate to see it.
At this point, it might just be like, well, I lost so much, I don't want to cast this spell.
I think you still try. You have the Dranith. I don't know. You can still try to win.
Thorkel's gone.
Does he run Praetor's Grasp?
No.
Hate to see
Bowmaster's gone. This deck is getting exiled. Do you cast it at this point?
I mean, maybe.
Force
Did
of
not
Will.
name Force of Will, so we are looking for Mind Break Trap. Do you think he's going to cast it?
I wouldn't cast it.
Oh.
Well, he's,
okay, maybe he's just showing it.
he's
got the
showing
card.
it. Now he's got to think about it.
He
Putting
can hit
it
the Force
down?
of Will.
Oh.
Exile
Exiling
all the...
everything? Okay.
I mean, Crom beats? Oh, no. No Crom. It's a TNT deck. Oof.
Not the path I would have taken.
Nope.
Game's wide open for Ori and Victor now.
Wow. I was not expecting that. Silence resolved. No cards in library from Eric. That means that wheel is now lethal.
Yes.
Which is notable. Alexander's very low on cards, which means that we can start approaching lethal with that as well.
Ugwe in the chat asking, how do I treat that morally of what just happened right now? I mean, players can cast their spells. They can do whatever they want.
I'm pro casting spells. Your percentage chance for winning is now extremely low. It's probably like 2% now in your favor to cast that, but it's better than 0. You're playing for high stakes.
Phyrexian Metamorph coming down.
What do you have it as?
You know no one has interaction.
Yeah, you're running away with this. I don't think there's anything you want to Gilded Drake. He might be able to stay with... Mnemonic Betrayal was exiled.
So was
Punchy,
Thassa's Oracle.
As was Thassa's Oracle.
They were before you started working back here.
You like it how you see it, Zane.
I do like it how I see it. All right, so we got Phyrexian Metamorph copying something.
I'm very curious what it could... Sylvan Library? I don't know.
Yeah.
It can't. Creature artifact.
Thrasios.
Yeah. Maybe. Or he's doing the classic T&K pivot to TNT.
Oh, Gilded Drake. Taking Dranith. Dropping
Interesting.
Underworld Breach, potentially?
What's copying Underworld Breach, you think?
Oh, I don't know. 3 mana. Mnemonic Betrayal! Oh, no!
Oh, no. Oh, my.
I got a meme bet right in front of me, actually.
He's playing the Ben Loeb special, winning in top 4 potentially with a meme bet.
I'm just like him. I'm just like him.
Can you read it for me, Zane?
Mnemonic Betrayal.
Oh my Lanta. Mnemonic Betrayal.
Alrighty. Well,
What
we
are
still
we
got to
doing?
push out a win with 3 mana here, which You know, I think there's a combo that's 3 mana.
Do we have a Thorkel in Yard? Because the Eric's was exiled by MBT.
I see a Lotus Petal as well.
Consult for Thorkel consult.
Yeah.
You could gamble maybe.
Consult
I
for
don't know.
Ducks. There's 2 Lotus Petals. 2 petals.
Oh, he's like, I will cast that.
I'll cast another petal.
I'm gonna get this trophy ready.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
I have a Japanese mnemonic betrayal, but I actually just bought a simplified Chinese mnemonic betrayal as well. So
Really? Why?
I don't know if it's simplified Chinese. It's Chinese. I don't know. I just like the Chinese one. Alrighty, so we're just gonna play this out for the stream. Looks like Mox Opal's coming out. This is gonna be Ori's win here, unless somehow they flub this. But if I'm him, I just saw Force of Will, console for a Mind Break Trap, and Eric lose the game. So no one has anything, and this meme bet resolved. Now that meme bet should be in exile. I know the judges aren't watching, but I don't think it ends up mattering. If it does, I'll call the judge.
Yeah, we'll make sure the judges are aware of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are pulling the Ben Loeb special right now. Lotus Petal concept for Thorkel cast another console. I think that's the line I see. I don't know what's in Ori's hand though.
I mean, it doesn't
Do we have a
matter.
demonic
Yeah,
tutor?
we're doing the hand motions. Like, do I really have to play this out? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah. And he has all the protection that he needs.
Yeah.
I'm ready to see the handshakes.
So they gave him that Phyrexian Metamorph. They gave him this win.
Yeah. I don't think Ori knew what he had to face though after that
Yeah.
intuition, but oh, are we consulting?
No, we're just Limdol's vaulting.
Oh, true. With what mana?
Oh, I don't know what's going on.
I don't either. We cast the Limdol's Vault. How?
Yeah, we got it. I don't think it matters. I can call the judge if you guys really want me to.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, might as well go let Baldy know. All right, now it's just me on the microphone. We got rid of that pesky Lauren. Now I can talk as much trash as possible. No, I'm just kidding. Just seeing how he wants to kill his opponents right now. Looks like we've decided on a Limdol stack. I think he just wants to do this as cleanly as possible, and his opponents are going to let him just play it out in kind of style. And this is definitely, like I said, while the game was slow in the beginning, definitely an explosive end. Huge stack wars, huge blowouts, and we're finally getting there.
There is such an air of defeat amongst those opponents right now.
Oh, yeah?
Did we cast a consult?
Yeah, we're casting consult.
For Thorkel?
I don't know. I see a Thorkel in the... it's exiled, right? So...
yeah, he needs to consult for Thorkel.
That's right.
Cast Thorkel, then consult.
Yeah.
Adam, a.k.a. Poppy Phobia of the Propaganda MTG store, just showed us a Shahrazad.
Okay, we're learning it does not work for the propaganda. He doesn't want that filth associated with him. All right, Ori's kind of just showing off their deck right now. This is sick of foreign foils. Oh, there's the Thorkel.
Okay, we're playing the Thorkel. Are we about to, what if we see an Endurance?
I would be surprised because there's Force of Wills, Mind Break Traps, Fierces.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Cards are being given back.
And then he is casting the Consultation.
Consultation's being cast. Formality, I believe. And
waiting for handshakes.
Waiting for that Endurance.
Yeah!
There it is!
I'm gonna go give him the
All
trophy.
right. We got Ori here winning the game on Timna Krom. My boy, Ori from NorCal, taking the first Platinum event here at TopDeck Expo 2023. Securing that invite into the TopDeck Invitational next year, getting that 500 points, getting that sweet trophy. You're going to see a lot of him very soon. We're going to bring him on for an interview. Let's go, Bay Area. Let me see those Bay Area chants in the chat right now. I know you guys are watching. Bob, I hope your flight did not take off.
I want him to hold the trophy for you and the camera.
Awesome. Let's get him that champion mat as well.
Oh yeah, let's go get that. Actually, I'm gonna get the photo.
Yeah, go get that photo. We're coming, guys. I'm actually gonna just push some ads while we just get set up here. Just give me 1 second for that winner's interview. What was going through that mind? Extremely hard fought. Just awesome stuff going on here. And I'll be right back, guys. Bay Area strong. You want to grind these games? Come to Card Art. I'm holding an event there next weekend. You want to play against these players? You can play against me. You can play against Ori. You can play against Alex. You can play against all of these people. West Coast representing, coming out into this Atlanta area and just taking everything by storm. We'll be right back while we get that interview prepared for you. right, everyone. I'm back here. We're getting set up with Ori. All right, Ori. First of all, congratulations on taking the first Platinum event down. You're now qualified for the TopDeck Invitational. Do you plan on playing more CEDH?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah?
Yeah, we have locals next week. It's a silver event down at Cardart. If you're in the area, Bay Area,
Yeah.
do come by. It's Sunnyvale, a really nice place.
I'll be TOing, so.
Yeah. So, yeah.
You can find Ori there, you can find Alex there, you can find me there.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll be playing if you're around. It's a bronze event. Now, are you going to be going to future platinum events to crush dreams, or are you just going to like relax, just do the bronze, silver, golds that are nearby?
I don't know. Do you guys have a schedule out yet? I think I'll travel. I'll still travel. It's fun.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We'll have a schedule soon.
I'll definitely travel to some.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about the game a little bit. That was a extremely grindy pod.
Yeah.
You kept a first 7?
I kept 6.
You kept 6. What was your planning going into that pod? Like, where did you think the game was going to go, and do you think it ended up where you thought it would?
More or less. I think I kept the hand of like 3 lands, Mana Crypt, Silence, and Swords.
Okay.
So I know this is a very like artifact heavy pod.
Right.
And odds are good that an Ulf would be in play.
Yeah.
So I just wanted a lot of lands.
Right.
And and like Silence would protect me, right?
Yep. You had Silence in your opener.
I had Silence in the opener.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But essentially my first 2 hands were like unplayable,
Mhm.
and I thought like, this is relatively okay enough. Like,
Right.
I can probably find a way out. It's a slow game. It turned out really nicely because everyone countered everyone's like draw engine.
Right.
So like Fish got misstepped.
Ristic got
swan-songed. Kinnan was path. Kinnan got swords.
Yep.
And nobody had anything. And then
Yeah.
so I got to a point where like I was okay-ish, but the Drenith was really screwing me up. Like I was drawing a bunch of lands,
Yeah.
and I had Mean Betrayal in hand.
I see.
And so I was trying to find a way to. And at that point, I was the only player who was capable of drawing cards.
Yeah.
And so I needed to not pull as much aggro.
Right.
So I traded off the Orc token and Boromir. And I mean, trading of the Boromir might be a mistake in hindsight because it gave what's his name? The Stranger Things.
Yeah, Eric. Yeah.
The opening to go for a win.
Right.
So I think in retrospect, I shouldn't have done that probably. I can probably have waited a bit longer.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Now, going into Eric's turn when he fired off that Otawara and that gamble, what was going through your mind? You think he was going to win?
He's definitely going for a win, right?
Gotcha.
He goes end step. Nobody drops an Otawara for no reason.
Yeah, exactly. And he opens up with the pact and all that. Did you think the win was through the gamble, or how did you feel when he dropped the Thoracle right after the huge sack war?
I was really scared.
Yeah.
I thought when he played the Thoracle, I was like, damn, I should have saved my intuition for this, right? So I basically did the intuition for. So my game plan was I needed to get the Metamorph.
Yes.
I needed to get the Drenith.
Yeah.
And then Mean Bat wins me the game, right? And that
you
was
showed your hand with that intuition.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I gave the Kinnan player. I showed him my hand.
Yeah.
Right. And I think he just didn't connect the dots on like.
I see.
If I remove Drenith, I get a win.
Well, even with perfect information, you tricked him.
No, I mean like if he did say something, like I could just still go for. So I wasn't thinking about the game like immediately ending.
Right.
Then I thought we would stop him after the gamble, and then we would go play like a couple more turns.
Gotcha.
And even if I went for the Crom plan, I would be happy.
Yeah.
Right. So I just have a lot of live draws going into my turn. It's just that when he played Thoracle, and then I was like, oh no, I should have saved intuition for this. And then Alex just, he
Console
saved the
tripper.
game with the
Yeah.
console. It was sort of like, so the thing, it's very funny because Alex had a console and he was like, should I cast it? And Kinnan wants the game to go on, so he
Right.
says, oh, he can win on his next turn.
He said you can't win on your turn.
So he said, Blue Farm can't win on his next turn. And so Alex like, okay, sure. And then he finds my break trap.
Gotcha. And then you did win on your turn.
Yeah.
Damn. What a how's the politics at the table? Was it like intense, chill? What was the vibes?
It was kind of chill. It was pretty chill, basically.
Mhm.
Like everyone knew what they were doing. They were like trying to egg it, like egg me on a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Like I have Timna. I have the only Timna on the table. I'm the only one drawing cards.
Right.
So that's why I aggressively showed Ken in my hand, because I need him to know that I'm not like immediately winning. Yeah.
Awesome. Now, personally, just as your friend, I'm like, damn, this is awesome. I'm fucking hyped. Hell yeah. I'm just excited to just get it out of the system a little bit. I actually had this meme bet sitting in front of me the whole time, and you cast it, and I was like, I'm prepared. I'm ready. I was told I have to give you this sticker on stream. I don't know what it means, so there you go. And yeah, I don't know if you have any final words for the stream. Anything you want to say to all the CEDH players who are watching and whatnot? I'm sure you gained a bunch of fans. Maybe you want to plug your Twitter or whatnot.
Yeah.
I already tagged him.
Oh, you did? You got tagged already.
CEDH is awesome. It's not a turn 2 format.
I agree.
Yeah. The thing is, I got into CEDH because I didn't want to play 3-hour games at a kitchen table.
Right.
Turns out I'm still playing 3-hour games at a kitchen table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it.
All right.
Awesome.
Awesome event, bro.
Yeah. And we're going to get our winners paid out. We're going to get our judges paid right now and end that event. Thank you, everyone, for watching. This was the first Platinum event of the TopDeck Invitational, and Ori just got that first qualification. Three more qualifications left next year. If you don't get that direct qualification, definitely play in events that give you points so you can get points on the leaderboard. Ori is going to be number 1 on the leaderboard with 500 points, I believe, tonight. So definitely look out for that. And if you want more information, go to topdeck.gg. We got Oscar in the chat saying hi.
What's up, Oscar?
What up? Everyone in the chat was popping up.
Everyone?
Yeah, we got Bob.
Hey,
we got
Alex,
Ethan. Yeah, we got everyone
Bob,
here. Memo.
Yeah, everyone.
Alex is over here too.
Yep,
yeah,
yep,
there's
yep.
everyone. All right. We'll see you at the next one. Definitely look out for those qualifier events, and we'll see you playing CEDH. Peace, everyone. Thanks for watching.